This young man was betrayed by the very brother he trusted the most. Betrayal, the only pulse-opening pill he had earned through so much hard work, was also snatched away by him. Unexpectedly, while he was on the verge of kicking the bucket, he encountered masters from Chu State and Qin State, exchanging blows in an intense fight. The Chu general, Zhuo Guangli, alone, was enough to carry the fight against the enemy team, trapped in a snake formation. But with just one swing of his sword, he basically wiped out the whole nest of snakes. On the contrary, if the enemies so much as touched him, his flames would instantly turn them into gold then and there. Thought this game would be a breeze, but unexpectedly, due to a moment of carelessness, while trash-talking the opposing team, the young man, Zhu Guangli, had his head cleanly taken off by a single strike from a Qin master. The corpse then fell down, near where Zhang Wang lay dying. That group of people then left, without ever knowing that. On Zhu Guangli's body, pulse-opening pill was still hidden. Our guy literally got a free lunch. It's wild. Without any hesitation, Zheng Wang immediately swallowed the pill. The Tao pulse manifested from a crippled man. On his last breath, he successfully rose from the ashes, reborn and breaking through his cultivation level. To repay Zhuo Guangli for the pill, Zhang Wang helped bury him. Little did he know that this act of kindness would accidentally help Zhang Wang awaken an OP system. Zhang Wang can enter a space called the Tai Shu Illusion to train at Godspeed. Everything here is real, except that it does not cause physical harm to the host. As long as he pays points to the system, he can master every cultivation technique and Taoist art in the world. The guy was feeling all hyped up, thinking it would be easy to earn system points. But he got absolutely nothing. In 30 days, you'll have to face the challenge. If you fail, you'll be demoted. Before long, the Tai Shu Illusion realm vanished, sending Zhang Wang back to reality. Thinking back to his own situation, betrayed by a brother he once trusted, he was feeling incredibly salty. The next day, Zhang Wang headed straight back to the Tao Academy to hunt down that punk for revenge. Settling the score, a tall, burly, and rough-looking guy gave Zhang Wang an exceptionally tight bear hug. This was Du Yahu, Zhang Wang's second sworn brother. Seeing Zhang Wang show up again, after being MIA for so long, made him absolutely stoked. Then the eldest Ling He and the fifth Zhao Rucheng also rushed out to welcome Zhang Wang back. But his eyes this whole time were still locked in a murderous stare, looking in one direction, where a young man was stepping out from the crowd, slowly walking toward them. This was the fourth brother, Fang Pengju, and the very traitor who had jacked Zhang Wang's pulse-opening pill. He called out, acting all concerned. Third brother, why did you ghost us for so long without a word? We were all so worried about you. Zhang Wang kept his head down, his voice cold and menacing. It's been 57 days. During that time, I thought of you every single day. And you? Did you actually expect to see me back? Fang Pengju flinched slightly, but kept his cool and replied, Third brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding? After your accident, I was worried sick. I constantly sent people out to track you down. Yahoo, seeing he was being ignored, chimed in with a whine. You brat, do you only have eyes for Pengju? Don't you even care about your second brother? Meaning me? But Zhang Wang tuned him out, pressing Fang Pengju relentlessly, like he was trying to force a confession. Of course you didn't find my body. How can I possibly be at peace? Zhao Rucheng, being sharp and quick-witted, immediately sensed the tension in the air, gently warning the other brothers not to meddle in this matter. Let's step aside for a moment. The crowd in the martial arts hall heard the strange dialogue and began to whisper and gossip. Oh, does Brother Jiang mean something by that? Don't talk nonsense. Brother Fang has always been very righteous. Ling He, who was naturally mild-tempered, hurriedly stepped in to calm the tense atmosphere. Third brother, during this time, you must have gone through a lot. Let's sit down first and talk it out. If you have any grievances or grudges, brother, we will definitely help you. Even if we have to go to the Prefecture Tao Academy or the National Tao Academy, we won't hesitate. But we must clear everything up. Don't be so impulsive. In case someone is trying to drive a wedge between us. But Zhang Wang quietly walked toward the wooden chest, lying motionless on the tiled floor. No matter how Ling He tried to persuade him, nothing could shake his resolve. He spoke calmly. Eldest brother, I know what you're worried about. As for our bond of brotherhood, I cherish it deeply as well. But unfortunately, someone harmed his own brother for personal gain. Yet Fang Pengju's gaze didn't waver at all. He even sharply snapped back. Without evidence, Brother Zhang Wang, don't you dare throw shade like that. Zhang Wang knew the other would deny it. To the bitter end, he said no more. He threw a powerful kick at the wooden chest. The chest shattered, wood splinters flying everywhere. Zhang Wang pointed at what was revealed inside and shouted, This is the proof. The three remaining brothers watching couldn't hide the absolute horror on their faces. Then Du Yahu spoke up hesitantly, breaking the tense silence. Oh, this is Fang Pengju's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his usual composure. On the cold ground lay an old man tied up securely. His mouth was tightly stuffed, with a rag only able to make muffled groans, weak and full of despair. This person was no stranger. It was Fang Dakai, a trusted servant of the Fang family. At this moment he was so terrified that tears were streaming down his face. His entire body was trembling. Zhang Wang coldly recounted the whole story. That day it was this servant, Dakai, who delivered the invitation, claiming you invited me to Wangyu Tower to celebrate the wipeout of the Shishan bandits and receiving the pulse-opening pill reward. He lured me into having a few drinks first, saying it was a fine wine you specifically brought. Who would have guessed the wine was spiked? Before he could even finish, a flash of cold steel gleamed as fast as lightning. Fang Pengju drew his sword in one move, ending Fang Dakai's life. Pengju roared in a fit of rage, "You beast! My Fang family didn't treat you poorly. How dare you conspire with outlaws and forge a letter to harm third brother?" Third brother? This lowly servant must have made up lies, just to save his own skin, trying to drive a wedge between us. You absolutely cannot believe him. The two stood back to back. Zhang Wang stood his ground. I knew you'd kill him to shut him up, but it doesn't matter. Before he died, he wrote down all your crimes and orders, signed and fingerprinted. Do you want to see it? Pengju put on a face of extreme grievance. Third brother, that's all fake. What on earth must I do for you to believe me? Zhang Wang stated firmly, his grudge impossible to soothe. Only death can settle this. Fang Pengju's whole body suddenly began to shake violently. He started acting out a scene of sorrow that looked totally legit. Third brother. Brothers, do we really have to come to this? His hand trembled as he raised the sword, soaked in blood, offering it up to Zhang Wang. Tears began to fall, even though the one who harmed you as that lowly servant, Fang Dakai, as his master. I cannot dodge the responsibility either. If third brother still feels this grudge, please take this sword and kill me with one strike. Pengju will go to the afterlife without a single complaint. I'm so sorry, brother. Seeing Pengju humbling himself and kneeling to beg for death, the bystanders immediately felt it was unfair. Brother Fang, don't do this. How can a real man die so easily like that? We all trust in your character. After a while, Zhang Wang spoke coldly. There's no need anymore. The three brothers, Du Yahu, Zhao Rucheng, and Ling He, hearing that, they let out a sigh of relief. Du Yahu quickly chimed in. That's right, third brother, fourth brother, this matter should just... However, Zhang Wang didn't mean he was forgiving him. The long sword at Zhang Wang's waist was drawn. He enunciated every single word. Your sword is too filthy. To kill you, I must use my own sword. Pengju's golden pupils constricted to the limit. He couldn't believe his ears. Du Yahu, Zhao Rucheng, and Ling He also stared in wide-eyed horror. Not even in their dreams did they expect Zhang Wang to be this heartless. A ruthless stroke of judgment came crashing down, driven by survival instinct. Pengju immediately dodged to the side. His reflexes were lightning fast. The sword in his hand fell to the tiled floor, emitting a dry, metallic clank. Du Yahu tried to suppress his shock. Third brother is for real? Zhao Rucheng was stunned. We all know third brother's nature. Unless the hatred is deep as the ocean, he would definitely not strike so brutally. Pengju sat on the ground, turning back to question him. Zhang Wang, brother, do you really have zero regard for our brotherhood? All those years, why? Zhang Wang's face darkened, his voice raspy and full of bloodlust. Shut your mouth. Hearing the word brother from your lips is nothing but an insult. Just now you said you'd bow your head and accept death. Why stop the act now? He pointed the sword at his face and said, let me tell you, if I had died that day, everything would be over. But since I'm still alive, then you, Fang Pengju, must pay this debt. Pengju forced himself up and brushed off his clothes, trying to act like Zhang Wang was just hallucinating. Brother, look, he said. Are you just obsessed with being a victim or what? I've already let myself be your punching bag to vent your anger. Do you still not know when to stop? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. You're beyond help. I don't owe you anything, Zhang Wang. What exactly are you asking me to pay back? Feeling that words had become useless now, Zhang Wang shook his head in disappointment. Fine, you won't admit it even if it kills you. Then continuing this argument is just a waste of time. Zhang Wang stomped forward firmly. He clasped his hands solemnly, his sword tip pointing to the ground. Patriarch above! Your disciple Zhang Wang was framed by Fang Pengju and nearly lost his life. This grudge cannot be erased. This debt cannot be forgiven. The prayer came from the depths of his heart. Standing before the magnificent giant statue, with absolutely no trace of deception, he only wished for the Tao. To witness this life and death battle, the surrounding space was dead silent. The witnesses seemed to hold their breath, Watching this moment of extreme tension, Jiang Wang did not forget to emphasize the rules of the Fenglin Academy, confirming that this confrontation was completely inevitable. But at this point, Fang Pengju didn't bother to keep up his fake humble act anymore. He directly snapped, "You're freaking delusional!" The wind blew fiercely, whirling the leaves away, flying against the deep blue sky. The killing intent between the two grew more intense, causing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. Yahoo, standing outside, couldn't help but wonder, huh? What's going on here? Just then, a figure leaped high into the air, blocking out the sun, then landed lightly on top of a stone pillar. This sudden appearance made the young man below gasp in total awe. Shouts rang out, "Dean! Greetings, Dean!" The newcomer was none other than Dong A, the dean of the Fenglin City Dao Institute. His majestic voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall. "Let the Dao witness of this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he declared the setup of a Dao-witnessed death match. Streams of green energy radiated from his hands. His hands moved slightly, issuing an absolute command. Instantly, tree roots surged powerfully from beneath the floor tiles. The entire arena cracked in a heartbeat. Shattering under the pressure of countless giant plants, they intertwined tightly with one another, creating a sealed cage, known as the Jade Green Cage, preventing anyone outside from interfering. Turning this place into an inviolable arena, Jiang Wang stood firm on a stone slab, holding his sword at the ready, prepared for the showdown. On the other side, Fang Pengju remained motionless. Sweat poured down his face, speckled with freckles. He was in a state of absolute panic. The dean himself had authorized the Dao-witnessed deathmatch. "Run, I have to run. If not, even if I kill Jiang Wang, the Fenglin Academy will still investigate me." Acting on his thoughts, he turned to flee, but suddenly a sharp root shot toward him. His cowardly nature made him instinctively flinch back. Dong A would not accept. His student being such a yellow-bellied coward, hiding like a turtle in its shell. He waved his hand, manifesting his spiritual power. "Rules are rules. Pick up your sword." Under his control, the roots quickly coiled around the sword that Pengju had dropped and thrust it back into his hand. Pengju's face turned grim. He had no choice but to grip his weapon. Dong A shouted the opening signal. "Begin!" The audience outside began to buzz with excitement. "Whoa!" Jiang Wang, top of the class, in the outer disciple rankings, and Fang Pengju, who is second, are really about to go all in against each other. Yahoo was so frustrated he was about to lose it. Every muscle in his shoulders tensed up. "Big bro." This situation. Ling He understood their helplessness at this moment. He could only shake his head. The dean has personally stepped in. There is nothing more we can say. Inside the Jade Green cage, Fang Pengju kept his sword raised, without moving even an inch. He kept interrogating him, his voice dripping with hypocrisy. "Wasn't it enough that you returned safely? Why do you have to push us to this point?" But immediately after, a wicked smirk flashed across his lips. He swung his sword and charged without hesitation. "I just wanted to get stronger, that's all." The two swords clashed, making ear-piercing metallic screeches. Despite his opponent's rambling, Jiang Wang didn't care at all. His gaze was ice-cold. "Stop yapping. Today you're definitely dying by my blade." Fang Pengju flipped several times in the air, then landed, finally showing his true colors. He let out a low, mocking laugh. "Ha ha. I hate that overconfident look of yours. The most." Suddenly he gave a massive roar, channeling all of his inner energy. The aura surrounding him erupted like a raging storm. The three brothers, Yahoo, Ling He, and Zhao Rucheng, stared in shock. Yahoo couldn't believe his eyes. "That's a Dao meridian art. Fang Pengju has already opened his meridians." At this moment, Zhao Rucheng finally realized the low-life move of the man he once called a brother. He gritted his teeth in fury. So freaking shameless. "Fang Pengju, this rat stole and used third brother's meridian opening pill." But Fang Pengju no longer gave a damn about honor or anything else. He got even more cocky as he went on. He let out a sneer full of arrogance. "Jiang Wang, even though your sword skills are better than mine, now that I have taken the meridian opening pill, the Dao meridians have appeared. How can you even compete with me now? Ha ha ha." Responding to that arrogance were firm steps treading upon the tangled, mottled roots. Jiang Wang had also activated his aura by now, his entire body exuding the majesty of a true swordsman. His voice was low, yet it carried an explosive rage. "That's right, for that meridian opening pill, I charged into Shishan all by myself, survived a bloodbath, and finally crushed the enemy's den. In that battle, I took 13 sword strikes, including 2 fatal wounds that almost killed me on the way back." As he finished speaking, golden veins slowly spread along every blood vessel. His eyes burned with fire, staring fixedly at the traitor. This meridian opening pill is soaked in my blood, sweat, and tears. Does it feel good to use it, Fang? Pengju instinctively trembled under the crushing pressure of his opponent. He stammered, You've opened your meridians too? His heart was now a mess of panic. How is this possible? Wasn't his meridian opening pill stolen by me already? Without giving him a moment to think, Zhang Wang stomped hard to launch himself forward. The two clashed violently, unleashing move after move. The speed was so blinding that only after images and sword flashes were visible. Zhang Wang delivered a powerful downward slash, but Pengju managed to dodge just in time. He skidded back, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Just how on earth did he open his meridians? Though he escaped the lethal blow on his body, several bleeding wounds appeared. I have to stay calm, even though he opened his meridians. I've been resting and recovering for the past few days. The pill's power is fully absorbed, whereas his injuries just healed. He definitely won't last long. I just need to drag this out and drain him. The win is still mine. Having finished his calculations, he decided to charge in and attack once more. Take this. Both sides lunged back into the fray, neither giving an inch. Fang Pengju was certain that as long as he held the initiative, Zhang Wang would sooner or later expose a weakness. Amidst the wind swirling with fallen leaves, Donga stood motionless atop the high pillar. Du Yahoo grew impatient watching the fight, gritting his teeth and muttering, Third bro, don't you dare lose to that scumbag Fang Pengju. In contrast, Zhao Rucheng appeared calmer, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Third bro's Dao meridians seem a bit strange. After a bout of intense combat, Fang Pengju retreated to catch his breath. Zhang Wang also kept his distance, but immediately after, he gathered his strength and stomped the ground hard, vaulting high into the air. His towering figure completely eclipsed the brilliant morning sun. The sword's light reflected Fang Pengju's mocking sneer. He thought to himself, Heh, just as I expected. His Dao meridians were just activated. He can't maintain them for long. In this desperate state, he'll definitely slip up. Wasting no time, his sword tip shot forward, aiming straight for his opponent's gut. Growing more smug by the second, he began to taunt. Tisk, tisk! Is Third Bro really that eager to die? Zhang Wang's remained unfazed in midair. With a flick of his wrist, he carved a perfect circle with his blade, deflecting the enemy's thrust. He replied coldly, Right. I only regret that I can't kill you this instant. Flash of the blade followed, slicing clean through Fang Pengju's sword wrist. Agonizing pain from the severed hand surged through him, making Fang Pengju scream in agony. Ah! His weapon fell to the ground. He was now completely defenseless. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Zhang Wang slammed his foot down, crushing the surrounding roots deep into the earth. He sped up to close the distance, taking advantage of Pengju's state of panic. Zhang Wang didn't use his sword. Instead, he drove a lightning-fast elbow strike into his ribs, followed by the dry crunch of shattering bones. The blow made Pengju cough up a mouthful of fresh blood, his ribcage completely crushed. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string. The tree roots that had been dormant until now suddenly shot out, wrapping tightly around Pengju's legs, sparing his life for a moment before violently hurling him back into the BU cage. Silence returned to the battlefield. Zhang Wang stiffened, his hand gripping the hilt of the broken blade embedded deep in his side. It was a wound from the brutal exchange they just had. For 57 days and nights of hell, I never stopped imagining this moment. He yanked the sword out of his body with a splash of blood, but this physical pain was absolutely nothing compared to what he had endured. Only now, did the traitor realize his opponent's scheme? Unable to stop himself from cursing, Damn it! He baiting me with a fake opening on purpose. Zhang Wang tossed the filthy sword aside. Finally, I can have my revenge. Fang Pengju's voice was now incredibly weak, with almost no energy left to resist. He stammered, Third bro, please spare me just this once. He instinctively backed away slowly, until his heel hit the edge of the BU cage. Looking down from this height, and combined with his current critical injuries, he wouldn't survive the fall. Overwhelmed by the sheer terror of death, he immediately screamed, using his family name as a final desperate straw. Help, Principal, help me! I am a member of the Fang family. The Fang family is one of the 3 greatest clans in Fenglin City. However, he was met only with an indifferent look of pure contempt from Dong Ah above. Rules are rules. Once you enter the Dao-proof deathmatch, it won't end until death. The only person who has the right to decide your life or death can only be your opponent. Those words slammed shut like a death sentence, crushing all hope. Fang Pengju's expression grew even more terrified as he watched Zhang Wang step by step, closing in on him. His entire body shook uncontrollably, looking utterly pathetic. yet his mouth still tried to scramble for an excuse. Third brother, let me explain." Zhang Wang stopped. His eyes were ice cold as he uttered just a few words. "Speak, I'll give you a chance." Fang Pengju immediately let out a flood of words. "Our Fang family has gone over 20 years without a single cultivator, capable of opening the gates of heaven and earth. To be one step behind is to be behind for a lifetime. I'm carrying the expectations of my late father on my shoulders. Tell me, how much longer could I possibly wait? Among all the outer disciples of the Fanglin Tao Institute, you were the only one who could accumulate merits fast enough to trade for an opening meridian pill. I really had no other choice." Red veins branched out across his wide, staring eyes. Right now, his mind was a complete mess, from fear and too late regret. Right, I'm sorry. "After I stole your pill, I haven't slept a wink at night. I regret it so much I feel so guilty, but aren't you still alive and well? We're brothers. Why can't you just forgive me this once?" But at the moment of his most desperate begging, his wide-open eyes reflected a cold figure. It was Zhang Wang raising his sword high, ready to deliver the final judgment. The man who betrayed his brother has paid with his life. Only then did Zhang Wang speak in a grim tone, as if talking to the corpse, and also reminding himself of the hellish time he had just endured. "If I forgave you just because of a few words, then I'd have no right to face myself, and with myself as well. The person who endured misery and despair for 57 days and nights. Since we were once brothers after all, ending you with my own hands is my way of seeing you off. Now you can rest in peace." Suddenly, Zhang Wang's eyes widened in shock. He felt a strange change occurring within his body. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning. My Tao meridians have suddenly become more fluid. His mind sank into a state of internal vision. He saw himself floating in a pitch-black void. Before his eyes, streaks of golden light moved incessantly. Is this my true spirit Tao meridian? An image resembling a colossal earthworm, the celestial earth dragon, appeared in the emptiness. Its body swelled up, continuously emitting an enchanting golden glow. Zhang Wang stared blankly at the worm as it writhed. The bulge on its body began to shift, looking uncomfortable as if it wanted to spit something out. 2 spheres of brilliant golden light were spat out, falling into his hands. Within his mental realm, Zhang Wang had a sudden epiphany. "Oh, I get it. My Tao meridian activated the Tao source right in the middle of the fight." A cold call rang out, snapping him back to reality. Zhang Wang Dong'a was standing against the light, glancing at him with a sharp gaze. His voice betrayed no emotion whatsoever. "Follow me to Quiet Room 7. As for the rest of you, dismiss." Hearing the order, Zhang Wang didn't hesitate for a second. He sheathed his sword behind his back and quickly followed. Yes. Soon, within the profound silence of Quiet Room 7, Dong'a had already settled onto the divan. His face maintained its usual, expressionless look as he turned to Zhang Wang and asked, "Aside from Fang Pengju's dying confession, before this battle took place, you actually didn't have any concrete evidence to make public before everyone, did you?" Standing opposite him, Zhang Wang admitted frankly, "That's right, but knowing him as I do, when backed into a corner before death, he was bound to get terrified and blurt out the hard evidence for everyone to hear himself." Upon hearing the answer, Dong A's expression remained unchanged, but his tone carried a hint of displeasure. "You should have followed the proper procedure and waited for the Tao Institute to investigate and pass judgment. By taking matters into your own hands like this, don't you think you're being way too reckless and hot-headed?" Zhang Wan's remained bowed low, but he slightly tilted his head up, replying with a firm yet cautious gaze. "Zhang Wang is well aware of that. But in 2 days, the Inner Institute entrance exam begins. Fang Pengju has already manifested Tao meridians. If he passes and becomes a personal disciple of the Dean, at the end of the day, I might dare to kill an outer disciple, but I would never dare to kill the Dean's own disciple. Time was too tight. I could only choose to risk it all." Hearing this, the harshness in Dong'a's voice softened a little. He looked at the young man before him and slowly asked the key question. "Fine. If the opening meridian pill that Fang Pengju used was stolen from you, then where did the opening meridian pill that helped you open your Tao meridians today come from? Tell me everything clearly. Detail every single event for me." "Yes, sir. Everything happened at the Huanzhen Temple." As the incense smoke drifted upward in dense curls, memories resurfaced one by one through his narration. "In the end, I found an opening meridian pill on the body of a senior named Zuo Guangli." At this point, realizing his behavior was somewhat disrespectful, Zhang Wang's eyes flickered with a trace of sadness. Then he looked away. "That is everything I went through. The new graves on the mountain can testify to my words." Actually, Zhang Wang had his own calculations in mind. Since battles of various scales occurred right near Fenglin City, there was no way the dean wouldn't notice. Perhaps the disciplinary department within the inner city had already investigated the whole thing thoroughly. Therefore, he decided not to hide any details, except for his biggest secret regarding the Great Void Illusion Realm. After listening, Dong A's hand resting on the armrest suddenly tightened in fury. The fine wooden chair couldn't withstand the force and shattered into pieces. The overwhelming energy surged down, causing a section of the floor beneath his feet to crack into 100 tiny shards. Dong A's face darkened with rage. His voice was sharp and filled with burning anger. The territory of the Zhuang state was flagrantly violated, with battles fought without the slightest restraint. This is an insult. An absolute disgrace. Knowing his superior's anger wasn't aimed at him, yet still feeling the immense pressure, Zhang Wang's remained silent as sweat trickled down his cheek. Seeing this, Dong A suppressed his emotions, and his voice softened slightly. Fine, very well. Your opening meridian pill has a legitimate origin. Dong A's gaze toward Zhang Wang became somewhat complex. From this day forward, you may officially call yourself a disciple before me. Dismissed. Zhang Wang said nothing more. He respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you for your fair judgment. The moment he stepped out the door, a figure rushed toward him out of nowhere, shouting loudly without stopping. Third brother! Third brother! It was Ru Cheng. Zhang Wang, whose face was still covered in grime, asked in surprise, Ru Cheng, why are you here? Where are eldest brother and second brother? Ru Cheng flicked the fan in his hand, his gaze shifting elsewhere. Big brother said he wanted to take the body of that snake Fang Pengju back to the Fang family, returning to the Fang family. As for second brother, God knows where he ran off to. At the mention of that familiar name, Zhang Wang's heart sank and his eyes grew downcast with sorrow. Second brother is probably hiding somewhere drinking his sorrows away. Even though I did nothing wrong, I understand how he feels. Not wanting Zhang Wang to mope for too long, Ru Cheng nudged his shoulder to reassure him. Don't sweat it. A backstabbing brother like him, who tries to murder his own kind, deserves to die. Eldest and second brother will come around soon enough. Third brother, you've had a rough few days. Come on, let me treat you to some drinks at 3-cent Pavilion. We'll listen to some music and blow off some steam. Zhang Wang waved his hands in a panic. Hey, cut it out, don't mess around. Then his face returned to its habitual state of exhaustion. I'm truly exhausted. Now I just want to head back to my room and get some quality shut-eye. All right then, I guess I'll just have to go see Lady Dyungak by myself. Rest up, third brother. Zhang Wang's footsteps came to a halt before a wooden door. In his mind, a wave of bittersweet thoughts surged up. In just the blink of an eye, the setting remains, but the people are gone. He gave the door a gentle nudge, pushing it wide open. Sunlight flooded the room, casting his long shadow across the floor. But in Zhang Wang's eyes right now, happy memories of the past seemed to come alive, right before his eyes. It was the image of Fang Pengju holding up a rag in his hand, smirking playfully. Look at this carefully. Using this silk handkerchief from a pretty boy like you to wipe my sword is just perfect. Beside him was Yahoo, who was bear-hugging Ru Cheng and teasing him. Ru Cheng let out a tragic wail. Don't do it, that handkerchief is made of high-end silk. Then he struggled. Let go of me. Old tiger, you smell like total trash. Yahoo laughed out loud. Stop? Like hell I will. You're good at this. In a bit, I'm even gonna use it to wipe my own ass. It's only been 3 days without a shower. Man up a bit. Ling He stood to the side with a wry smile, constantly playing mediator. It's all right, it's all right. Eldest brother will wash it clean for you later. Old tiger, take it easy, don't hurt Ru Cheng. The crisp laughter of Pengju cleaning the sword, the frantic cries of Ru Cheng. All those memories were now being swallowed by an invisible fire. Tears silently rolled down Zhang Wang's cheeks. Those days would never return again. Memory drifted back to a small riverbank from years ago, an immortal looking down from the heights at the little boy smiling as he asked, Your natural aptitude is excellent. Would you like to follow me and practice cultivation? Before Zhang Wang could respond, shouts of desperation erupted from beside him. Take me, immortal, please take me instead. Who was his closest friend? Zhang Wang innocently and happily suggested, Immortal uncle, please agree to this. We're best friends. Can we practice cultivation together? But the immortal casually shook his head and spoke coldly. No, I only take one disciple. While Zhang Wang was still scratching his head, trying to figure out a way for both of them to stay, that closest friend suddenly made a move. He ruthlessly gave a hard shove. Zhang Wang tumbled over as the other snarled venomously. Just die! This opportunity belongs only to me! Zhang Wang remembered that feeling of betrayal by a brother, and the sudden loss of balance vividly. How terrifying it truly was. Despite struggling with all his might, the boy couldn't fight back in the end. He fell with a splash into the icy river, sinking rapidly. His whole body felt heavy, his chest tightening as he gasped for air, surrounded by darkness with no way out in sight. In those final life-or-death moments, that person's cold tone and distant expression remained etched in his young mind. Naive, though his nature isn't as good as yours. His heart is far more ruthless. Remember, the path of cultivation is all about the struggle. Those last 5 words, chilling as ice, caused Zhang Wang to bolt upright, startled from his nightmare. Once he was fully awake, he slumped, rubbing his forehead with a sigh. That dream again. Without him realizing it, the moon was already hanging high overhead. I slept for so long, and Big Brother and Second Brother aren't back yet? Amidst the still, chilly silence, Zhang Wang politely clasped his hands and asked a figure ahead, "Brother, have you seen Senior Brother Ling He anywhere?" The person just gave a slight shake of the head, muttering, "Ling He, haven't seen him." Who would have thought he wouldn't stop there? His head began shaking more and more violently. His voice grew increasingly tremulous, turning eerily creepy. "Haven't seen him. Haven't seen him. Haven't seen him. Haven't seen him." Suddenly, with a loud snap, he shook it so violently that his neck snapped and tore completely off. It hit the ground with a thud and bounced around like a ball. The horrific sight right before his eyes made Zhang Wang freeze in his tracks. He felt a chill run straight from his gut, all the way to the top of his head. But even more terrifyingly, that corpse didn't stay still for long before it started moving again. Controlled by bone physician sorcery, the headless body immediately began to twitch and stir. Luckily, before they could pounce on him, he quickly turned around and bolted. "Monster alert!" That hideous head with wide, staring eyes still lunged after him, chasing him down relentlessly. Zhang Wang originally intended to run back to his room, but he suddenly had to slam on the brakes and change direction, making his knees hit the ground with a sharp pain. As it turned out, it wasn't that he was clumsy. There seemed to be an invisible membrane covering everything, blocking his path and cutting off his escape. Even after slamming into the wall, the monster's head and body disregarded everything, rushing forward to corner him at all costs. He spun around, focusing his gaze on the enemy, and then yelled, "Enough with these parlor tricks!" By channeling his source Dao to surge power into his legs, Zhang Wang unleashed a lethal spinning kick. The kick landed perfectly, sending the head flying and crashing hard into the body that was charging toward him. After pulling off that world-class goal, Zhang Wang suddenly looked down in shock. The top of his foot had been torn open by the bone physician when he wasn't looking. The wound even glowed with an eerie green hue, making him wince with worry. However, the desperate situation didn't allow for any distractions. He had to quickly get back into a defensive stance, staying alert and watching his opponent. Surprisingly, after catching the head that had just been kicked away, the monster immediately pulled open the back of its clothes, revealing a withered skull that was laughing mockingly. Well, you've got some serious leg power, kid. Since when did Outer Court disciples start opening their meridians?" Without waiting for Zhang Wang to answer or even process it, the bone physician hurriedly popped the head back onto the neck, smacking his lips and praising, "Tasty! Truly delicious. The flesh of a cultivator who has opened their meridians is just top tier. He. While he was still distracted, while he was busy twisting his 2 body parts back into place, Zhang Wang quickly analyzed the situation. This cultist is an expert in corpse manipulation. His power far exceeds that of an ordinary person. I'm no match for him. Decision made. He didn't hesitate to bolt in the opposite direction. I must quickly notify the senior brothers in the inner court. Otherwise, many more people here will die. He thought heading toward the inner court meant safety, but that thin membrane was still incredibly solid, blocking Zhang Wang's path. He stared at it, full of tension. His brain went into overdrive. Damn it! The entire dormitory area has been sealed off by his Taoist magic, and I only have 1 source Tao spark left. How am I supposed to fight him? Finally, out of desperation, he instantly activated the remaining source Tao in his Taoist meridians. Fortunately, Zhang Wang made the right bet. Thanks to the explosion of power, he successfully shattered the seal. The only thing was, he used a bit too much force, sending him tumbling several times and taking a few hits before he could finally stop. Unexpectedly, just as he stabilized himself, the next turn of events arrived. "Oh, not bad at all, junior brother Zhang." It turned out to be a 3rd-year inner court student. Jian. She was leisurely watching Zhang Wang scramble up from the ground. "I didn't expect you to know how to borrow the power of the source. Tao to break a seal." At the same time, Jian-Q noticed the injury on his leg and spoke up. "Leave this place to me. Hurry to the infirmary and find senior sister. Chu-Kyang." But just as he finished speaking, the familiar, stern voice of Dong-A suddenly cut him off. "No need. I, the headmaster, will handle this personally." Seeing the headmaster appear, Zhang Wang immediately gave a brief report. "Headmaster, that cultist is an expert in corpse manipulation. An outer court disciple has already fallen victim." Suddenly, the wound torn by the monster throbbed with intense pain. It made him blurt out, "Ouch!" Since the boy was a disciple under his care after all, Dong-A spoke calmly. "I am aware." Soft green leaves began to swirl around him. They flew and twisted together into a tube shape, plunging straight into the wound on the top of the foot. Zhang Wang felt something probing and stirring where it burned, and the pain was truly beyond words. Zhang Wang could only grit his teeth and endure it. Because the death energy left by the bone physician was so heavy, the leaf needle extracting the poison quickly turned a murky gray. By the time it had completely removed the toxins and pulled out of his foot, it had bloated like a balloon filled with toxic gas. The ordeal just now left Zhang Wang gasping for breath from the agony, in waves. But in his heart, a massive weight had been lifted. Phew! Finally, the corpse poison in his foot had been completely drained. Realizing that, the Tao Academy crowd was still gathered there. The bone physician didn't dare linger any longer, hurrying to speed away in an attempt to escape. However, how could he possibly escape Dong-A's sight? Dong-A's shout boomed like rolling thunder. "You wicked cultist! Murdering my students right here, and you actually think you can run? You've got a lot of nerve to underestimate me." In a split second, Dong-A channeled his spiritual power and stomped hard on the ground. Thousands upon thousands of vines instantly burst from the earth, intertwining to form a giant jade cage. They multiplied with terrifying speed, shooting straight into the sky to trap the bone physician. In this do-or-die situation, the skull on the bone physician's back suddenly detached. It cackled eerily. "I didn't expect to alarm a master like Dong-A. I totally miscalculated this move." The head turned in a panic to ask the body, "So what do we do now?" The body immediately swung its arm and threw the head hard, shouting, "Split up and run!" The skull took advantage of the throwing force, zipping away and landing on a nearby roof. Looking back from a distance, it saw that its body had already been tightly bound by vines, unable to move an inch. Facing Dong-A, there wasn't even a ghost of a chance at victory. Running was the best bet. It thought to itself, feeling smug about its own quick wit. After all, it had scouted out the enemy's intel. He was just a little Taoist who had only recently opened his meridians. Now it just needed to report back to the Saintess and call it a day. Before the laughter even died down, suddenly, the vines in front of it braided together into a giant fist, slamming right into the flying skull's face. Turns out, Dong-A didn't even need to bother with a chase. Within his domain, every escape route had already been cut off. That earth-shattering punch was so powerful that the bone physician's head was knocked back like a ball. Even at this distance, am I still under this old man's control? Is that even possible? As it was sent rebounding backward, the bone physician realized in horror exactly what was waiting for it. A giant carnivorous flower, with rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. Dong-A still stood there, imposing and majestic, controlling the vines to lead his prey to its doom. "You're just small fry, yet you dare come to my turf and raise hell in the middle of the night?" In the quiet moonlight, the headmaster and the cultist stood face to face, in midair. Confronting the one who had the nerve to murder his disciple, he asked in a low, heavy voice, "Who sent you here?" Even with death knocking at the door, the bone physician's face began to blister from the vine's poison, yet it still offered a mocking challenge. "Heh, you want to know? Come here then. Kill me and I'll tell you all about it in hell." The response to that arrogance was a simple, decisive wave of Dong-A's hand. The demon flower, fueled by his spiritual power, was just waiting for the signal. It opened its maw and swallowed the prey whole in an instant. While the demon flower was digesting the cultist, Dong-A said coldly, "A cultivator from our Zhuang kingdom was murdered right here at the Tao Academy. This matter cannot be overlooked." He turned to give orders to his disciples. "As headmaster, I must go to the city lord's manor to demand an explanation. I'll leave the rest of the matters here for Jian-Q to handle." Jian-Q bowed respectfully and obeyed the command. Dong-A turned, gathered his energy, and glided away into the wind. Zhang Wang watched Dong-A's retreating figure with eyes full of admiration, completely forgetting the pain in his back. Is this the true power of a fifth-rank powerhouse? Will I be able to reach this level one day? While he was deep in thought, a sudden pat on the shoulder made Zhang Wang jump out of his skin. "Third bro! Zhang Wang turned around, his voice a mix of reproach and surprise. Scared me to death. Why are you back already? Zhao Rucheng tilted his head, his eyes welling up like he was about to cry as he vented, Don't even get me started. I spent the whole day camping out at the three-part incense pavilion. But I still didn't get to see Lady Miao Yu. The boy leaned on Zhang Wang, acting like a total baby. I'm clearly getting more handsome by the day. Plus, I'm rich and smooth. Why is this happening? Third bro, you tell me. Sobi. Zhang Wang didn't bother comforting him and changed the subject. All right, quit being so extra, kid. First bro and second bro haven't come back to the dorm yet. Did you see them? I didn't see them, but I can bet I know where they are. With that, he led the way. Let's go! Along the way, disciples in the courtyard were huddled, gossiping away. I heard a cultist snuck in and killed an outer court disciple on guard duty. That's right. The headmaster himself just made a move to shut it down. Too bad you guys were late and didn't see it firsthand. The two continued chatting as they crossed a small bridge. Rusheng lowered his voice. I heard the Feng family refused to claim the body, but first bro would never let him just be tossed in a mass grave. So, the only place he could have taken him is this Lu Willow riverbank? Just as they suspected. Before them appeared the figures of two senior brothers, standing quietly before a fresh dirt grave. Sure enough, look over there. Hearing footsteps, Ling He turned his head. The corners of his eyes were still rimmed with red, and tear tracks hadn't quite dried on his cheeks. Rucheng Zhang Wang, you're here! Ling He held a wooden tablet in his hand, sighing with deep emotion. The only thing in this world that never changes is change itself. When we first met, us brothers used to come out here to practice our sword play. Who would have guessed? It would end up like this? Zhang Wang stepped closer, looking at the stone marker engraved with the words, Grave of Feng Pengju, erected by senior brother Ling He. A broken sword was thrust into the ground beside it. Ling He poured his heart out, casting a hesitant glance at Zhang Wang. After all, Pengju did help us out back when things were rough. I couldn't just leave his body exposed out here in the cold. Zhang Wang, you don't blame me, do you? Of course not. They held a simple funeral, burning joss paper for the deceased. We aren't kids anymore. I'm not going to let this get between us, or mess with our brotherhood. Don't sweat it, because the beef between him and me is over. Ling He let out a soft sigh, his gaze pensive as he accepted fate, as if he had just realized a profound truth. He spoke slowly, like Rucheng said, the future is full of variables, but change itself usually just scares people. The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Zhao Rusheng's playfulness. The young man flicked his fan, teasing Du Yehu. Let me take a look. The droplets on second bro's face right now, hard to tell if they were weak tears or just fine wine. The young man giggled while covering his mouth, pretending to be shocked. Yo, Du Yehu, are you actually a crybaby? Ha ha ha. Du Yehu's face turned beet red as he gnashed his teeth and roared in anger. Zhao Rusheng, you little brat. He swung his leg, delivering a hard kick to the backside of the one mocking him. I'm gonna kick your ass. Zhao Rusheng bolted like a flash, laughing and yelping for mercy at the same time. Ah, first bro, third bro, save me, I messed up. I was wrong, tiger bro. Spare me. Leaving the noisy banter behind, Ling He took gentle steps. He walked into the middle of the stream, turned back, and spoke from the bottom of his heart. If he wants to change, then let him change. Ling He glanced at Zhang Wang standing behind him, his eyes filled with conviction. As long as our hearts remain firm, no matter what the future holds as brothers, we will stand together and face it, right, third bro? Zhang Wang's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. He looked down at the babbling water, then raised his head, his gaze hardening with ironclad determination. As long as our hearts remain firm, under the brilliant moonlight, the four brothers played together just like the old days. Zhang Wang even joined Du Yehu in ganging up on Rucheng. Second bro, I'll hold him down. Pants him and give him a good flick for me. Zhao Rusheng shielded his head and complained, Zhang Wang, why are you doing me like this? First bro, save me! For a fleeting second, it seemed as if the silhouette of the old Feng Pengju was also standing there, laughing along. Ling He smiled and tried to play mediator. All right. You guys can play around, but go easy on our fifth bro's handsome face. The night was still, a chilly breeze, blowing softly under that same gentle moon. But when its light fell upon Wanzhen Temple, the place took on a creepy, dark vibe. This temple hadn't seen a soul in a long time. The corners were full of cobwebs and dust covered everything. A slender, pale hand was gently placed beside the incense burner. It was Miao Yu. She sat there waiting. From outside the door, a figure lurking in the shadows called out. I'm telling you, Gu Yi said as he walked in. With a look of disgust, he covered his skeletal nose with a handkerchief. He coughed dryly, turning his head to size up the surroundings. Cough, cough, cough. This place is a dump. Do we really have to talk in such a godforsaken place? Miao Yu's rosy lips parted slightly. She explained in a cold tone, "The goons from the Zhuang Kingdom have tossed this place at least 10 times already. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I don't think anywhere else around here is cleaner or safer than this spot." Miao Yu suddenly remembered the hero of the past, the world-renowned General Zhuo Guangli, who fell right here. She murmured, "I feel like I can still smell the heroic aura of his spirit lingering in the air." Gu Yai wasn't one for flowery talk. He cut straight to the chase. Let's get down to business. The city lord of Fenglin, Wei Kuji, was already hard enough to deal with. Now they've even deployed Dong Ao. We have to find the Dao seed quickly. Otherwise, things will get messy. From what I see, instead of rounding up commoners, just to make up the numbers, we might as well kidnap cultivators for the sacrifice. Quality over quantity. Before he could finish, a sharp hairpin was suddenly pressed against his throat, shutting him up instantly. Miao Yu's tone was a mix of concern and mockery. Kidnap cultivators for sacrifice? Do you have a death wish? So you think we should grab Dong A's disciple? Or maybe one of Wei Chuji's generals? Killing one nobody outer court disciple already caused a massive stir. If you want to play with fire, don't drag me down with you. If you're so eager to die, why not just slit your own throat? Or summon a lightning bolt to fry yourself? Either way, it's a lot cleaner than falling into the hands of those two monsters. As she spoke, she used the hairpin to lightly graze Gu Yi's neck. She gave him a warning before pulling it back. Before the Dao seed appears, you'd better learn some humility. One wrong move. That ruins White Bone Dao's grand plan, and neither of us will survive the fallout. Gu Yi broke into a cold sweat. Wiping his chin with a handkerchief, he asked, "Then what about the sacrifice? The beggars here used as offerings have all been exhausted." Miao Yu rose languidly and stepped down the stairs. "Actually, those beggars were just a smokescreen for the world. If they're gone, so be it. Regarding the real plan, the elder has already made arrangements. That's what I wanted to tell you tonight." After walking a short distance, her graceful figure suddenly froze and she added, "Did you know? Not all the beggars in this ruined temple are dead." No, I caught a familiar scent. Coming from the Fenglin City Institute, the life or death of a single beggar couldn't interest me less. As he spoke, his form gradually turned into black mist, merging into the barrier. He left behind only a few biting words to sow seeds of doubt. I'll give you a piece of advice, too. Don't think that just because you're the Dao Seed's woman on paper, you can get cocky. Once the Dao Seed finally shows up, whether he even wants you or not, remains to be seen. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he turned into a drop of black ink and vanished. After Gu Yi left, Miao Yu finally dropped her tough exterior, revealing a look of deep sorrow. Her bitter voice echoed through the ruined temple. How could he not love me? How could he not need me? I've been guarding this place for years, waiting all this time. A new day began in the Zhuang Kingdom, accompanied by the steady drone of the teacher's lecture. The Tao is empty, but its use is inexhaustible. Its function never runs dry. At a glance, the students were all sitting properly at their desks, their faces deep in thought, as if they were soaking up every word of wisdom into their very souls. But one had to look closer to see the truth. Only a few, like Ling He and Zhang Wang, were truly locked in, seeking the Tao with a pure heart and grit. As for the rest, like Rucheng and Yehu, they were either catching some Z's or busy trolling others. Song Tifong, the vice dean of the institute, squinted his eyes, his mind as sharp and clear as a mirror. His steady voice rang out. You have all just entered the inner court, before your Tao meridian manifests. You can only practice breathing techniques to strengthen your vital energy. Only after the Tao meridian appears can you surge through the channels and condense. Tao essence, that is when you truly set foot upon the path of cultivation. You must understand that the spine is like the great dragon of the human body, the hiding place of the Tao meridian. It is the key for a cultivator to open the Tongtian palace and ascend toward immortality. When the Tao meridian glows orange gold through the spine, opening the gates of heaven and earth, that marks the transition from the early stage to the middle stage. Does any disciple here want to tell me how the cultivation realms are divided? Teacher! Ling He raised his hand, and Song Qifang nodded in approval. Ling He stood up with a calm air and answered clearly. Sir, cultivators have 9 ranks from lowest to highest. Rank 9, Yumai Realm. Rank 8, Juqin Realm. Rank 7, Tongtian Realm. Rank 6, Tenglong Realm. Rank 5, Neifu Realm. Rank 4, Weilu Realm. Rank 3, Shenlin Realm. Rank 2, Dongjin Realm, and Rank 1, Yando Realm. It was a perfect answer, forcing a word of praise from the teacher's lips. Very good. Once you enter Rank 9, you begin to transcend the mundane. The criterion for reaching Rank 9 is the formation of the Dao Vortex, the Dao Whirlpool within the Tongtian Palace. To achieve this, we must mention the formation. The fundamental blueprint that the Institute is about to teach you is the Guiyuan formation. He slowly went deeper into the explanation of the cultivation method. In the future, once you have accumulated enough Dao essence, you can control them within the Tongtian Palace, arranging them according to the 81 nodes of the Guiyuan formation. When the formation is complete, the Dao Vortex is born. While the teacher lectured passionately up front, the scene below was an entirely different story. Yehu was sneakily shoving his finger up Ru Cheng's nose to mess with him, making Jiang Wang, who sat nearby, scowl in annoyance. Only Ling He, sitting further away, managed to stay laser-focused. Although Song Qifeng's eyes were half closed, every single movement below was within his sight. He continued lecturing on the initial stage of meridian awakening. An ordinary person can, at most, surge their meridians twice a day, gaining 2 units of Dao essence. He quietly flicked his sleeve. A burst of invisible force struck those 2 slackers, knocking them flat onto the ground. Yehu and Ru Cheng scrambled up, trembling, fixing their posture immediately. The teacher's words about diligence rang in their ears with heavy subtext. He proceeded with the Guiyuan blueprint basics. The fastest it takes to complete 1 Dao Vortex is 41 days. To ascend to rank 8, the Zhutian realm, you need 3 Dao Vortices. To form a minor Zhutian cycle, then use 3 minor Zhutian cycles. To create a major Zhutian cycle, at this stage the Great Dragon Meridian awakens, allowing one to see the gates of heaven and earth. That is rank 7, the Tongtian realm. Jiang Wang muttered to himself to memorize the steps. To reach rank 9 Yumai, 1 Dao Vortex is needed. To reach rank 8 Zhutian, 3 Dao Vortices are needed. To reach rank 7 Tongtian, 9 Dao Vortices are needed. He started counting on his fingers. 81 Dao essence for 1 vortex, 3 times 3 is 9. Only 2 Dao essence per day. So to reach rank 7, wouldn't it take... Seeing Jiang Wang struggling with the math, Ling He smiled and bailed him out. 365 days. But in reality, you can't just do simple math like that. It also depends on each person's talent and luck. Besides, once a Dao Vortex takes shape, it can generate its own Dao essence. So the cultivation speed will be much faster. Jiang Wang scratched his head with an awkward smile. Haha, I got it. Thanks, bro. However, Jiang Wang's mind was still a mess of thoughts. Master Dong entered rank 5 before the age of 60, and was already considered a prodigy in the Zhuang Kingdom. So just how insane is the talent of people like Zhuo Guangli and Li Yi? In his lifetime, could Jiang Wang ever even hope to catch up to them? Smoke rose from the incense burner in Song Qifeng's hand as he instructed, "Hand in your assignments at the end of the session. Go home and review the fundamentals of Dao arts." Jiang Wang rested his chin on his hand again, lost in thought. Dao arts are categorized into 3 grades, Jia, Yi, and Bing, and each grade is further divided into high, middle, and low tiers. Ru Cheng might be a slacker, but his knowledge was surprisingly deep. He couldn't help but tease. Third bro, being broke is really limiting your imagination. Above the Jia grade, there are also transcendent arts and immortal arts. Jiang Wang frowned and gave a playful scolding. You little brat, you really have a way of asking for a beating. Song Qifeng overheard them, and began to explain slowly about the power of those higher tiers. Any Dao art master who masters a transcendent art possesses the power to single-handedly wipe out a small country. If such a person ever appeared in our Zhuang Kingdom, our nation would immediately skyrocket into the ranks of the 5 great powers. As for immortal arts, he suddenly paused, making the whole class hold their breath in suspense. He continued, that is simply not something mortals like us can easily comprehend. I hope you all strive hard, who knows? One day you might master an immortal art and achieve true cultivation, bringing glory to the Zhuang Kingdom. With that, he flicked his sleeve, dismissing the class. The fellow disciples filed out of the institute, chatting animatedly as they walked. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Senior Jiang, please wait! I've been waiting for you for a long time." That shout made Jiang Wang's trio freeze in their tracks. Jiang Wang tilted his head back slightly and looked. Is there a problem? The one who spoke was Fang Helling, a first-year student in the inner court. He cupped his hands and bowed with extreme respect. I am Fang Helling, the eldest son of the Fang clan leader, one of the 3 major clans in Fenglin City. I've come here today specifically to apologize for the insane ambition of Fang Pengju. I am sorry, brother. Fang Pengju has been struck from the family register. Our Fang family will absolutely never tolerate such a heartless and ungrateful person. Zhang Wang and his two friends only listened that far, before turning around and continuing to walk away. It's all over now. Don't sweat it. This indifferent reaction caught Healing off guard. Not wanting to miss the chance, he nimbly slipped in front to block Zhang Wang. With arms spread wide, he barred the way. Wait a minute, Senior Zhang. I haven't even finished yet. By now, Zhang Wang was starting to lose his patience. What exactly do you want? Healing started yapping again. What I wanted to say is, yesterday I just finished using the awakening pill that my father spent a fortune to buy. Right now, my Tao Meridian has manifested. As he spoke, he tried to force a look of pure goodwill. Among the inner court disciples this term, those who have a manifested Tao Meridian are only you and me. So, we really should be getting closer, shouldn't we? Without letting him finish, Zhang Wang silently walked straight ahead, his shoulder accidentally slamming into Healing, sending him stumbling aside. He didn't even turn his head, just dropping a dry, fed-up comment before walking straight off. Being totally ghosted made Fang Healing shake with rage. His fists clenched as veins popped, grinding his teeth. Creak! You've got some nerve! Zhang Wang! As night fell, silver moonlight bathed the entire dormitory complex. Inside the three brothers' room, Ling He was sitting in meditation, his face flushed, eyes tightly shut and drenched in sweat. Beside him, Du Hu wasn't doing any better, his brows furrowed in a look of intense struggle, sweat pouring off him like rain. In fact, steam was even rising visibly from both their heads. Seeing this, Zhang Wang thought to himself, Big Bro and Second Bro are pushing so hard with their breathing exercises. I can't afford to slack off, or they'll catch up to me in no time. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, staring into the empty air in front of him, his body tensing slightly. Today is the 15th, the scheduled time for the challenge, inside the Taishu illusion realm. He opened his left palm, revealing the mark of a crescent moon, glowing with a faint, soft light. Zhang Wang closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Gotta take care of the mission in there first. Instantly, his consciousness was transported into a surreal space, suspended between heaven and earth. A magical formation appeared beneath his feet, as a majestic voice echoed in his ears. Welcome, master of the Dongzhen Ruins' blessed land. Without wasting a single second, the mechanical voice continued. Challenge countdown beginning. Zhang Wang looked up at the evolution stage above, drawing his sword and dropping into a combat stance. The countdown rang out steadily through the void. 10, 9, 8. A hint of anxiety flickered in his heart. He wondered just what kind of opponent would be challenging him today. His brows knit tightly together, his gaze locked onto the space ahead, his mind racing with calculations. In the past 30 days, I've fully absorbed the awakening pill, and even managed to save a few Tao source seeds. When I started opening my meridians, Zhang Wang tried to reassure himself. Even if I'm not sure I can win, at the very least I need to hold my own for a few rounds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time ran out and yet nothing happened. A line of text materialized in midair. The challenger has forfeited. Looking at those words, Zhang Wang's face relaxed as he let out a huge sigh of relief. Only now could he wipe away the cold sweat beading on his forehead. Right after that, his expression brightened, unable to hide his joy. They forfeited? No way. Guess I've secured this blessed land for good then. The system's voice rang out once again. Merit calculation day for blessed land number 23, Juechen Huang. Zhang Wang began to do the math. This month generated 1,850 merit points. In total, I've got 3,700 points. His voice was filled with excitement. That's a lot of merit! Time to do some research. As he spoke, he lowered himself onto the magic formation and called out for the evolution stage. Upon his call, a long stone table glowed and appeared before him. Zhang Wang's eyes widened with pure amazement and delight. Based on the data uploaded to his mind earlier, he knew he just had to touch the table to operate it. Zhang Wang placed his hand on the glowing tabletop. An ancient scroll slowly emerged. Thoughts raced through his head. He silently visualized the technique he knew and the amount of merit points he wanted to use to begin the evolution process. KuBI formation costs 1,850 merit points. A notification chime rang out. Beginning evolution, deconstruction, and synthesis. Golden streaks of light rose from the scroll, sketching in the air. Mystical characters flashed brilliantly one after another. Remaining merit points 150. Finally, a resonant voice congratulated him. Congratulations, you have obtained the Zhou Tian Star Array. An incredibly long scroll unrolled across the table. with both ends trailing on the floor because of its massive size. Jiang Wang was totally stunned. It's this long? So this is the Zhou star array? He waved his hand to put the scroll away. His other hand rubbed at his chin, lost in thought. Still got 1,050 merit points left. Should I save them? Maybe wait until I learn a higher tier technique before using the rest. But he immediately brushed the thought aside. On the path of cultivation, being one step behind means being miles behind. No one knows if tomorrow will come first, or if disaster will strike first. It's better to go all out and get stronger right now. That is the ultimate truth. No sooner said than done, Jiang Wang touched the table again. An old sword manual appeared. Defensive sword arts, 150 points. Looking at the book emitting a faint golden glow, a hint of doubt crossed his mind. He wondered what kind of moves this sword manual, bought from a random street stall, could actually evolve into. Will it even be legit? The system's emotionless voice rang out. Beginning evolution, deconstruction, and synthesis. As the words were spoken, brilliant golden characters flew into the air, transforming into illusions of figures performing sword dances. Every single movement was incredibly exquisite. The golden light illuminated Jiang Wang's handsome face. He couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Whoa, this skill is absolutely goated. Soon a surge of light completely enveloped him. The sword in Ru Cheng's hand was sent flying. In the sky, only the afterimage of a straight black sword strike remained. The young man clutched his hand tight, still trembling from the aftershock. With a look of sheer frustration, he demanded, "Damn it, usually. At least I can hold my own against you. But today, how did I get wrecked for 20 matches straight like this?" Third brother, what on earth is that new sword technique of yours? Jiang Wang calmly sheathed his sword with a gentle smile. I came across this new sword technique by fate. It consists of 9 practice forms and 5 killing forms. So far, I've only mastered half of it. But my understanding of the sword is already light years ahead of before. Jiang Wang folded his arms, watching his junior brother walk toward him. He said modestly, "However, this sword technique doesn't have an official name yet. Ru Cheng, you've always been the literary type. Help me name it." Ru Cheng shook his wrist to get rid of the numbness. Thinking seriously, he went, I see the momentum of this sword art is ever-changing, and its power is absolutely unmatched." He excitedly raised his index finger. "Why don't we call it the peak-tier divine sword?" Jiang Wang pulled a boxing glove out of nowhere, swung his arm, and gave him a stinging smack right on the head. His voice dropped as he warned, "Be serious for once." Ru Cheng clutched his head, yelping in pain. "Ouch!" He quickly bowed low to apologize. Immediately after, he went back to stroking his chin, mimicking the sagely and enlightened aura of the vice principal as he analyzed. 9 practice forms and 5 killing forms. 9 and 5 are the numbers of the Supreme One. Finally, with the reddish bump just starting to swell on his head, he declared, "As far as Ru Cheng is concerned, this is the son of heaven among all sword arts. So let's call it Purple Chi from the East." Jiang Wang's eyes sparkled like stars, and he laughed out loud in satisfaction. "Purple Chi from the East, that's a great name. From this day forward, this sword art shall be known as..." He swung his sword in a swift arc that cut through the air. "The Purple Chi from the East sword art!" Suddenly, Ru Cheng lunged forward, clinging to him like a koala on a tree. Startled, Jiang Wang threw his hands up in the air. He froze in place. "What are you doing?" The boy widened his sparkling puppy dog eyes, looking up at his senior brother. Then, in a flash, he changed his face and started acting like a spoiled brat. He wailed, "Ru Cheng wants to learn it too. Please teach me, please!" Jiang Wang was terrified by this clingy behavior. He reached out and pushed that noisy face a little further away. Butler Dang Shu, standing at a distance, witnessed this scene and was a bit speechless. He cleared his throat to get their attention. Ahem, ahem. Dang Shu bowed slightly, holding a sword horizontally with both hands, and announced respectfully, "Young hero Li Jianqiu of the Dao Academy has come to see young Master Jiang Wang." The man behind him also clasped his hands, forming a fist salute at his chest. He bowed. The sky today was clear blue without a single cloud. The two of them walked together through the arched gateway. With Jiang Wang following behind, Jianqiu spoke in a polite tone. "I'm sorry to have troubled senior brother Li to come here and notify me in person. I truly feel bad about it. Do you happen to know what instructions Master Dong has for me?" Li Jianqiu maintained a stoic expression, staring straight ahead as he replied, "It's just a simple notification. I'm not from some prestigious noble family or anything, so there's no need for such formalities, junior brother Jiang. As for why Master Dong called for you, I'm not entirely sure, but I'd bet it has something to do with that monster attack on the Outer Academy last time." Jiang Wang's mind began to race. He thought anxiously to himself. Could it be that Master Dong has uncovered some critical clue at the City Lord's manor? The City Lord? Upon arrival, Jiang Qiu gestured toward two other figures, waiting by the doorstep. Without looking back, he announced, "Everyone's here." Zhang Wang's head spun with questions. Huh? There are others too? The moment Fang Healing noticed the two of them arrive, he immediately stuck his nose up, gave a side eye, and spoke in a petty, sarcastic tone. Oh, so the person senior brother Li personally went to fetch. Turns out to be Zhang Wang, huh? Standing on the steps. Healing continued to point his finger and ramble on incessantly. I'm telling you, Zhang Wang, you're something else. Not only did you make senior brother Li go look for you, but you also kept senior brother Zhang waiting this long. Zhang Wang and Li Jiangqiu didn't even bother to acknowledge, the idiot yapping in their ears. The two of them seriously clasped their hands and respectfully greeted the other person. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Linchuan, a fifth-year student from the Inner Academy, known for his refined manner and elegant robes, slowly turned around. He smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. Hello, everyone. Master Dong is meditating inside. We should just wait here quietly. After he finished, whether by chance or design, the four of them drifted to separate corners, minding their own business, waiting together under the quiet eaves. A moment later, the heavy ironwood door finally creaked open. The sound of footsteps echoed from deep inside, getting closer and closer, before coming to a stop at the threshold. The four of them clasped their hands in unison, bowed deeply, and shouted together, Greetings, Master Dong. Dong-a stepped out with a stern face, his eyes sharp as blades, hinting at a hidden killing intent. He didn't waste words and got straight to the point. Regarding the monster attack and the slaughter of an outer disciple recently, you all must be aware by now. Even though the City Lord's side promised this academy that they would investigate to the very end. As of today, the Punishment Bureau has yet to provide any results. He folded his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the four disciples. His voice was firm as he assigned the task. The academy's business doesn't need to wait for outsiders to handle. This academy is now sending you to investigate this matter. Merit will be calculated based on standard mission protocols. Dong-a turned toward Li Jiangqiu, instructing him that Jiang, Wang, and Fang Hailing were the only two disciples whose Tao meridians had manifested outwardly. During this period, as their senior brothers, you must guide them thoroughly to sharpen their skills. Fang Hailing's face flushed with excitement when his name was mentioned, a smug look clearly visible on his face. Dong-a then turned to Zhang Linchuan to give orders. Linchuan and Jiangqiu, the two of you will split up, each leading one junior brother to investigate. The mission rewards will be split on a 1-to-9 ratio. Zhang Linchuan and Li Jiangqiu bowed as they received the order, their expressions unchanging. Finally, Dong-a concluded, whichever side finds the clues first will take the 9-part share of the credit. My arrangements are final. Let it be so. The brothers immediately clasped their hands. We obey your command! Master Dong-a flicked his sleeves and turned to leave, leaving the disciples with a glimpse of his aloof and cold silhouette. He waved his hand to dismiss them. In the lotus pond, colorful schools of koi fish swam leisurely among the lush green leaves, as the eldest senior brother, Zhang Linchuan, was the first to speak to break the silence. I have a few friends working at the Punishment Bureau, and regarding this monster attack, I've gathered some useful leads. He looked toward the other three, maintaining a gentle smile on his lips, as he politely asked for their opinions. First, before launching the attack, that monster stayed at the Fulai Inn for 3 days. It definitely left some traces behind. Second, at Tang Sha Town, an entire family was brutally massacred. The scene is thick with the aura of death and the stench of rotting corpses. Do you have any suggestions on where to investigate? Or how we should split into teams? Fang Healing quickly raised his hand to speak first. Although I really wanted to go with senior brother Li, the Fang and Zhang families have been close for generations, so as much as it's a pity, I request to join senior brother Zhang. Li Jiangqiu stood as still as a wooden statue. With an expressionless face, he said coldly, this intel was gathered by senior brother Zhang. Naturally, everything should follow senior brother Zhang's deployment. Zhang Wang also nodded in agreement, not wanting to stand out from the group. I will also follow senior brother Zhang's arrangements. Zhang Linchuan lightly covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. He was about to speak when Fang Heling cut him off. Crossing his arms over his chest, he condescendingly questioned, Hey Zhang Wang, senior brother Zhang asked for our input. Yet you only know how to parrot senior brother Li. Don't you have a mind of your own? The other three, sharing a silent understanding, treated this brainless guy like he didn't even exist. Zhang Linchuan clasped his hands and turned to walk away, leaving behind his final orders. Then we depart tomorrow. Junior brother Jiang Q, take junior brother Fang to the Fulai Inn to investigate. I will lead junior brother Jiang to Tangsha town. Zhang Wang seized the moment to bow quickly. As you command, senior brother Zhang. Horse hooves thundered, galloping through clouds of dust, scattering a flock of crows scavenging by the roadside. Startled, they took flight, letting out mournful caws. An old woman dressed in heavily patched hanfu, carrying a bamboo basket, bowed her head and stepped aside to let them pass. Zhang Wang and Zhang Linchuan, riding one behind the other, began to pull the reins, slowing their pace, to let the horses trot leisurely down the trail. Zhang Wang scanned the surroundings and observed, the people of Tangsha town mainly live off hunting. Usually they only return to town on the 1st and the 15th of the lunar month to gather and trade. Since it's not market day, the streets are dead, with very few people around. Zhang Linchuan nodded in understanding. I see. He sat tall in his saddle, smiling warmly as he praised his junior brother. It's clear that junior brother Jiang has done his homework very thoroughly before starting this mission. Zhang Wang was a bit overwhelmed by the compliment, but silently steeled his resolve. Senior brother Jiang is a top 5th-year student, famous on all the academy's rankings. Even if the dean intentionally arranged for him to mentor me, I absolutely cannot slack off or rely on him too much. Despite his thoughts, he replied with humble courtesy, I was just doing my duty. Senior brother Zhang, you flatter me. The duo finally arrived at their destination. Both quickly dismounted in front of a modest, yet somewhat gloomy building. A bailiff who was already waiting there rushed over to take the reins and lead the horses away for care. The bailiff looked at them with wide eyes and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. I am Zhang Dun, a bailiff in this town. The two of you have such an extraordinary presence. You will surely be high-ranking officials in the future. Please, you must seek justice for the people here. He spoke while glancing nervously. Zhang Wang, who was returning the greeting, and Lin Chuan, who had already coldly walked ahead. Zhang Dun hurried after them. He continued to spill his guts with frustration. Duong Daingu and his wife were both kind-hearted, honest people. Those damn cultists are truly detestable. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. An old wooden door stood before the three of them, locked tight with a faded yellow talisman, stuck loosely over the lock. Zhang Linchuan didn't want to waste time on the long-winded rant and coldly ordered, "Open it." Zhang Dun trembled as he immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." The door was shoved wide open. A sickening, overpowering stench hit them square in the face, causing Zhang Linchuan to reflexively cover his nose and mouth with a cloth, his brow furrowed in pure disgust. The two brothers quickly entered the dilapidated house. Inside, the aura of death swirled thick as fog. On the floor, a jumble of human and animal bones lay scattered everywhere. Zhang Wang led the way, gripping the hilt of his sword behind him, fully alert. The yellow-bellied Zhang Dun only dared to peek from the doorway, calling out encouragement. "Careful, young masters. The evil energy in here is heavy." Stepping into the main hall, the crime scene appeared in gruesome, vivid detail. A bleached skeleton, still in its clothes, was slumped over the dining table. Before it sat a half-eaten meal with several pairs of chopsticks. A chair behind it had been knocked over carelessly. Zhang Wang examined the bowl of food closely, stunned to see that the colors were still quite fresh, without any sign of rot or maggots. Suspicion began to mount in his heart. The food hasn't spoiled, yet the body is already down to the bone. Could this be some dark art that steals time itself? Or a cultist's technique for refining corpses? Maintaining his defensive stance, he asked Zhang Linchuan without turning around, "Senior brother Zhang, do you want to check the interior?" Zhang Linchuan, nose covered with his cloth, flatly refused and gave orders. "No need. Let's split up to investigate. If there's any trouble, report it immediately." With that, Zhang Linchuan bypassed the skeleton in the main hall and turned into the room on the right. Zheng Wang pushed aside the tattered curtain and entered the room opposite. This seemed to be the family's bedroom. The blankets on top of the cabinet were still neatly folded, but the rest of the room was in total shambles, as if a violent windstorm had just ripped through it. The corner of the cabinet was smashed open. A rocking horse blocked the path and furniture was tossed aside. Papers were scattered everywhere. On a tattered mat, two children's toys, a bamboo rattle and a spinning top, still looked fairly new, lying there abandoned. Sitting with its back against the wall, facing those toys, was a tiny set of remains. Zhang Wang stood frozen, silently piecing together the tragedy. The father was working in the yard. The mother was preparing a meal, and the daughter was playing in her room. All were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. He leaned down and picked up a scribbled piece of paper from the floor. The drawing showed a family of 3 with a little dog, all playing happily under the sun. Jiang Wang's hand tightened around the paper, fury surging within him. This was supposed to be a simple, happy family, yet they were murdered so cold-bloodedly by these cultists. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, becoming as freezing as an ice cellar. From the eye sockets and mouth of that tiny skull, wisps of eerie green smoke began to billow out. Just as Jiang Wang was drowning in his rage, cursing those low-life bastards to rot in hell, the skeleton suddenly flared up with a sickly green light and lunged from the bed straight at him. It reached out with skeletal hands, its mouth letting out a raspy hiss. "Big brother!" But what awaited it wasn't a warm embrace, but the sole of Jiang Wang's foot, packed with internal force. The kick landed with absolute precision, sending teeth, the nasal bone, and even the cervical vertebrae shattering with a loud crack. The sheer momentum sent the monster flying backward, pinning it against the opposite wall. Furniture in the room was swept aside by the shockwave. Piling up on both sides, the skull dropped to the floor, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Yet it still stubbornly attempted to move. It let out a bone-chilling laugh and started preaching its twisted logic. "Little Taoist, just a moment ago you were mourning the death of this young girl, yet you've already flipped the script and personally destroyed her final remains. How hypocritical." Jiang Wang gripped his sword with both hands, guarding his chest, and coldly shot back. "The one who killed her was you. The one who turned her body into a monster was also you. You filthy monster. Don't even think about using deceptive words to shake my resolve." His mind raced as he analyzed the situation. This room must have been placed under a soundproofing spell by the enemy. Otherwise, with the loud ruckus just now, senior brother Zhang Linchuan would have definitely rushed in to back him up. The skull continued to taunt him. Quite the tough talker for a little Taoist, but no matter. Right now, nothing gets in and nothing gets out. You can just sit there and wait for death. "Cack, cack, cack!" Jiang Wang remained calm, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If he were truly certain of victory, he wouldn't bother playing these mind games. He's waiting for me to show a weakness so he can ambush me. That monster must still be hiding right inside this room. Deciding to strike first and gain the upper hand, Jiang Wang spun around, the Tao source energy in his body exploding forth. Killing intent billowed intensely. "You said no one gets to leave." "Then that's for the best," he shouted as the sword in his hand swung, creating a brilliant surge of purple sword energy that pierced through every crack in the house, lighting it up from the windows to the very roof. Purple chi from the east swordplay, first move, remote scheming. Jiang Wang's blade slashed heavily into the wall, leaving a deep gash behind. It proved his intuition was dead on. Green blood coated the edge of his sword. He scanned the room with a wary eye. As expected, even without breaking the illusion, my sword can still wound him. Jiang Wang was completely unaware that a pair of cold eyes had been tracking him, watching him from a hidden corner. As it turned out, the opponent was using high-level Taoist arts, yin-yang separation, to seal off the space and completely isolate Jiang Wang. Despite temporarily having the upper hand, the white bone messenger was slightly taken aback by Jiang Wang's sheer recklessness. He hadn't expected someone who hadn't even built their cultivation foundation, using only a mortal blade, to be able to shake the entrapment spell of the white bone sect. This little Taoist's swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. His strength is not to be underestimated. Seeing the enemy determined to stay hidden, Jiang Wang thought to himself, "You want to hide? Fine. Then get a taste of this move." The next sword strike, unleashed by Jiang Wang, seemed like a mere probe at first, but it unexpectedly tore through the veil of the illusion, allowing him to break free from the spatial cage. Jiang Wang grit his teeth in regret. Damn, he got away. Seeing his junior brother looking frustrated, Zhang Linchuan asked what had happened. In the heat of the moment, Jiang Wang gave a brief summary. "A cultist just trapped me inside with a Taoist art. Senior brother Zhang, did you see any sign of him out here?" Before Zhang Linchuan could answer, Jiang Wang noticed something bizarre. The skull on the bunk and the head near the window suddenly turned into dark gray smoke and vanished into thin air. Observing his junior's reaction, Zhang Linchuan seemed to figure some of it out. "The 2 corpses that rose up outside just now, I've already incinerated them. Did you actually trade blows with that cultist?" Jiang Wang nodded. "Yes. It's just a shame I couldn't land a fatal blow. He still managed to slip away." Zhang Linchuan reassured him. "That's enough." As soon as he spoke, he reached out to catch a drop of green liquid, dripping from the tip of Jiang Wang's sword, and said solemnly, "The Vice Dean is a master of the 6-line divination art. As long as we get this drop of blood to him, He can definitely track down that cultist's whereabouts. Having finished clearing the scene, Lin Chuan urged that since everything was settled, let's head back, at least for this trip. We have a proper explanation to give to Master Dong. However, on the way back, Lin Chuan suddenly changed the subject. He glanced at Zhang Wang with a knowing smirk. But was it just me or... Junior brother Zhang Wang, you seem to be absolutely livid back there. Faced with that probing question, Zhang Wang's expression darkened, his voice tinged with sadness. I have a half-sister back home. We were very close, but after my stepmother passed away from a sudden illness, my sister followed her biological mother to remarry in Wangjiang City. We haven't seen each other in years. Just now, seeing that little girl harmed by that monster, I just couldn't help but think, what if my own sister suffered the same fate? I lost my cool for a moment. I was out of line. Please forgive me, senior brother. When they reached the main road, Zhang Wang handed a heavy pouch of coins to the local official, cupping his hands in request. Bailiff Duong, if you could please, see to it that this family is buried with care. It would bring us some peace of mind. The bailiff quickly bowed in gratitude. Yes, sir, on behalf of the daughter of the So family. I thank you for your great kindness. With things settled for now, the two spurred their horses onward without a pause. As they galloped along the narrow path, Zhang Wang suddenly mused, even in a place as remote as Duangsha town, there are official roads being maintained. It's hard to imagine just how much wealth and labor the imperial court must invest in this every single year. Lin Chuan, having a broader perspective on the matter, explained, Did you know? Even with such a massive investment, it can really only ward off wild animals and low-level monster beasts to ensure basic travel. If a powerful monster beast shows up, we still need top-tier experts to take them out, not to mention the calamity beasts. But Zhang Wang still had many questions. He asked, Wild beasts are a given, and I know about monster beasts, because their Tao meridians can be used to refine meridian opening pills. So even though monster beasts are dangerous, they're still considered a resource to some extent. But what about calamity beasts? Zhang Lin Chuan patiently explained, In this world they are divided into 3 categories. Wild animals, monster beasts, and calamity beasts. Junior brother Zhang Wang, since you're so eager to learn, let me clarify. Think of it simply. Calamity beasts are wild animals corrupted by evil energy, or monster beasts that have lost their sentience. He continued to break it down further, because they're corrupted, their fur, bones, and meat are all worthless. And since they've lost their minds, their Tao meridians are trashed, Liu, making them useless for alchemy. They're a total headache. Specifically, calamity beasts aren't just value-free. They're also incredibly aggressive and powerful. Killing them is a waste of time and resources, with absolutely zero payoff. That's why whenever a calamity beast appears, it's known as a beast plague. Hearing this, Zhang Wang finally understood. I see. I get it now. Just after answering his junior's question, Zhang Linchuan suddenly leaned in, his voice turning cold and sharp with hidden meaning. Well then, now it's my turn. I'd like to ask you something, junior brother Zhang Wang. Those cultists ambushed you at the Tao Academy, and then they ambushed you again at Duangza Town. Zhang Wang froze. It took him a moment to find his voice. Sir? Zhang Linchuan decisively channeled his power, commanding the golden leaves around them to swirl into the air, his eyes cold as he waited for an answer. They all seem to be coming specifically for you. Could it be that you are holding on to some secret that can't be told, which is why you're attracting them? The withered leaves, under Zhang Linchuan's control, suddenly became terrifyingly sharp. Surrounding Zhang Wang was momentarily confused, thinking to himself, My only secret? Isn't it just the illusory key to the Taiguang realm? Is it just Guangli? Those few seconds of dazing made him a sitting duck. A ruthless attack from behind struck, but as it turned out, senior brother Zhang wasn't aiming for Zhang Wang at all. He was actually intercepting, a pitch-black arrow flying straight at Zhang Wang. The hidden arrow was deflected. Immediately, Zhang Linchuan used the horse's back as a springboard to launch himself high into the air. The moment he lunged in the opposite direction, a fierce voice echoed through the area. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Just die already. It all happened so fast, in just a few blinks of an eye. Before Zhang Wang could even process what was going down, senior brother Zhang shouted a warning. This guy is dangerous. Split up and retreat. Zhang Wang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He turned around without hesitation. As he ditched his horse to save his skin, he quickly deduced, that voice, it's the same cultist from the room earlier. Unlike his brother's plan to retreat, Zhang Wang chose to go for the kill. He roared, Damn cultist! Are you scared of me? Don't run if you've got the guts. At the same time, he unleashed the purple chi from the East sword style. First killing strike. Success through speed, cutting off all the opponent's escape routes. To his surprise, the white bone messenger wasn't afraid at all. He even laughed mockingly. Trying to bait me? Don't think too highly of yourself. The one I'm actually wary of is Zhang Linchuan standing right next to you. That ridicule couldn't slow Zhang Wang down. Second killing strike. Success through precision, dead accurate. He instantly unleashed a strike, accompanied by a roar of rage. Slaughtering innocents, just die! Every one of Zhang Wang's sword moves was precise, and sharp enough to be terrifying. Unfortunately, Gu Yi remained completely unfazed. Ignoring the wounds on his body, he sneered. Your swordsmanship has some merit, but what a shame. You're just a kid who hasn't even reached the mystery realm. You don't even know how to use Dao arts. You're nothing but a green amateur. Having seemingly toyed with him enough, Gu Yi flexed, shredding the bandages wrapped around him, his voice full of arrogance. Let me show you just how massive the power gap between the two of us really is. Sure enough, Gu Yi wasn't all bark and no bite. In an instant, his left arm swelled and mutated, turning into a massive hunk of flesh. He savagely punched through a giant tree in his way, charging straight for Zhang Wang. Zhang Wang quickly raised his sword to block his chest, protecting his vital points. Even so, he still felt the extreme struggle under this terrifying pressure. That arm wasn't just abnormally huge. Its flesh was as hard as a boulder, altering the very nature of matter. That was the true power of a Dao art. Blasted back by the overwhelming impact, Zhang Wang was now certain that the enemy still had other Dao arts up his sleeve. Facing his enemy's aggressive and arrogant momentum, Zhang Wang gritted its teeth, enduring the disparity in power. All my trump cards. Right now I only have the purple chi from the East, sword style and 20 Dao source units from the Meridian opening realm. Seeing him stand still, Gu Yi became even more ecstatic, gesticulating wildly. Ha ha, little priest. It's too late for regrets now. Try to be a bit smarter in your next life. That massive fist hurtled toward Zhang Wang once again, but this time he didn't choose to defend. A surge of Dao source units within his meridians began to explode, driven by the sheer force of his will. Zhang Wang poured all his strength into a decisive counterattack. In this situation, he could neither stall nor retreat. His only option was to go all out with his moves, to take him down by surprise, before he could even react. Purple chi from the East sword style. Third killing strike. Success through piercing. The sharp blade pierced through the steel-hard flesh, stabbing right through that hideous blistered arm. This sudden turn of events left Gu Yi utterly stunned. This kid was still holding back. Recalling the tactic of running away is the best option, Gu Yi hurriedly turned tail and fled for his life. Once he reached a temporarily safe spot, he took a deep breath to compose himself, then compressed all the dark, poisonous miasma into his body while plotting his next move. His sword style is too terrifying. I can't take him head on. Discretion is the better part of valor. Once his plan was set, he exhaled sharply. Instantly, a gloomy, greenish smoke spread everywhere. The toxic gas snaked through every path and every gap in the forest trees. Being heavier than air, it crawled along the ground, corroding the life of every plant and flower. It passed over. Guy, hiding within the toxic mist, thought smugly, "Humph, now that I'm concealed in this poison, I can attack or defend as I please. Retreat to defend. Little priest, just wait and slowly rot away for me." However, would things really go his way? His eyes suddenly widened in shock at the sight of the impossible unfolding before his eyes. He stammered, "Sword? Sword key protection?" Zhang Wang stood tall and majestic, pointing his sword straight at the sky, channeling fourth killing strike, success through stasis. 10 years of sharpening a blade never tested, all the pent-up resentment from so long ago, was being unleashed by him. At this very moment, every single word he uttered carried an overwhelming killing intent. Today I'll give you a taste of this. The 11 Dao source units that were so hard to accumulate now shattered all at once. An earth-shattering surge of energy helped Zhang Wang unleash his ultimate move. Finally, purple chi from the East sword style. Fifth killing strike, success through intent. Facing this terrifying image and a bleak future crashing down on him, Guy still couldn't wrap his head around it. Could this really be something a mere cultivator at the Blessed Field stage could pull off? Before he could process anything else, the colossal sword, condensed from sheer will and boundless spiritual power, descended. Following Zhang Wang's exquisite sword path, Guy's body was sliced clean apart, along with a resonating chant, "Who else has a grievance to settle?" At the same time, the mundane sword in Zhang Wang's hand after bearing the weight of that massive energy overload, suddenly crumbled into tiny shards and fell to the ground. Exhausted, Zhang Wang slumped to his knees. He grabbed every fleeting second he could to steady his breathing, his mind racing with calculations. With my current cultivation, if I force myself to burn all my Tao sources, to unleash 5 killing strikes in a row, this body really can't take the heat. Suddenly, a familiar pair of shoes appeared in his field of vision. Senior brother Zhang? Zhang Linchuan, looking effortless and composed, spoke calmly. Just as I expected. You wounded that heretic, leaving a trail of blood. They were terrified of being exposed, so they had to come back to destroy the evidence. Otherwise, they'd have no choice but to skip town and flee Zhuang Kingdom. He smiled approvingly, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. I didn't think that despite your modest cultivation, junior brother, you'd be capable enough to solo an 8th-rank heretic. Truly impressive. He then spoke with a touch of regret. I originally planned to take one alive for questioning, to squeeze some intel out of them. But since he's dead, it is what it is. After finishing the job, Linchuan slowly pulled out a white silk handkerchief. He carefully wiped down each of his fingers. Zhang Wang had managed to struggle to his feet by now. With Ziying's help, the swordsman spoke sheepishly. It was because those heretics were terrified of senior brother Zhang's reputation. That's why they fled in a panic. I just got lucky finding a weak spot to win. He lowered his head in apology. It's just that during that life-and-death struggle, Zhang Wang had to go all out. I couldn't keep any survivors. And I've messed up senior brother's plans. It's all right. I'm the one who should feel ashamed for leaving my junior brother to face such danger alone. I even had to rely on your sword talent to settle this trouble. We don't blame you at all. Suddenly, Zhang Wang had an idea. Senior brother, if blood can be used for tracking, then can we find any more? Clues from the bodies or souls of these heretics? Linchuan shook his head with a sigh. It's no use. I already tried soul searching on those 2 heads. He carefully supported Zhang Wang, explaining in detail as they walked. Their heads are all branded with a restrictive curse. Once they're captured or die, the curse automatically triggers to shatter their soul, wiping away every memory. So even taking the bodies back would be a total waste of time. It finally clicked for Zhang Wang. So that's how it is. What a ruthless move. Seeing his junior brother still lost in thought, Linchuan gave a kind reminder. Let's worry about that later. The most important thing right now is making sure that junior brother Zhang is okay. First, let's head to a nearby clinic to get those wounds bandaged up. Zhang Wang quickly shook his head in refusal. I'm fine, it's just a scratch. We can't delay the mission. It's better to get back to the Dao Academy ASAP and report to Master Dong. Before leaving, Linchuan glanced back at the mist as it slowly faded away. Fair enough, but the protective formation on this road has been corroded by evil energy. Before heading back, I need to report this to the magistrate, so they can send a crew for repairs right away, in stark contrast to the desolate, bone-chilling creepiness of the outskirts. Fenglin City blazed with bright lanterns as the night went on. In the heart of the most luxury brothel, it was absolute lit, filled with music and song. Flirtatious laughter rang out without pause. Inside a premium private suite, a man with a chubby, greasy face was leaning his head back, looking totally blissed out like he was in paradise. This was Dong Diu, the vice director of the investigation division. Despite lying on soft silk cushions, he was putting in maximum effort, mumbling a name over and over. Miaoyu, Miaoyu. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Not far away behind a folding screen, a figure in black night gear was kneeling, trying to report the news, without killing the vibe for the big official. Reporting to the Saintess, our situation at Tangxi Town has been blown. Should we send more men for an ambush? As it turned out, the beauty Miaoyu, whose name Dong Diu was calling, in his trance was actually in the room. She was lazily bathing in the moonlight by the window, her enchanting beauty radiating a sense of boredom. She gave a soft yawn, her voice sounding lethargic. No, that won't be necessary. However, her sharp eyes flickered, with curiosity at the mention of a certain name. But I am quite intrigued by this little priest, Zhang Wang, to kill one of my experts using nothing but swordsmanship. What kind of sword style is that exactly? And who taught him? A subordinate bowed his head in apology, his voice trembling. Your servant is incompetent. Truly, I couldn't trace the origin of his sword technique. All we know is that it's a style never before seen in Fenglin City. Miaoyu fell into deep thought and gave a gentle wave of her hand. All right, you may leave now. Without a moment's hesitation, the subordinate formed hand seals with both hands and began chanting under his breath at the bottom of the Wangchuan River. The origin of Huangquan, great deity, returns to his place to illuminate the mortal world. His entire body rapidly dissolved, vanishing into thin air. He disappeared like a drop of water soaking into the wooden floor. Once her henchman was gone, she continued to lean against the railing, muttering to herself. A sword style never before seen in Fenglan City, huh? If he's not a descendant of some mysterious, prestigious family, then it can only be related to that person. The scene shifts to the Tao Academy. In a quiet room, the only sound was the gurgling of water and a goldfish flicking its tail in the tank. A man collapsed onto the floor, eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth. That was the result of the soul-tracing technique, packing an insane amount of energy that had just blasted straight into his head. Fang Haling, standing nearby, urgently asked his master, "Did you find any more crucial intel?" "Master? Senior brother Lee and I went through a lot of trouble infiltrating that inn to catch this guy." Dong-ah withdrew his spiritual consciousness, his gaze as deep and dark as an abyss, his voice devoid of any emotion. The soul of this man was shattered by a restrictive spell in his brain. His memories are now a total blank. There's no useful information or intel left. Fang Healing was disappointed to hear that, but immediately began to speculate. To be guarded to this extent, from what I can see, behind this man, there must be an extremely dangerous secret organization. This is definitely more than meets the eye. He was about to keep yapping about the massive conspiracies he'd imagined, but Dong-ah cut him off in a low voice. "Cut the nonsense." He turned to look at the person who had just walked in. "How did things go on your end, Lin Chuan?" Lin Chuan respectfully performed the greeting ritual, bowing as he gave a full report of the situation. "Master, when we arrived at Tangsha Town, we also encountered 3 heretics. Inside their brains, they all had the exact same restrictive curse. They self-destruct upon capture, so we couldn't take any alive. I managed to kill 2, while junior brother Yang took one down all by himself." Hearing this, Healing was stunned. "What? Zhang Wang killed a heretic on his own?" This was indeed extraordinary for a newbie. But Dong-ah only stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes showing clear satisfaction. "Well done, Zhang Wang." Noticing the salty look from Heling, Zhang Wang quickly cupped his hands in modesty. "Master, you flatter me. Truth is, it was senior brother Zhang's reputation that struck fear into them. I just got lucky and secured the win." Dong-ah was quite pleased with this smooth answer. He sternly announced, At least you know your place. This mission is now concluded. Everyone is awarded 5 merit points. Dismissed." The 3 disciples replied in unison, "Understood," but Healing remained standing there like a statue, looking around in total confusion. Once the others were out of sight, Lejanshu suddenly turned to ask Zhang Wang, "Do you have anything planned for later?" Zhang Wang politely replied, "I plan to stop by the merit hall to see how things work there." Meanwhile, Healing's bewildered mumbling could still be heard from behind. "Didn't Master say this was an 8th grade mission? Why is everyone getting 5 points? That's peanuts." The answer for him was a cold, hard truth. Missions have always been about the bottom line. Getting 5 points was already a massive win. Finally, Zhang Wang stepped into the merit hall. The moment he crossed the threshold, he froze. He wasn't the only one there. But that didn't matter. Zhang Wang slowly raised his head, silently calling out in his mind to pull up the merit board. A magical scene unfolded before his eyes, leaving him in absolute awe. Just as I thought. This place changes according to the viewer's intent. To build this merit hall, the Zhuang state must have spent a massive amount of resources. He scanned his eyes across the rankings. So senior brother Lee is ranked 17th. He's really good. As a series of names appeared clearly, Zhang Wang couldn't help but let out a gasp. Holy cow, senior brother Zhang is ranked 3rd with 700 points. I'd have to grind missions for years to save up that much. Following the glowing scroll stretching out, he checked each name one by one. Wei Ran is in 2nd place. This person doesn't seem to belong to this Tao Academy. Yet their merit points even exceed senior brother Zhang's. For just a moment, thought flashed through Zhang Wang's mind. This person is also named Wei. Could they be related to the city lord of Fenglan? Wei Kuji? Then who is the person at the top of this prestigious board? That name finally appeared, dazzling with a score of 1,300. That's insane! This score is almost double the person in 2nd place. This name was both strange to Zhang Wang, and yet familiar. Shu Wei-yi, the first senior brother recognized by the whole academy. His movements were as mysterious as a divine dragon. Seen one moment and gone the next. He only accepts missions of 7th grade or higher. Zhang Wang's expression turned dead serious. Rumor has it that his strength even rivals the academy deans of other cities. That was enough observing. Zhang Wang gave a sharp mental command to the merit board. Find me the standard Dharma sword, with the lowest merit point cost, that I can exchange for. The consciousness from the merit hall responded immediately. A sword appeared floating in midair. Standard Dharma sword, crafted by the master smiths of Zhuang State from refined steel. The blade is etched with Dao patterns, capable of storing and instantly triggering a single type of Taoist art. Exchange price, 300 merit points. Zhang Wang, feeling curious, reached out and lightly touched the sword's projection. His mind automatically began to analyze it. It can trigger Taoist arts instantly. If I pair this with my own swordsmanship, wouldn't I be able to unleash incredibly unpredictable moves? Still, 300 merit points is steep. I should think this over. Before he could think further, a wide face suddenly appeared against the light, right in front of him. Are you a new junior brother? Startled out of his wits, Zhang Wang almost dropped the sword's projection because he was so spooked. Fortunately, his deeply ingrained manners helped him quickly regain his composure. He bowed and greeted him. Greetings. My name is Zhang Wang. I just joined the Inner Academy. Despite his somewhat scary appearance at first, the stranger's tone was incredibly gentle. I am Wang Changxiang, a third-year student at the Dao Academy. Seeing his well-behaved junior, Wang Changxiang laughed heartily and returned the gesture. Haha, did I scare you? My bad, junior brother. It's fate that we met. Until next time. Zhang Wang gave a humble smile. Yes, see you around, senior brother. But internally, his mind was racing. Wang Changxiang from the Wang family, one of the 3 great clans of Fenglin City. He's ranked 7th on the merit board, even higher than senior brother Li. Just then, his sworn brother came running over in a rush, breaking the tense atmosphere. Big bro! Big bro, someone sent an urgent letter for you. It's from home! Zhang Wang took the letter and immediately tore the seal. Wanger, how are you doing at the Dao Academy? Are you taking proper care of yourself? It's Mom. Sorry I haven't been able to contact you for the past few months. Things here in Wangjiang City suddenly hit a rough patch. I've been running around trying to fix everything. Your father's medicinal herb business started off very well, but unfortunately the Lin family's forces started eyeballing us, giving us a hard time, but don't you worry. I won't let them have their way. It's just that things are quite messy right now. I'm afraid an Anne will get caught in the crossfire. She's naturally timid, and I hate to see her suffer. So, Wanger, could you look after Anne for a while? Once I've settled everything, I'll come pick her up. Love your mother, Song Yuanyang. Finishing the letter, Zhang Wang blankly muttered, An Anne, and just like that, the little girl was already standing before him. A clear, soft voice called out, Big brother! The sudden appearance of the little sister caused a stir among the group of brothers. Zhao Rucheng and Ling He both approached her. Little sister. You're so precious! Third brother, if you need any help with her, just say the word. But as for Zhang Wang, he focused solely on his little sister and asked tenderly, Anne, would you like to stay with Big Brother for a while? Tiny Anne seemed to have just gone through a major shock. She lowered her head and whispered with a trembling voice, Big Brother, does Mommy not want me anymore? Little one. Zhang Wang panicked and immediately denied it. No, that's not it at all. Your mommy is just super busy today, so she asked Big Brother to play with you. After saying that, Zhang Wang even winked at his friends, signaling for backup. The brothers were totally hyped. Luckily, his peers caught the vibe instantly. A pair of large, muscular hands suddenly lifted the little girl high up. They were determined to take the best care of this child, to make her forget her sadness. One by one, they cheered with excitement. Hey everyone, let's take an Anne for a stroll around Fenglin City. Heck yeah, totally. The market in Fenglin City has so many fun things to do. Shop till we drop. Whatever we buy today, it's on me, Zhao Rusheng generously announced. Du Jiahu, who was carrying an on his shoulders, was even more enthusiastic than anyone. Plus, with Du Jiahu as your personal human carriage, I absolutely won't let Anne get tired at all. Let's go. True to their word, for the rest of the trip, whoever wanted to eat, ate. Whoever wanted to play, played. Zhao Rucheng stayed at the back, picking up the tab for everything. But eating and playing weren't enough. They also had her back, letting the little girl try all sorts of shenanigans, including messing with stray dogs on the street. Not until twilight fell did they stop. The whole group played shuttlecock together. Ling He, who had been following quietly and cheerfully, now finally let out a hearty laugh. The day passed smoothly, filled with laughter and teasing. However, the joy suddenly ground to a halt when the kite string snapped. The bird-shaped kite lost its lift, wobbled, and plummeted to the ground. Zhang Wang hurried to pick it up, trying to comfort the little girl at the same time. It's okay, let's fly it again, all right? To his surprise, Anne spoke in a tiny voice. No need, Big Brother, I want to go home. Zheng Wang tried to keep a cheerful look in his eyes. He gently tilted his head, asking Anan softly, "Did you have fun today? If Big Brother played with you like this, every single day from now on, would you want to stay and live with me?" The little girl quickly replied in her sweet baby voice, "Yes, I had fun, and Anne would love to stay." However, all the suppressed frustration from before suddenly burst forth along with her tears. It's just, hic. Zhao Rucheng and Ling He watched Du Jiahu in shock. The one who had been the most eager to entertain her could now only sigh in silence, completely out of ideas. You can't keep this hidden forever. In an instant, she let her emotions go like opening a floodgate. Her sadness poured out uncontrollably. "Big Brother, and Anne wants to go home. And Anne wants to find Mommy. Wah, Big Brother, does Mommy not want Anne anymore?" Her heartbreaking cries rang out. Zhang Wang didn't know what to do except grit his teeth, struggling to stay calm. "That's not it. Mommy will come get you very soon." Flustered, he helped Anne down from Du Jiahu's shoulders. He pulled the little girl into his arms to comfort her. "And Anne, don't be scared. Until Mommy comes to get you, Big Brother will always be here to protect you." The sound of sobbing continued. A gentle evening breeze caressed the air, blowing through the soft grass, carrying with it a faint touch of melancholy. Ling He was the first to rush over. He wrapped his arms tightly around the two siblings, whispering gently, "And Big Brother Ling, he will protect you too." Zhao Rucheng wasn't about to be left out. He excitedly jumped in to liven up the mood. Hey, don't forget you have Big Brother Zhao Rucheng here too." However, the biggest surprise was Du Jiahu. The guy built like a giant guardian warrior was actually the one crying the loudest. "Wah, you're making me miss my late parents too." He joined the group hug, his massive frame encircling everyone like a sturdy wall. "Sniff, I want a hug too." Sob. The crimson sunset, once heavy and gloomy, suddenly felt unusually peaceful. A flock of white herons glided over the reeds, which were swaying gently in the wind. Suddenly, little Anne burst with strength and pushed the big guys away. She giggled through her tears and teased them. "I get it, you guys are such crybabies." Once the emotional moment passed, Zhang Wang returned to reality and shared his concerns. "From now on, it won't be convenient for Anne to stay in the academy dorms. I want to find a place to rent outside. But my weapon just broke and expenses have been high lately." Ling He tentatively suggested, "I have some savings." "Third brother, take this for now." Du Jiahu chimed in, offering his help too. "I've got some spare cash here as well. I'll cut back on the drinks and chip in a bit for you." As for Zhao Rucheng, the wealthiest of the bunch, "Forget your pocket change, guys. About the housing, I'll have Uncle Dung sort it out for third brother. It's a piece of cake, easy." The sun dipped further behind the mountains, stretching their shadows until they merged on the ground. And so they continued laughing and playing together. "You little rascal. You think having money means you can do whatever you want?" "Exactly. Having money means doing exactly what I want. Let me go right now!" "Listen up, everyone. From now on, Anne is a sister to all of us. Each of you better set a good example." A grand map of the empire gradually unfolded in his mind. One who does not plan for the future cannot manage the present. One who does not grasp the big picture cannot rule a single region. The path of cultivation is like gazing up at a sky full of stars. If you only look at your own feet, you are no different from a frog in a well, forever blind to the vastness of the world. The teachings of Song Kefang continued to pour forth, emphasizing the importance of broadening one's horizons. A cultivator cannot just shut themselves away. They must understand the global state of affairs. You must realize that today, the world is divided among 6 hegemon nations: Jing, Qi, Chu, Qin, Mu, and Jing. He slowly analyzed each power. Jiang is the hegemon of the central region, situated at the heart of the continent, guarding the gate of 10,000 demons. Qi dominates the eastern region, its borders meeting the sea in the east, tasked with suppressing the Konghai clan. Chu stands mighty in the southern region. Due to its unique position in the far south, it guards the Yuanyan forest. Qin is the hegemon of the western region, occupying the prosperous southwest, keeping the Shura clan at the bottom of the abyss in check. Meanwhile, Mu and Jing share power in the northern region. These two nations' alliance forms the first line of defense to block the invasion of the demon clan. Song Tifang's gaze swept over the attentive disciples. His voice deepened. "Our Zhuang state is merely a small nation, sandwiched between Cheng, Mai, and Yang, and indirectly bordering Yun and Luo. To survive in the gaps between great powers, small countries like ours must both cooperate and compete fiercely with one another. Therefore, the art of balancing power becomes exceptionally crucial. Mastering this art not only keeps you undefeated, but also allows you to lure the tiger from the mountain using small forces to overcome the great. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, Linghu and Dujahu were whispering to each other. Dujahu asked, "Third brother, are you two settled in your new place yet? If you need someone to look after an An, just say the word." Linghua nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Things in the Tao Academy have been so busy lately. How can you be at peace leaving An home alone waiting?" Zhao Rucheng and Jiang Wang were drawn into the conversation. Jiang Wang gave a reassuring smile. "Big brother, second brother, don't worry. Zhao Rucheng had Uncle Deng arrange for Anan to attend a private school. As long as I manage my time and cultivate properly, I can pick her up from school on time." Zhao Rucheng, sitting nearby, chimed in boastfully. "Any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem at all." Heh. Suddenly, rapid drum beats echoed loudly from outside, catching the attention of all the inner disciples. What's going on? The main doors were flung open, and a resonant voice boomed through the hall. "Emergency assembly! All inner disciples gather in the lecture hall immediately." Wei Ran strolled into the classroom, exuding an air of absolute authority. He looked toward the podium and said, "Principal Song, apologies, this is an emergency. I'll need to borrow your class for a moment." Even Song Qifeng had to bow in respect. Not at all, General Wei, please be my guest." Wei Ran's arrogant entrance caused many inner disciples to bristle with indignation, whispering among themselves, "Who is this guy? How dare he be so disrespectful to the vice principal? Shh, keep your voice down." That's Wei Ran, ranked third on the merit board and a high-ranking commander of the city guard. In the world of cultivation, strength is way more important than age. Who cares if Principal Song is over 80 when his cultivation is still stuck at the 7th rank? Wei Ran stood on the podium, smugly barking orders to the man beside him. "Zhao Lang, go ahead and announce it." Shou Long took the order, stepped forward and made the announcement loudly. As of last week, it has been exactly 5 days since Shaolin Town has had any news reach the outside world. Thousands of people in the town have suddenly been completely cut off. Our military, by order of the city lord, is summoning at least 30 inner court disciples to leave immediately for Shaolin Town to investigate. The inner disciples weren't having it and began to protest. "Yo, isn't this the responsibility of the investigation bureau? Why come to the Tao Academy to draft people? Exactly. Besides, aren't you guys from the city guard still right here?" Seeing things get a bit messy, Zhao Long patiently explained, because the heart-eating demon bear showed up in Sanshan City, most of the investigation bureau's manpower has been deployed there. And as for the city guard, before Zhao Long could finish his sentence, Wei Ran cut him off, his voice cold, shutting down all further questions. The city guard has other more important duties. In short, for this mission, the merit rewards will be tripled, and I will be leading the team myself. The crowd of disciples grew even more restless, with many conflicting views popping up. This forced recruitment, is it only because Master Dong isn't in Fenglin City right now? But those merit points are tripled. That's a rare opportunity. Plus, Wei Ran is leading the charge personally. It's definitely worth a shot. Wei Ran stood right where the vice principal usually would, and made his final firm statement. Technically, this is voluntary, but if the number of inner disciples who sign up is less than 30, I will use the city lord's mandate to carry out a forced recruitment. Jiang Wang's group also began to discuss the matter. Jiang Wang turned and asked, "Bro, what do you think?" Rucheng yawned and said dejectedly, "Nah, don't get involved. I was planning to go back and sleep in." In contrast to Rucheng's laziness, eldest brother Ling, he replied calmly, "As far as I'm concerned, this is a rare chance to stack up merit points. Of course I'm going." Du Yahoo also nodded. "Me too. I need to grind for more merit, to trade for an aperture opening pill ASAP." While the crowd was still hesitating, someone suddenly stepped forward to lead the way. Du Yahoo beat his chest and shouted loudly, "Over here! The 4 of us brothers are signing up." His lightning-fast move gave Zhao Rucheng no time to object, leaving him staring in total shock. "Yo, bro, what are you doing? Why are you making calls for me like that?" Seeing someone take the lead, Wei Ran cast a scrutinizing eye over the group of 4. He raised an eyebrow, his tone a bit skeptical. "Oh? Just the 4 of you? And all freshmen, too? I'm afraid you guys are still a bit green. But then again, speed is key. There's no time to be picky." Wei Ran waved his hand, ordering the scribe, "Just write their names down for now. We need 30 people. We're still missing 26 more. Any other volunteers?" Right then, from the crowd, a man with a steady aura stepped out. He spoke with conviction. "We cultivators are raised by the nation's grace. Since we eat the king's grain, we must serve the country and the people." He bowed respectfully to Wei Ran, his voice ringing out, "Inner Court 3rd Year Li Jiankyu, signing up for duty." Right after, another hand shot up, followed by a hearty laugh. Well said, I can't just sit this one out either. This person stepped forward with a calm and composed demeanor. A third-year student of the Tao Academy, Wang Changshang, checking in to register. Wei Ran's expression remained stern and cold. Very well, we still need 24 more people. Though he appeared calm on the surface, deep down inside, he secretly nodded in satisfaction. Li Jianqiu and Wang Changxiang, with two such outstanding talents from the inner court joining, this mission can be considered much more certain now. Seeing the two strongest seniors of the inner court join, the junior students below felt a surge of courage, scrambling to sign up one after another. Senior Wang and Senior Li have both signed up. Then count me in too. Such a great chance to ride their coattails. I'd be a fool to miss this, I'm signing up. Brilliant sunlight shone down upon the Tao Academy's courtyard. The atmosphere became electric and full of spirit, with voices shouting out in unison. The two of us are signing up. 13 spots left. Signed up, 5 spots remaining. Add us to the list too, we're signing up. In just a short moment, the shouts echoed. We have 30 people, we can set out now. Only then did Wei Ran step out from the tent, nodding in satisfaction. Splendid students of the Tao Academy, you haven't wasted your years of study. You didn't let your scholarly pursuits dampen your manly valiance. He leaped onto his warhorse, leading the group at a full gallop out of the city gates. Outside of Shaolin Town, what is the current situation? Wei Ran pulled the reins, asking the two scouts kneeling on the ground. A soldier reported with a trembling voice, reporting to General Wei. At the moment, a bizarrely thick mist has enveloped all of Shaolin Town. Several of our brothers took the risk to go in and scout, but no one has returned. The whole thing is extremely eerie. Therefore, we don't dare to go near that area anymore. In the distance, a pitch-black vortex surged and swirled, along with a violent storm that is swallowing the entire sky, creating a terrifying scene. Wei Ran glanced at the sight, then turned back to look at his subordinates, with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Too scared to go near, huh? So that's why you guys had so much free time. To recklessly violate military regulations and steal rare moon cypress trees from the forest edge in Shaolin Town? Well, the soldier's face turned pale as Wei Ran exposed his shady business. Behind him was a whole cart of moon cypress wood that had been cut down. He kowtowed repeatedly, his voice cracking with fear. General, have mercy! This? We just wanted to sell this for a bit of cash, to send to the families of our brothers who fell while on duty. I know I messed up. Please punish me, General. Wei Ran coldly turned his horse, delivering a heartless verdict. Confiscate all of the moon cypress wood. Take the evidence back to the garrison to be forfeited to the public fund. Furthermore, everyone involved will have their pay docked for half a year. The ringleader bears the main responsibility and is stripped of his rank immediately, to be investigated and handled according to military law. After speaking, he gave the order to the rest of the group. The rest of you follow me, we move out. Witnessing how Wei Ran handled things, Zhang Wang's group couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wei Ran's powers of observation are incredibly sharp. Nothing gets past him, but his way of doing things is too cold and harsh, without a shred of compassion. Ling He spoke in a low voice to remind them, the army and the academy are not the same. Military orders are absolute, and discipline must be strict. We are outsiders. It's not our place to comment. Du Yahoo nodded in agreement. I actually think he's spot on. A clear system of reward and punishment is the only way to lead troops. The rapid sound of horse hooves rang out, shattering the silence of the dark forest. Shortly after, the group arrived at the entrance of Shaolin Town, the place that was currently under isolation, completely by the eerie, demonic mist. Suddenly, the warhorse beneath Wei Ran neighed in panic, rearing up on its hind legs, refusing to take another step forward. The surrounding horses all stopped at once, every single one of them restless, trembling with fear. Zhang Wang frowned, struggling to rein in his thrashing horse. What's going on? Why are the horses refusing to move forward? The group of riders and horses huddled in confusion at the town gate. Wang Changsheng, with his vast knowledge, spoke up to explain, this is the survival instinct of animals. Without a doubt, they've sensed that within that mist lies something extremely dangerous, directly threatening their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint suddenly flashed. Wei Ran had drawn his sword and put down his own horse. Wei Ran sheathed his sword, looking coldly at the carcass of the animal that he had just killed with his own hands, letting out a ruthless remark. Cowering before the battle even starts. What use is keeping you alive? His swift and brutal actions sent a chill down everyone's spine, except for Du Yahoo, who actually laughed, cheering heartily as he waved his hand in support. Ha ha ha, well said. He quickly followed suit, excitedly using his bare fist to land a heavy blow to his own horse's head. If you're scared of dying, don't join the army. My blood is pumping right now. Hey, you there, Wei? The horses are dead. How are we going to charge in now? Wei Ran raised his hand, giving a decisive signal. Dismount! Form ranks! Prepare for combat! I will be the vanguard. The whole unit will pierce straight through Xiaolin town. Just as they stepped foot before the town gates, a scene that looked like it belonged to the underworld appeared. Thick strands of yin energy drifted about, gloomy and freezing. Wei Ran gripped his sword hilt and began the deployment. Everyone drew their swords in unison. Zhao Long immediately raised his hands to form seals, casting a sharp metal element grade C Dao art. A metallic glow enveloped the entire team's weapons. Zhang Wang looked at the sword shimmering with a cold light before him and couldn't help but be impressed.
Incredible weapons buffed by this Dao art
have their power significantly boosted. Zhao Long continued to shift his hand seals. Fire element grade C Dao art. Blazing fire. In an instant, all the sword blades burst into flame simultaneously, shining like living torches in the night. Finally, Zhao Long clenched his fist and shouted, Earth element grade C Dao art. Solidify. Increasing durability and defense. Du Yahoo, his fighting spirit blazing, let out a roar, as if he wanted to charge straight in. Ah, this really suits me! Whatever demons or ghosts are out there, get out here for your granddaddy. Your granddaddy wants a piece of you. Ling Ha had to quickly speak up to calm the two brothers down. The group tore through the night, heading deep into the town. Wei Ran issued a warning. Everyone move in formation and keep your distance. Report any movement immediately. An inner court disciple looked around in fear. The fog was as thick as cotton, severely limiting their vision.
This fog is too much. I can't see anything 3 steps away.
Suddenly, someone cried out, Hey, wait, something's wrong. Everyone look over there, there's a figure. That scream shattered the deathly silence. The disciples began to stir in commotion. There's one over here, too. I found a villager from Xiaolin town. And here, so many figures, we found them. Du Yahoo looked around suspiciously. Huh? Is it really this easy? Wei Ran furrowed his brows tightly and shouted to stabilize the squad. Don't act rashly. Hold your positions and wait for my command. He let out a long yell, swinging his sword in a wide arc. The brilliant light tore through the mist ahead. As the thin veil dissipated, it revealed countless chilling silhouettes, standing motionlessly, stretching out seemingly forever in their line of sight. Zhao Long stammered, his voice trembling. General, all the residents in the town are... Wei Ran was so pissed his face twisted in rage, gritting his teeth as he hissed, Bastards! Wang Changsheng squinted his beady eyes and lamented, This is a total disaster. Ru Cheng couldn't believe his eyes. No way! Only Zhang Wang asked the real question, the thing everyone was suspicious of, but was too afraid to say out loud. They're all gone, aren't they? In the shifting mist, those standing here were actually just withered corpses. In this entire Xiaolin town, not a single person survived. Seeing the critical situation, Wei Ran immediately ordered, Zhao Lang, now! Zhao Long understood instantly and activated a Dao art, creating a ring of fire around the formation. To hold back the horde of the undead, he didn't forget to give a heads up. The ghosts outside the ring will back off for now, but the ones trapped inside will go berserk, because they've got no way out. Everyone watch your backs! As soon as he finished, Li Jiangqiu and Zhang Wang fearlessly charged to the front lines, with sword Qi sweeping across the battlefield. Witnessing this heroic spirit, Wei Ran nodded in approval. It's come to this, Zhao Lang. If you're still worrying about them, then you're just insulting their courage. Du Yahoo, always full of hype, roared in response. Hell yeah, the Dao art on. Wei Ran's blade flared up intensely. He personally led the charge into the enemy's encirclement, his stern face showing zero hesitation. He calmly analyzed the situation. The mist is too thick. We've completely lost our bearings. Even if these ghosts aren't that strong, blindly searching like this isn't going to cut it. With a wave of his hand, Wei Ran repelled the surrounding restless spirits, but his brow remained tightly furrowed. Does anyone specialize in wind element Dao arts? Try to blow this mist away! Wang Changsheng immediately volunteered. Let me try. His nimble hands formed hand seals with lightning speed. He braced himself, took a deep breath, and shouted, in the blink of an eye, a surging azure dragon was unleashed, carrying a force capable of moving mountains and filling seas. It charged straight into the depths of the town, sweeping away the thick green mist that blocked their path. The azure dragon hurricane was so violent, it seemed like it would never end. Zhang Wang observed closely, silently noting that this was no ordinary wind, but the Mingqi wind of the east, one of the 8 winds. Mingqi means clarity of all things. Using it now was the perfect choice. He was secretly stunned. Such a powerful high-level Dao art wasn't even a guaranteed master skill for a 6th-rank cultivator. Yet Wang Changsheng, despite not having opened the gates of heaven and earth, could control it. He was truly formidable. The wind brushed against Zhao Lang's determination. As General Wei Ran's adjutant, I can't lag behind. I must get stronger fast to become a reliable support for him. Wang Changxiang deactivated the Dao art, gasping for breath. Phew, I need to rest. My bad, everyone. The result was more than satisfactory. The road ahead for Wei Ran's group was now clear, but it also exposed a horrifying truth. The spirits here were swarming in without end. Wei Ran's voice rang out low and deep. The ghosts just keep coming. Their numbers have long since surpassed the original population of Xiaolin Town. Why are ghosts from everywhere flocking here? This is definitely not normal. Immediately after, Li Jianqiu spoke up with a suggestion. General Wei Ran, I suggest we take this chance to retreat first and preserve our strength. That's right, sir. The situation in Xiaolin Town has now gone way beyond our ability to handle. Wang Changxiang's expression turned grim, his eyes fixed on the devastation ahead. Not even the dragon's breath could clear all these bones. I also think this place is better left for the city guard to deal with. Someone suggested that they should wait for the main army to arrive so the evil energy would be suppressed. But Wei Ran immediately cut them off decisively. No, there's no time left. His tone became heavier and more serious than ever before. The Qingjiang aquatic tribe is making suspicious moves. The city guard had to split their forces to suppress them. If we wait for them to return, it'll be too late for everything here. Hearing this, Zhang Wang couldn't help but feel suspicious, thinking to himself, the Qingjiang aquatic tribe is acting up. Didn't they already sign a peace treaty with the Zhuang court? At the same time, Wei Ran continued to analyze, connecting the dots. The appearance of the White Bone Dao heretics, the Qingjiang aquatic tribe's rebellion, and now Xiaolin Town being overrun by 100 ghosts. These events seemed unrelated, but deep down, it felt like an invisible hand was pulling all the strings. He gripped his weapon tightly. Fury mixed with resolve enveloped Wei Ran as he roared, I'm getting to the bottom of this today no matter what. If a town is slaughtered today, who knows where the catastrophe will strike tomorrow, or how much the people will suffer. Finally, showing the true aura of a vice-general of the city defense army, he made a fierce declaration. Anyone who wants to bail, bail now. Every man for himself. But those who choose to stay, follow me and charge forward. Until I stop, nobody freaking stops. The call to arms was like a flare ignited. The soldiers were all hyped up. Everyone unleashed their unique signature moves, giving it their all in the fight. Du Yahu shouted boldly on the front lines. Who would even think of retreating? Our Dao Institute isn't made of pussies! They fought fast and hard, clearing out the ghosts, blocking the way, stepping closer toward the center of the town, where a mysterious and shapeless anomaly lurked. Soon the entire squad stopped in unison. Wei Ran spoke up, pointing forward with a stern voice. The root of this catastrophe is right here. Zhang Wang looked up and couldn't help but marvel. This barrier is massive, but why do I get the feeling it's identical to the Dao art of that heretic? Who trapped me in that room before? Wei Ran suddenly swung his sword, testing the barrier with a probing strike. However, the moment the blade made contact, the precious saber in his hand immediately snapped in half with an ear-splitting crack. Wei Ran's face darkened, looking incredibly gloomy. The air around them suddenly filled with a restless buzz. The squad members began to whisper and gossip. If I remember correctly, General Wei Ran's saber was a top tier, treasure worth 5,000 merit points. But if even he can't break it, then our ordinary weapons don't stand a chance. Wei Ran placed a hand on the barrier, observing it as he ordered, if anyone knows a way to break this, go ahead and give it a shot. Just then, a student who was standing nearby answering nature's call suddenly spoke up. Better let me do it, General Wei Ran. You won't be able to break this ceiling barrier. Wei Ran glanced over and asked for clarification. And you are? A Can. A third-year student from the Dao Institute turned his head to look at him and nonchalantly explained, this place is thick with yin energy. Only a virgin's urine has the power to exorcise evil and suppress ghosts. To this day, I haven't lost my primordial yang yet. So naturally, I can't let anyone else take credit for this good deed. As for you, General Wei Ran, you're young and successful. I bet you've got no shortage of ladies around you. So my guess is, you stopped being a virgin a long time ago. But his words made Zhang Wang's jaw drop in shock. Can this guy really be this shameless? Du Yahu, on the other hand, looked a bit proud, slapping his thigh. That's my drinking buddy for you. Ru Cheng, disgusted, snapped back. Du Yahu, what are you so proud of, huh? Wei Ran, half doubting, asked, can it really work? A Can maintained his playful attitude. Don't be impatient. 2 more drops, let me just shake it off first. But just a moment later, he got slapped by reality. The barrier remained unmoved, not budging an inch. A Can cried out in a panic. It didn't work? Hey, who else here is still a virgin? Let's go together. Du Yahoo took the chance to troll him. I don't think it's because the quantity is too low, but because yours is just too small. Ru Cheng joined in on the roasting. Maybe a virgin's blood would be more effective? Why don't you try cutting off a piece and see? Wei Ran sternly cut off the rowdy crowd. Enough, stop messing around. Does anyone else have another way to break the formation? Meanwhile, Aiken bashfully pulled up his pants and walked back, muttering to himself in an existential crisis. No way. My virgin urine is as pure as it gets. Could it be that I've been using my hands too much lately? And it's damaged my yang energy? Now it was Wang Changshang's turn to speak, his face full of deep thought. Just now, when the mist dispersed, I noticed the wandering spirits in the town's small grove seemed to be moving according to a specific pattern, forming a 9 palaces formation. Wei Ran immediately asked urgently, how do we break the 9 palaces formation? Chang Shang explained. Clearly, the heavenly numbers are divided into yang for exiting, and yin for entering. Yang begins at Z and yin begins at Wu. This follows the method of Taiyi descending to the 9 palaces. Chang Shang's expression became grave as he continued his analysis. Breaking the 9 palaces formation isn't hard. We just need to eliminate the 8 surrounding formation eyes, and the central palace here will collapse on its own. But the tricky part is, the one who set this up didn't just use mist to hide the formation eyes, but also used ghosts to lay the array. The formation eyes, I suspect, are where the ghosts devour each other. This triggers a transformation into vengeful spirits or even malicious wraiths. Their actual power will be hard to predict. Wei Ran loudly issued the command. There's no more time for all these calculations. I'll take the Khan Palace. The rest of you split into 7 teams. Fan out and break the other palaces, and finally regroup at this spot. Wang Changxiang, you stay here to monitor the situation. Keep 4 men under your command to stand by, and reinforce any path as needed. Zhao Long raised his hand to volunteer. Leave that Kun Palace to me. Li Jianqiu also moved out quickly, his voice trailing back. I'll take the Jin Palace. The rest of you sort out the remaining spots yourselves. Zheng Wang and his brothers cupped their hands in unison and said, the 4 of us will handle the Zun Palace. Shortly after, the disciples split into small teams and fanned out in all directions. We're heading to the Dewey Palace. Leave the Jen Palace to us. We'll take care of the Qian Palace. Let's go. We'll settle the Li Palace at the Sun Palace area. Du Yahoo, while struggling through the thick fog, grumbled at every turn. Big bro, are you sure this is the right way? We've been running back and forth in circles for God knows how long. Ling He replied calmly, his eyes still scanning the surroundings intensely. Where's the malicious wraith? The books say, 4, 5, 6 steps forward, just follow the instructions. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his voice dropped. 7, 8. If 9 laps aren't enough, then 10 laps is exactly when we'll run into it. Just then, the group stopped dead in their tracks, sensing something unusual. Before them, an eerie blood-red light appeared. Zheng Wang squinted as he observed, whispering, there's a scent of blood in the thick fog ahead, Ru Cheng added, and this just happens to be the 10th lap. The hot-headed Du Yahoo got pumped up hearing that. For real? Is the malicious wraith here? Watch me crush it with one punch! Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws shot out from the fog, lunging straight at them. Zhang Wan reacted instantly, swung his sword to knock it away. But the force of the recoil sent him stumbling back a few steps. Regaining his footing, Zhang Wang asked urgently, Ru Cheng, how many killing forms of the purple chi from the east have you mastered? How many forms have been mastered? Ru Cheng replied briefly. I've got the first 3 down. Zhang Wang quickly laid out the strategy. Then you and I will lead the charge. Big bros, please clear out the nearby ghosts and cover us. The shape of that monster gradually became clear through the mist. Long, spindly claws, jagged teeth dripping with drool. It was a savage, malicious wraith. Zhang Wang lunged forward, signaling Ru Cheng. Ru Cheng, work with me! Ru Cheng moved nimbly behind him, answering with confidence. Ready! The malicious wraith whipped its head around and snarled. Zheng Wang attacked immediately, striking first with the barrage of dazzling sword moves. Purple chi from the east, first killing form, speed. The secret of the killing form lies in speed. The malicious wraith swung its arm down in a thunderous blow, but Zhang Wang agilely sidestepped the attack. At the same time, Ru Cheng took advantage of the opening, gliding behind it to deliver the next strike. Second killing form, precision. Just as the sword tip was about to hit its mark, Ru Cheng was horrified to see sharp claws suddenly erupting from the wraith's back, suddenly sprouted out, lunging at him in a flash. He hurriedly retreated to maintain a safe distance. The malicious wraith roared, spinning around to charge ferociously at Ru Cheng, At this moment, his hands were empty, because his old sword had snapped in the previous battle. Panic flickered through his mind as he thought, "My sword!" Just then, Jiang Wang appeared just in time to bail him out. He shouted the mantra for the purple chi from the East sword art. The malicious wraith's eyes widened in shock. In that split second, Jiang Wang landed a fatal blow. Third killing form, power. The sharp blade pierced right through one of the malicious wraith's eyes. It let out a wretched scream, clutching its ruined eye with its hand. Jiang Wang was slightly shocked as he withdrew his sword, exclaiming, "Its flesh is incredibly tough." He immediately retreated, as the monster lunged forward in a frenzied retaliation. On the other side, Ling He and Du Yahu were still struggling to hold back the surrounding ghosts. Seeing the critical situation, Ling He shouted loudly, "Ru Cheng, catch!" As soon as he spoke, Ling He hurled a sword toward his junior brother. Ru Cheng snatched the sword mid-air, instantly ready to strike back. He and Jiang Wang combined their strength, slashing down at the malicious wraith in unison. "Second killing form, precision!" The malicious wraith shrieked in pain as Ru Cheng's blade sank deep into its shoulder. He kicked off its back to pull his sword out, but to his surprise, the monster's muscle fibers contracted, clamping down hard on the blade. His eyes widened in shock. "What kind of freakish strength does this spirit have?" Suddenly, Jiang Wang barked a warning to Ru Cheng. "Look out!" The malicious wraith's massive hand was swinging violently toward Ru Cheng. With insane power, it struck Ru Cheng with one hand and swatted Jiang Wang down with the other. Both men were sent flying in different directions. Ling He cried out in alarm, "Third brother! Fifth brother!" Jiang Wang struggled to sit up, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Ru Cheng, more severely injured, became the malicious wraith's next target. The monster loomed over him, its clawed arm raised high, carving lethal streaks through the air. Dust swirled around them. Ru Cheng squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death. But even after a while, the blow never landed. He peeked open his eyes and saw Du Yahu blocking the malicious wraith's giant hand with one arm. "I've played the coward long enough." Ling He smiled in relief. "Second brother?" Jiang Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. "Second bro." But the one most thrilled was still Ru Cheng. Du Yahu's entire body was now enveloped in a brilliant crimson glow. As he activated his blood beacon, his heroic aura was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. "I might not have cleared my meridians yet, and I don't know any fancy swordplay, but when it comes to blood energy, I've got plenty to go around." Du Yahu's thunderous punch crashed down, blasting the malicious wraith back into the distance, shattering its fangs, which rained down like debris. Jiang Wang stood to the side, taking a deep breath to steady his chi, and couldn't help but praise him. "Nice one, second bro! That punch completely wrecked its vision." However, Du Yahu suddenly stiffened. From the arm that had just thrown the punch, plumes of white steam billowed out furiously. It was a sign that he was recklessly burning through his own blood energy. Seeing this, Xiao Ru Cheng, who was on the ground catching his breath, couldn't help but tease him, though his voice was laced with concern. "Hey, old tiger, burning your life force like a torch, aren't you? Worried about wrecking your foundation for cultivation?" Hearing that, Du Yahu glared and, without a second thought, grabbed Ru Cheng and tossed him aside. "Quit being a busybody, get out of the way and let me cook." As Ru Cheng was sent flying, he shouted back a curse. "You absolute brute!" By now, the malicious wraith that had been blown away had scrambled back up. It reached up to its dislocated jaw, in a motion so smooth it was sickening. It snapped its jaw back into place with a loud crack. Then it snarled and slammed its fist onto the ground, snatching up a cluster of wandering souls. It stuffed them into its mouth, chewing them down greedily. The gruesome sight made Ru Cheng's eyes go wide. Is it eating other ghosts? What the hell is this thing doing? Ling He, standing nearby, explained in a grim tone, "A malicious wraith is born from devouring others in a goo-refining jar. Their instinct is cannibalism. Doing this doesn't just heal its wounds, it makes it even stronger and more violent." As he finished speaking, the malicious wraith's face began to morph grotesquely. In an instant, blood-red eyes sprouted across its forehead and cheeks, darting incessantly to scan every single direction. Jiang Wang gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, the blind spot strategy is useless now!" Now we have no choice but to face it head-on. "Let's fight to the death! Bring it!" The malicious wraith threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. Du Yahu plummeted from above like a meteor, his flaming fist aimed straight for the monster's head. "Shut the hell up, you filthy wraiths! I'll use this fist to teach you the meaning of silence." He barked an order to Jiang Wang. "I'll pin it down. Jiang Wang, you find the opening and finish it." As soon as he spoke, Du Yahu's punch collided violently with the malicious wraith, sending a massive shockwave through the area. Seizing the moment, Zhang Wang shot forward like an arrow. He seamlessly combined the first and second killing forms. His sword flashed with a sharp purple light as he slashed down. Yet the malicious wraith's arm was only slightly wounded. Its thick hide was as tough as steel. On the contrary, the pain only drove it into a deeper frenzy. The malicious wraith shrieked, swinging its arm in a heavy slap that sent Du Yahu tumbling. Zhang Wang cried out in horror, "Second bro!" But the malicious wraith had already switched targets. Its razor-sharp claws swung straight down toward Zhang Wang's head. In that heart-stopping moment, Du Yahu's massive frame appeared once more, using his own body to block the attack just in time. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he barked, "On this battlefield, just focus on keeping your own skin intact. Go again!" Zhang Wang nodded firmly. "Yes, second bro." Du Yahu braced himself and squeezed the malicious wraith's arm, pinning it to the ground and yelling, "Now's the time!" Zhang Wang focused intensely to unleash his ultimate skill, the purple chi from the East Sword Art. A sword strike carrying destructive power, slashed down, successfully severing one of the wraith's arms. The third killing form, Finality. Zhang Wang landed safely. Du Ye smiled with satisfaction. Nice work. But before his smile could even fade, the wraith's other arm had already swung up, aiming straight for Du Ye. In a split second, Zhang Wang blurred to his side. "Big bro, I've got this!" He blocked the attack. The four Slay Styles chi gathered intensely. While parrying, Zhang Wang silently assessed the situation. This monster is way stronger than the cultist from before. My origin source is almost tapped out. I've got no choice but to go all in on one last shot. With every ounce of his strength, he delivered a powerful thrust. The wraith's remaining arm exploded into pieces. It let out a frenzied, agonizing roar and blasted both brothers back. Watching the armless wraith fuming in a total rage from afar, Linghe hurriedly spoke to Zhao Rucheng. "Go, Rucheng, move out and back them up. I can hold the line here." The classic of poetry mentions that yin-corrupted foul things all have a fatal weakness. Try attacking that eye on its chest. "On it," Rucheng replied curtly and lunged forward immediately. On the other side, Zhang Wang looked at Du Ye with concern. "Big bro, if you keep burning through your lifeblood, I'm afraid you'll permanently wreck your foundation." Du Ye scrambled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and gave a defiant grin. "Even if I'm down to my last drop of starlight, you're truly is going to fight this wraith to the death." He scanned the surroundings, searching for the enemy. Zhang Wang was also observing tensely, completely unaware of the danger creeping up behind him. Where did that wraith go? Only when Du Ye rushed over and shoved him hard, using his bare hands to seize the jagged jaws that were about to deliver a backstab, did Zhang Wang realize what was happening in shock. Du Ye snarled with pure fury. "Don't you dare touch my brother!" Then he screamed, "Zhang Wang, kill it!" Zhang Wang stomped his foot as his blade, shrouded in purple light, slashed in a perfect arc around the wraith. The monster's leg tendons were severed, but Zhang Wang's sword snapped in half under the immense force. Livid, the wraith rammed Zhang Wang aside, while simultaneously knocking Du Ye away. It stood there growling, its blood-red eyes filled with contempt for these ants. Just then, Zhao Rucheng dashed in like a bolt of lightning. His eyes were cold and filled with determination. First Slay style, chi focused on speed. His sword pierced through the wraith's foot, pinning it firmly to the ground, making it howl in agony. Immediately after, he landed a precise strike on the eye upon its chest, forcing it to snap shut from the pain. Rucheng pressed down hard on his sword. When he saw the wraith's mangled stump of an arm about to swing for an attack, "Do ya?" bellowed at him. "Don't you go poking your nose in!" In an instant, a figure shot forward like an arrow. Risking everything, Du Ye grabbed the wraith under its pits, using all his might to force it back. The monster growled, caught completely off guard. Du Ye gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm your big bro, I've got to look out for you till the end." Despite the wraith's desperate struggling, and its claws scratching frantically, Du Ye stubbornly tightened his grip and wouldn't let go. After successfully locking its arms, he wrapped one arm around the monster's neck to hold it in place and yelled out. That was the cue Zhang Wang was waiting for. Zhang Wang lunged from a distance with incredible speed. Zhang Wang's sword pierced straight through the wraith's midsection, avoiding the heart to prevent a premature outburst of death energy, but it was enough to pin it to the ground. With Rucheng and Du Ye's help, the three of them used all their power to pin down the thrashing monster. The wraith let out an ear-piercing shriek, a shrill sound that felt like it would tear their eardrums apart. Zhang Wang struggled to hold his ground. How did it get even more berserk? Rucheng, face pale, quickly sent out a distress signal. Big bro, think of something fast. I can't hold on much longer. The wraith's blood-red maw, packed with sharp teeth, gaped wide, ready to tear into anyone who let their guard down, especially Du Ye, who was pinning its neck. Manhwa stood on the sidelines, sweat beading on his forehead. His mind raced, calculating every possibility. Yin gathering coin, skyhole release, heaven and earth inversion. The thin line between life and death. I've got it! Linghe's eyes lit up. He ignored the swarming ghosts blocking his path. He decisively charged at the lethal weak point of this vengeful ghost. It's not the eye on the chest. While moving, Manhwa reached out and pulled the hairpin from his head. He loudly announced, but the square hole of the coin on its forehead. Manhwa stomped his foot hard on the ground, the explosive force causing the earth to crack and shatter. Using the momentum, he leaped high into the air, soaring over the encirclement of ghosts. The trio of Zhang Wang, Zhao Hu, and Rucheng saw this and shouted in unison to suppress the monster's spirit. The vengeful ghost sensed the danger and struggled even more violently. But it was too late. It's over! Linghe dove down from above, stabbing. Thwack! He drove the hairpin right into the center of the square hole of the coin on its forehead. A blinding flash of light erupted instantly. The invisible chains, binding its soul, snapped apart. Zhao Hu panted heavily. It worked! This coordinated and badass teamwork caught the eye of someone hiding nearby. From a distance, Uncle Dang watched gloomily, then vanished in the blink of an eye, thinking to himself that his worries were clearly unnecessary. Just then, Rucheng spoke up, as the vengeful ghost suddenly went silent. It's quieted down, but something seems off. Zhang Wang immediately noticed the abnormality. Do you guys see its body swelling up? Manhwa yelled. The lethal point is destroyed. The evil energy inside it is out of control, and it's surging out. Run! As soon as the words left his mouth, the vengeful ghost's body exploded. The shockwave blasted the four brothers in different directions. The space was instantly enveloped in thick dust. Manhwa coughed violently and called out, Is everyone okay? Zhao Hu replied curtly, I'm fine. Zhang Wang followed up, Rucheng and I are okay. Rucheng immediately corrected him. Who said that? I'm hurt right here. Hurry up and carry me! They quickly gathered near the crater formed by the explosion. Zhang Wang pointed his hand. Look, there is a blue pearl at the center of the explosion. That is the eye of the formation at the Shunfengzhou position. The scene of the group's victory, with Zhang Wang, was captured through a lens hidden inside a powder compact held by a woman. The compact was snapped shut. Miao Yu sighed, her voice dripping with boredom. Those sword moves were actually pretty fire. But it looks like that's all he's got. She stretched tiredly and walked away. It was almost time. A first-class Taoist technique had been set up here. The separation of yin and yang. Miao Yu walked over to a black coffin. Creak. She bowed gently, her voice respectful yet eerie. I humbly invite the third elder. The coffin lid burst open. A pair of withered feet stepped out slowly. The skeletal figure of an old man appeared. That person was the third elder of the White Bone Dao, Song Qijing. With every step he took, bizarre incantations followed as a rhythmic accompaniment, echoing through the space. Beneath the river of forgetfulness, the smoke of the yellow springs rises as the venerable god returns to shine upon the mortal realm. Quickly, Song Qijing reached the edge of the cliff. He spread his arms wide and commanded loudly, Offer the sacrifices! The cultists, standing on both sides of the cliff, with fanatical eyes, simultaneously drew knives and stabbed themselves, then leaped into the bottomless abyss. Miao Yu said softly, You've worked hard, elder. Song Qijing, trembling with excitement, replied, Hard work? To be able to return to the embrace of the venerable god is my greatest honor. With that, he held up a golden needle, stabbed himself without hesitation, and just like the fanatics before him, he threw himself into the deep gorge. Miao Yu stood silently watching. The area quickly became eerily silent. Suddenly, from deep within the abyss, a giant skeletal arm reached up powerfully. Its sharp claws curled inward, snatching up the body of the third elder, along with the other sacrificial victims. A voice boomed like rolling thunder, filled with immense satisfaction, as the arm withdrew back into the earth. Miao Yu bowed her head slightly to thank the venerable god. A whirlwind began to rise. The surrounding space was slowly swallowed by darkness. On the other side, Wei Yan's group was collecting the pearls one by one. Regarding the formation eyes, Wei Yan asked, Which position is still missing? Wang Changshang replied quickly, The Sun position. Once we have the formation eye of the Zun position, we can complete the full 8-trigram formation. Zhao Long, covered in wounds, said worriedly, 4 freshmen are in charge of the Sun position. Only one of them has opened their meridians. I'm afraid they're cooked. Wei Yan's eyes sharpened, and he waved his hand to give the order. Then we won't wait any longer. Zhao Lang, you're with me. We're going to break the Shun position and save them. Just as Wei Yan was about to move out, Li Jian suddenly spoke up to stop him. General Wei, please wait. You've broken 3 positions in a row and spent a lot of energy. Please save your strength. Let me handle the Shun position this time. Upon hearing this, Wei Yan did not hesitate and nodded in agreement immediately. Fine, then make it quick. However, from within the thick fog ahead, the sound of people talking suddenly echoed out. The tone was loud and full of sarcasm. I just heard the news that someone in Yun country bought a Gu Yuan pill for a crazy high price. The guy who bought it happened to be named Zhao. Hey Zhaohu, what a coincidence, right? He's been yapping all day just to flex that his family has a Gu Yuan pill? Both Wei Yan and senior brother Li were stunned. They looked toward the source of the voices. The 4 brothers, Zhang Wang's group, emerged from the mist with confident smiles. Everyone, we're back. Zhang Wang held up the pearl in his hand and said firmly, the formation eye of the Sun position is right here. Li Changshang said joyfully and quickly. No time to lose, give it to me. After collecting all 8 formation eye pearls, Changshang carefully placed them in their respective positions, then began to chant the incantation. The pearls suddenly glowed with a brilliant light, vibrating and then slowly floating into the air, merging completely into that invisible barrier. The surrounding space began to undergo a violent transformation. Changxiang sat cross-legged on the spot, forming hand seals and shouting loudly, "Disperse!" Following the shout, the thick mist that had covered the area for so long gradually faded away. Zhaohu couldn't hide his curiosity and muttered, what secret is actually hidden in this place? Wei Yan immediately gripped his weapon tight, giving a stern command, hear my orders! Prepare for combat! As the mist cleared completely, everyone's pupils shrank in sheer terror. Before them stood an ancient, eerie structure, radiating a heavy aura of death. On a pitch-black board, hanging right in the center were 3 blood-red characters, Ghost Gate Pass. From that spot, a gloomy whirlwind swirled violently. The surrounding ghosts suddenly turned their heads in unison, their hollow eyes all staring toward that hellish gate. Sensing the situation was extremely critical, Wei Yan shouted, send the red signal. Zhao Long immediately took the order. His hands were shaking, but he tried to keep his cool, replying, copy that. He quickly pulled out a thin red stick and channeled his source energy into it. In an instant, the stick ignited fiercely and shot straight up into the high sky. One must know that when the yellow signal is lit, it means the sender is in a desperate situation. But when the red signal flares up, it signifies a threat that could wipe out cities and lose lands, second only to the black signal, which signals the nation to enter its final life or death battle. The red signal tore through the air, emitting an eerie red hue that pierced through the clouds. In a moment, the once gloomy sky was suddenly dyed the color of blood shining down upon the world. It was a terrifying sight, and people in the nearby areas looked up, unable to hide their confusion. Why has the sky turned red? In a distant place, a figure saw the signal, frowned, and said, the red signal? Do I need to go back? After speaking, the person stomped hard, using the momentum to shoot off like an arrow. Another big shot in a different location also muttered, whatever, forget it. Anyway, those 2 are still there to hold the fort. Back to the battlefield. Zhang Wang observed the ghost spirits gliding past them, like an endless river. All of them ignored the defensive circle of fire and headed straight in one direction. They're out. They're actually coming out. Millions of ghost spirits, like green phosphorescent sparks, appeared from all over Shaolin Town, and even from much further away, are all being sucked toward the phantom of Ghost Gate Pass, Wei Yan remarked with a grave expression. Demons and ghosts are all flocking toward that place. Zhang Wang turned to ask senior brother Li, what exactly is this Ghost Gate Pass? Li Jianqiu shook his head and replied honestly, I don't know either. Suddenly, several domineering auras appeared, cutting through the flow of ghost spirits. Zhang Wang quickly recognized this technique. Several ghost spirits were hit by the attack and instantly vanished into faint blue light. It's the 9 heavens astral wind. In an instant, the ghost spirits surrounding Wei Yan's army were all swept away by this invisible whirlwind. A figure descended powerfully from above, causing a violent impact that sent dust flying everywhere. Wei Yan raised his hand to shield his face from the dust, eyes still fixed there, muttering, he's here. Changshang also exclaimed in pure awe, the sky is dark, the path is lost, the 9 heavens. Astral wind is truly peerless and domineering. Dark clouds swirled, blotting out the sun, creating a massive vortex. From within the thick dust, a curse rang out. You absolute bastard! Yahoo gritted his teeth and asked warily, who's there? The dust settled, revealing two majestic figures. The first was the Lord of Fenglin City, Wei Kuji. He spoke in a deep, gravelly voice full of fury, sacrificing the lives of everyone in Shaolin Town, then using the restless souls of generations buried in Fenglin City's territory as an offering, buried in the outskirts of Fenglin City as a sacrifice. With just a single move, you managed to manifest the phantom of Ghost Gate Pass, and you're still acting so chill about it? Don't you dare try to escape right in front of this city lord. That's high-level, truly top-tier stuff. The second person is the Chief General of the City Guard, Zhang Dahuzi. He barked out in frustration. This is freaking annoying. Not even a single scrap left for me. Wei Kuji stepped forward, analyzing the situation thoughtfully. Logically speaking, they should have stayed to face me, to give the phantom of Ghost Gate Pass enough time to devour the rest of the remaining aggrieved souls. That way the phantom could reach its maximum power. Yet they retreated so quickly and cleanly. When they don't chase small gains, they must have a much bigger plot. Seeing his father, who was also his superior, appear, Wei Yan quickly dropped to one knee in salute. Greetings, City Lord. He moved fast to report the situation. Reporting to the City Lord. After your subordinates broke the seal at the center of Shaolin Town, the Ghost Gate Pass appeared right before our eyes. Shut your mouth! Wei Kuji roared in a fit of rage. Before his son could even finish, he swung his hand and delivered a thunderous slap right across Wei Yan's face. Wei Kuji glared down at his son, who was sprawled on the ground. You useless trash! Then he turned his sharp, piercing gaze toward the group. Zhang Wang and all of you too. Good for nothing but making a mess of things. Wei Yan tried to push himself up despite the pain. But the city lord immediately, Wei Kuji interrogated him loudly. I only gave you the command order out of respect for Dong A, so you could recruit from the academy, coming to the academy to recruit people, and yet you managed to screw things up to this pathetic extent. Got anything else to say for yourself? Zhou Hu, seeing Wei Yan getting chewed out like that, felt it was unfair and wanted to step forward. This is total BS. We literally put our lives on the line. Seeing him about to lose his cool, Jiang Wang quickly held him back, trying to calm him down. Hey man, chill out. Wei Yan stood up, suppressing the pain, and with a respectful posture, he dropped to one knee again. His voice was filled with determination. No, it's because of my own incompetence. This general asks to accept all punishments. Wei Kuji was slightly surprised at Wei Yan's quickness to admit fault and reform. Standing nearby, Dahuzi also respectfully bowed his head low and reported, City Lord, it's not ideal for us to be away for too long. Wei Kuji seemed to have vented enough of his anger. He took to the air, leaving his orders echoing down. Wei Yan is demoted by 1 rank, fined 1 year's salary, and as for the military camp under his command, everyone must share the responsibility. A cold glint flashed in Wei Yan's eyes. His voice dropped as he accepted the order. My thanks to the City Lord. Wei Kuji and Dahuzi flew far away. While moving, he discussed matters with his confidant. The White Bone Wei has already manifested the phantom of Ghost Gate Pass. We can't wait any longer. Spread some bait. We need to lure the snake out of its hole. Dahuzi bowed and replied, Yes, your subordinate obeys. In the Qingjiang waters, the scene appeared incredibly ethereal, with towering rock formations appearing and disappearing beneath the clear blue water. Beneath the riverbed, it seemed a magnificent civilization existed. Water soldiers in the distance were training enthusiastically, while little mermaids swam around happily. Located on a massive underwater rock ledge was the ancient and solemn Qingjiang Water Palace. A man with shimmering fish scales on both cheeks was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. He slowly appraised the tea. The emerald-famous tea that the Zhuang family brought over is indeed exquisite. Messenger, do you really not want to taste? A dark figure hidden in the shadows heard this and responded in a sarcastic tone. If just a tiny favor like this is enough to satisfy you, young lord, then it's no wonder that guy named Zhuang has been walking all over the Qingjiang water tribe. For all these years, Song Qingkui's face darkened. He slammed the teacup onto the table and snapped back sharply. You dare play these shallow mind games right in front of this young lord? Whitebone messenger, don't you think you're being way too childish? Regarding the pact with you all, the Qingjiang Water Palace feels we have a clear conscience. What more does your Whitebone Wei have to complain about? Hearing this, the messenger's tone softened slightly, but he still tried to argue his point. Young lord, we had a deal before. You guys were supposed to just go ashore, harass and attack as you pleased. But now look at this. We've put in so much effort, yet your Qingjiang water tribe is just swimming back and forth on the surface for show. Back then, the palace lord, for the sake of his promise to Zhuang Chengqian, urged the entire tribe to fight with everything they had. People praised his loyalty and honor. Why has it come to you, young lord, to be so flaky? Hearing this, Qingque grew furious. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Guards!" A soldier of the water tribe rushed in to receive his orders. Qingque issued a command that left the messenger stunned. "Pass the word! Order all units to retreat 3 miles back. Under no circumstances are they to disturb any life on shore." The messenger stood up indignantly to challenge him. "Young lord!" Qingque's expression at that moment was filled with absolute seriousness and resolve. He pointed right at the messenger's face and emphasized every word. "You were the one who reminded me. My father and Emperor Zhuang had a 100-year covenant. If I agree to help you, wouldn't I be breaking my father's word and becoming a total failure of a son? Right now, the entire army of Qinghe County is focused on defense. We're just hanging back, making it a lot easier for you all to do whatever it is you're doing. The goal has been achieved. Don't be a greedy brat and push your luck." After speaking, an attendant nearby quietly refilled Qingque's teacup. He looked toward the messenger and gave a sharp assessment. "The water tribe leaving the water is just like you humans leaving the land. Both mean losing one's foundation, unless you can actually make me decide to fight a life-and-death battle with the Zhuang court. But can you guys even pay a price that's worth it?" The messenger sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "The capital we're giving you is—" He paused for a moment, his face becoming cunning, "an entire dragon pearl." Song Qingqi didn't seem fazed at all. He only replied indifferently, "Oh, that is indeed a precious gift." Then he swirled his teacup gently and continued calmly, "But it's only worth me going this far and no further." Realizing he couldn't persuade him further, the messenger left in a huff, throwing back a cold remark. "Fine, then I won't trouble you anymore." Once outside, Bone Ship carrying the messenger, shrouded in a gloomy aura, glided through the water. Song Qingque sat in his chair, watching the figure leave, and remarked with disdain, "A bunch of shady cowards like them. Think they're worthy of negotiating with Song Qingque? And they actually have the nerve to talk about trust? What a joke." At that moment, a deep and majestic voice rang out from the void. "My son, what do you think?" Song Qingque's face showed a hint of emotion. He raised his teacup and slowly replied, "The Zhuang court relies on its power to be arrogant. And now this Zhuang Gaomu is even worse. Does he really think we are his subjects? He even dared to send word asking for a marriage proposal for his son to Qingji, talking about making her a crown princess and an eternal alliance. In reality, it's all just political calculation. Back then, my aunt made a huge mistake by marrying Zhuang Chengqian. I will never let my sister follow in those footsteps." Years ago, the grand ancestor of Zhuang was Zhuang Chengqian, who was originally a general of the Yong state. He took advantage of the power struggle between the 3 princes of Yong to seize land and declare himself king, founding the state of Zhuang. Furious, Yong launched a massive invasion by land and water, aiming to crush the rebellion in one fell swoop. In that desperate moment, Zhuang Chengqian begged my father Song Hongjiang for help, promising that if the nation was successfully established, the two of them would split the world between them, dividing the lands and the waters. All 700 miles of the Qingjiang waters would fall under the jurisdiction of the Qinghe Water Palace. Years ago, because of that single promise, Song Hong mobilized the full strength of the water tribe in a fierce battle to defeat the Yong State Navy on the Lan River, eliminating the threat from behind for the grand ancestor of Zhuang. Zhuang Chengqian, with his help, finally succeeded in founding the state. Afterward, the Qingjiang Water Palace signed a covenant with the Zhuang state. Song Hong's younger sister, Song Wanxi, was even married to Zhuang Chengqian, becoming the queen of the Zhuang state. However, even though Song Wanxi gave her all to assist her husband in ruling and being a mother to the nation, winning the hearts of the common people, she was ultimately plotted against by treacherous people and died tragically in the cold, desolate palace prison. Thinking of this, Song Qing grew furious and crushed the teacup in his hand into fine powder. An aged, somber voice echoed in his ear, but it had grown a few degrees colder. Actually, back then, your aunt and Zhuang Chengqian were truly in love. It wasn't entirely a forced political marriage by my hand. Forget it, dredging up the past only brings more heartache. So what are your plans for Qingji? Song Qing's expression immediately became serious. He presented a strategy he had carefully calculated. Currently, Qinghe County is a complete mess, filled with toxic energy. The situation is looking pretty ugly. That Zhuang Gomu is a low-life scumbag. Qinghe City is no longer a safe place to stay. Qingji is just growing up and starting to understand things. So I want to send her to Fenglin City in disguise, hiding her identity, to study there for a while.
The White Bone Way this time?
Was even willing to give away a precious dragon pearl.
This proves that in Fenglan City,
A massive upheaval is definitely about to go down, big enough to shake the entire Zhuang border. But the most dangerous place is often the safest.
after the Great Storm,
Fenglan City will instead become the most peaceful place, perfect for recuperation and growth. Referring to the dragon pearl, Song Qing continued. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity to send someone to Fenglan City to find clues about the Baigu Way. This time, they're making a comeback. They must be hiding an earth-shattering secret. A single dragon pearl is not enough to satisfy my appetite.
Master.
Hearing that, the aged voice grunted in approval.
I have long since given you full authority over the Water Palace.
Just handle it as you see fit, Song Qing replied respectfully.
Father, about that dragon pearl, I have sent someone to leave it outside your seclusion room.
Please remember to refine it to nourish your health. That somber voice suddenly became sorrowful, mixed with regret. I have already checked the dragon pearl. There were some shady tricks hidden inside, but I have wiped them all clean. Take it back and use it without worry. It can boost your power by 1,000 years. I am already a broken man, riddled with sickness and no hope of transforming into a dragon.
I'm just living one day at a time now.
My main goal is to protect you and Qingji. For just a little while longer, at Niutu Mountain, pitch-black night enveloped everything. A guard held the hilt of his spear warily, patrolling the perimeter, completely unaware of a dark shadow slipping past right behind him. The mysterious figure silently walked up the stone stairs, leading deep into the heart of the mountain. At the end of the stairs, a dark void appeared in space. He stepped inside nonchalantly. Inside was another spiral staircase, leading down to an even deeper level. At the bottom of the cavern, flickering firelight illuminated Lu Yan's sinister face. He stroked his beard and smirked, asking how it went. Regarding Song Qing, that bastard took the bait and swallowed it whole, but he cleverly dodged the hook. He's not easy to control. Lu Yan nodded as expected. After all, that old fox Song Hong is still alive. We never really expected much else. The aquatic clan will truly turn into enemies, with the court immediately, just for one dragon pearl. The messenger bowed, his voice still sounding a bit salty. Even though you say that, it's still super annoying. Our bait is the dragon pearl, a treasure from the Middle Ages that's almost extinct now. Once one is used, it's gone for good. Old Lu Yan spoke in a stern tone. The incident at Shaolin Town has served our main purpose. We have achieved what we wanted, these small things. Don't need to be overthought by the messenger. Lu Yan turned his pale eyes directly toward the messenger, stroking his beard with a cold smirk. Our dragon pearl, I'm afraid that little brat won't find it so easy to digest after eating it. A green light flashed in the messenger's eyes, his voice full of confidence and malice. He thinks he can play with my Baigu Way, but he doesn't know that when the Dao Sun emerges. His first order of business will be to bloodbath his Qingjiang water palace, turning 700 miles of Qingjiang into a sea of white bones. On this side, Du Yahu and Zhao Rucheng were chatting as they walked. Lively and animated, Du Yahu's face was flushed as he rubbed his belly and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, kid, your Guyuan pill is truly the goat. My vital energy right now is even more hyped and abundant than ever before. Hearing that, Rucheng curled his lip in a roast. Well, obviously, other people treat precious Guyuan pills like sacred treasures, using them bit by tiny bit. But look at you, swallowing the whole thing like a brute wasting pearls on swine. All three of them, including Zhang Wang, walked along laughing and joking. Du Yahu continued excitedly. That guy Wei Ran might have a stone face, but he's actually a real one. The mission failed. Yet he still reached into his own pocket, using his own merit points, to give us some travel money. While they were talking, Wang Changxiang suddenly came down the stairs and greeted them. Hello, three junior brothers. Seeing him, the three quickly bowed politely and said in unison, Greetings, senior brother Wang. Wang Changxiang politely nodded back. His voice was gentle and calm. It's fate that we met. Make yourselves at home, brothers. I have some urgent business, so I'll head out first. After saying that, the four passed each other. Zhang Wang's group continued up the stairs. After walking a bit, Zhang Wang lowered his voice and whispered, Last time I came here, I also happened to run into senior brother Wang. Rucheng frowned in confusion.
What does he come here so often for anyway?
Wang Ajan stood with his hands on his hips. As soon as he saw the group approaching, he turned his gaze toward Yahoo and asked curiously, Hey, old who? Are you guys here to redeem your merit points for gear too?
Are we going out for drinks tonight?
Yahoo's expression turned slightly serious. He crossed his arms over his chest and replied, Sure, although we have a few merit points. We should save them to trade for open meridian pills later. Today we're just here to check things out. Azan's face showed a hint of boredom. His face was flushed, and he looked tipsy. While picking his nose, he said indifferently, "Open meridian pills? Since you're freshman supported by the Tao Academy? It only costs 100 merit points for the first exchange, but later the price will skyrocket to 1,500 points." He clicked his tongue and pointed into the distance. Just now, that guy Wang Changxiang turned in all the missions he had on hand. In a heartbeat, he blew all his merit points just to get one open meridian pill. That was seriously extra, such a flex. Hearing this, Zhang Wang couldn't help but wonder. Senior brother Wang traded for an open meridian pill? His cultivation level is already so high. Why would he spend so many merit points to exchange for such a basic, low-level medicine? Azan and the others watched as Wang Changxiang's back disappeared from view. Only then did he lower his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. You guys don't know the tea on this. Wang Changxiang? Even though he's famous as the genius of the Wang family, the truth is he has an older brother. In another place, someone's hand pushed open a wooden door. Wang Changxiang stepped inside. The space inside was lush with trees, yet it felt strangely gloomy and desolate. A figure was lying relaxedly on a bamboo chair, stretching out to soak up the sun. Changxiang walked over, startling a cat lying nearby into standing up. He softly called out, "Brother." A man holding a tray of steaming hot food, fragrant and savory, stepped out. Wang. Changsha slowly set the tray down and said kindly, "Let's eat." However, his face was clouded with melancholy, his eyes devoid of life, contrasting sharply with the delicious-looking food. Sitting on the bamboo chair, Changsha called out, "Xiaoku!" The tabby cat quickly jumped onto the table, facing a full bowl of rice. It ate heartily, as if its whole soul was poured into that bowl. Changsha also started to pick up his chopsticks. He calmly put a bite of food into his mouth, seemingly unaware of anyone else's presence. Changxiang's face remained expressionless. He patiently called out again, "Big brother!" Only then did Changsha look up at his younger brother, his face showing a hint of surprise. "Changxiang, when did you get here?" "Oh man, I didn't prepare a portion of rice for you." Changxiang shook his head and replied, "It's okay, I'm not here to freeload a meal. I just wanted to talk to you." Hearing this, Changsha remained indifferent, saying nothing more and simply continuing to eat with his head down. "Brother, I recently went to investigate why Shaolin Town went off the grid. The result was, upon arrival, I discovered every single resident there had been..." Clack! Changsha slammed his bowl and chopsticks onto the table, cutting his younger brother off. Changsheng continued to speak, his voice urgent. "Finally, when the city lord arrived, that phantom of the ghost gate immediately vanished. We don't know where the cultist behind this is hiding to cause more chaos." Changsha replied nonchalantly, his voice cold. "This matter is for the investigation bureau to handle. If Weikuji can't handle it, there's the prefect. If the City Tao Academy can't cope, there's the Provincial Tao Academy. Beyond that, the National Tao Academy. Don't be a busybody, quit worrying about things out of your control." He seemed to have accepted his fate. He still maintained a calm expression. "Yi knows your good intentions, Day. You often come by to tell stories of the outside world, because you don't want me to be cut off from the world. But I am just a useless person, unable to open my meridians, yet you tell me about those Taoist arts. And those high-level formations, I don't understand them at all." Zhang Shang's face momentarily showed confusion mixed with heartache. He tried his best to deny it. "That's not it, Gi." Zhang Ji's hand picked up a piece of vegetable and held it in front of Xiaoku. The cat looked annoyed, but his voice remained steady. "Xiaoku, you two eating only meat won't do. You must eat more veggies." Xiaoku suddenly scratched a line on the back of his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Xiang couldn't help but get angry. He shouted, "Xiaoku!" Zhang Ji still kept his composed demeanor. He waved his hand. "Being aggressive with it is useless. This is just a cat's nature. It can't be changed, just like me. If the meridians can't be opened, then they can't be opened. You are the pride of the Wang family, while I am the family's disgrace. Ji has seen through it all long ago. You don't need to waste your time anymore." Suddenly, Zhang Xiang reached into his pocket. His voice was full of mystery. "Who said that? Ji, look at what this is." As he spoke, he pulled out a pill that emitted a faint glow. Zhang Ji looked doubtfully at the object in his brother's hand. "Did you use your merit points to trade for another pulse-opening pill for me?" Zhang Xiang smiled and confirmed, "Of course. I'm not giving up. So Ji, please don't give up either." He snorted coldly but reached out to take it. "Fine, then I won't stand on ceremony with you." Unexpectedly, Zhang Ji held the precious pill up to the cat's mouth. "Here, Xiaoku, eat up. If you eat this, maybe you'll develop some spiritual intelligence, and treat me a bit more gently in the future." "Wait!" Zhang Sheng panicked and snatched the pill back. "No way. This cost a whole 2,500 merit points. Zhang Ji stood up and waved him away. Just get back already. Otherwise, if the old man at home finds out, you're still wasting resources on me. He'll definitely give me another earful. But meanwhile, at another location within the academy, Fang Healing was confidently performing the mid-grade Taoist art, Dingjia Flame Blade, waiting for an evaluation from Master Xiao Tianmian. Master Xiao Tianmian stroked his beard and nodded, noting that this was the low-grade Taoist art, Dingjia Attached Flame, a preliminary variation of the Flame Blade. Though the mastery is still a bit green, overall it's considered complete and highly commendable. Healing put on a humble front, bowed and said, "Master, you flatter me. I feel quite ashamed of myself. After opening my meridians, it took me a full 53 days to successfully master this technique. I feel my progress has been too slow." But Xiao Tianmian maintained his high evaluation. No need to be so modest. The fastest foundation building speed in the Guiyuan chart is 41 days. You should know that. Back in the day, your master also took exactly 50 days to finish it, pushing his luck. Healing turned and pointed at Zhang Wang, speaking with a loaded tone. "That's right, Zhang Wang. Senior brother opened his meridians even earlier than I did. Why not? Let him give it a shot, and see how he performs this Taoist art." Hearing that, Xiao Tianmian nodded in agreement instantly. Makes sense. Zhang Wang, give it a go. At this moment, Zhang Wang was preoccupied, lost deep in his own thoughts. Weapons manifested through Taoist arts must surely be better than those forged from ordinary iron. Right now, every time I fight, the sword in my hand can't even last a few moves before breaking. But Taoist arts, definitely, cannot completely replace actual weapons. Just like senior brother Li, who is an expert in the flame sword art, yet he never lets that simple ancient sword at his hip leave his side. I wonder, when it's pulled out for use, how terrifyingly powerful would it actually be? I really want a good weapon too. But in the Hall of Taoist Merit, even the most basic standard magic sword costs as much as 500 merit points. Lost in thought, he didn't hear the teacher calling his name. Xiao Tianmian gradually lost his patience and barked, "Zhang Wang!" Zhang Wang snapped out of it and hurriedly stood up. "Present," Xiao Tianmian demanded sternly. "You've got some nerve to space out right in the middle of my Taoist arts class. Now get up here. Demonstrate the flame blade technique for me once. After that, I'll settle the score with you." Zhang Wang bowed his head and dejectedly admitted his fault. "My apologies, Master Xiao. I haven't finished building my foundation yet. I can't perform the Taoist art yet, sir." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianmian flew into a rage instantly. "You haven't even finished your foundation, and yet you still don't pay attention in class? You've clearly stepped onto the path of the extraordinary, yet you don't appreciate this opportunity at all. I sentence you to copy the scripture of emptiness 100 times, until you are finished. Don't even think about stepping foot in my classroom again." Having handed down the punishment, he stormed off, leaving behind a curt "class dismissed." Zhang Wang accepted it bitterly. "Yes, sir." Zhao Hu looked at him with sympathy. "Well, you've done it now. You've really pissed off Iron Face Xiao," Du Cheng teased with a smile. "That scripture is 30,000 words long, you know." 100 times? Man, how long is that going to take to finish? Linghua kindly offered, "Big brother can help you. Copy a portion of it. After all, usually, I often practice calligraphy just to kill time anyway." Suddenly, Fang Healing approached, with a look of fake remorse on his face. "Junior brother Zhang, I'm so sorry. I had no idea you hadn't finished your foundation yet. I just thought with your usual reputation, Junior brother Zhang, you must have completed it a long time ago." Man, what a mess, right? Zhang Wang didn't even bother with these sarcastic remarks. He just replied calmly, "It's fine, it's just copying scripture. Only if I really can't write anymore. Will I dare to bother you guys? Now I have to go pick up an Anne from school first." Having said that, he walked away, leaving Fang Healing looking like a total clown. A while later, at Tai Ki Goat Meat Restaurant, a rich aroma wafted from the plates of goat meat that were served piping hot on the table. Zhang Wang happily treated his sister. "Ta-da! I didn't lie to you, right? I told you so. As long as you study hard and stay well behaved, I will bring you to eat the Tai family's goat meat." Little Anne's eyes lit up, and she immediately dove in to enjoy the delicious meal. Zhang Wang smiled at her appetite and promised more. "Take your time, Moy, there's no rush. Just keep studying hard and don't get scolded by the teacher. Then every 10 days, your brother will bring you here to eat again." She stopped her chopsticks and squinted suspiciously at him. "For real? So, have you ever been scolded by a teacher at the academy?" Zhang Wang flinched, momentarily at a loss for words. He tried to keep his cool and shook his head in flat denial. "Of course not!" The two siblings ate and drank happily. Soon after, the plates were licked clean. Anan rubbed her round belly and said contentedly, "That was so good." But suddenly she looked puzzled. "Why did you only drink soup and not eat any meat?" Zhang gave a forced laugh and lied. "I've already eaten, I'm not hungry anymore." He was about to pull out money to pay, but Anan quickly called out, "Waiter! Bring one more serving!" The waiter responded briskly, "Coming right up!" "Moi!" Zhang nervously felt his empty pouch and whispered, "And Anne, I know you're still hungry, but I'm out of cash." She suddenly waved her hand generously. "Don't worry about it. And Anne is full. I ordered this for you to eat." With that, Anne took a pearl bracelet out of her pocket, placed it on the table, and showed off her recent win. And Anne helped a new classmate with homework, and got this pearl bracelet as a gift. "I think we can trade this for a meal, right?" Zhang looked at the shiny pearl in shock. "The pearl is too big. You can't. This thing is way too valuable." And Anne, "You must return that to them first thing tomorrow." And Anne pouted and refused. "No way!" My new classmate said it's fine. Their house is literally filled with stuff like this. The night grew late. Zhang gently tucked the blanket around the fast-asleep Anne. The little girl was still mumbling in her dreams.
Yummy meat.
Yummy meat. He looked out the window, silently tracking the time. Today is the 15th. Tonight is the day for the challenge again. Time to fight for a blessed land in the Taichu illusionary realm. Zhang clenched his fists tight. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and entered the Taishu realm. Within the illusory space, Zhang drew his weapon, his face full of focus. A voice rang out. "Master of the Qingyu altar, have you finally decided to issue a challenge?" The countdown began to echo. The surrounding space shifted violently. 29, 28, 27. The bagua symbol beneath his feet spun rapidly, and immediately after, a small floating island slowly emerged from the void. The battle was about to begin. Zhang stood upon the platform. The bagua felt as if his body was gliding through the void before breaking out of the formation. A moment later, he saw another island floating in the distance. July 15th, the first challenge. The mysterious opponent forfeited. August 15th, the second challenge. He forfeited again. Suddenly, the two islands collided with immense force. Seeing this, Zhang quickly shielded his face to block the shockwave. The two islands had now merged into a massive sword duel arena. The countdown echoed coldly, 10, 9, 8. This time, the mysterious person decided not to back down anymore. His voice rang out with pure determination. "Ever since my crushing defeat at your hands, I have spent half a year preparing for this very battle." Zhang clearly felt his opponent's burning willpower. "Prepared for half a year, huh? So 3 months before facing me, he actually quit for 3 straight months. Well, it seems the previous loss had left him with a massive psychological shadow. But it also proved that, after dodging this challenge round so many times, he was locked in to win at any cost. The countdown ticked down, 4, 3, 2, 1. The mysterious man cupped his hands in a formal salute and said solemnly, "Recently I finally mastered a move from the primordial 9 gentlemen swords. Please, show me what you've got." Zhang eyes widened in surprise. The primordial 9 gentlemen swords? That name alone sounds OP. Could he be a disciple of the Ru sect? Without a second thought, the opponent leaped into the air and shouted, "Heaven's motion is powerful!" Zhang also lunged forward. Anyway, the origin power spent in the Taichu illusionary realm isn't real. It's rare to spar with such a pro. I have to go all out, but in just a few steps. Zhang was already right on the mysterious man. He channeled his entire origin source to pull off his strongest ultimate move. This move was the purple chi from the East swordplay, the 5-form mystic decision. His sword tip cut through the air, diving straight at his opponent. The mysterious man didn't flinch, launching a counterattack directly against Zhang blade. Clang! The mortal sword tip couldn't take it. The colliding force made it crack and then shatter completely. In a flash, the mysterious figure swept past him, along with a resonating chant. A gentleman strives for constant self-improvement. A gentleman prioritizes relentless self-betterment above all. But Zhang, pierced through the chest by sword ki, was still dazed. He was absolutely no match for this technique. The winner landed on the ground, looking back in total disbelief. "I won? Are the 9 gentlemen swords really this cracked?" Right then, a notification rang out. "Welcome the new master of the Dongjin Ruins Blessed Land." The mysterious man was hyped. "Let's go!" Zhang snapped awake, clutching his chest and panting. Drenched in sweat, "I've lost the Qingyu altar." After this defeat, he became even more determined. Though he knew he'd lose due to the cultivation gap, he didn't expect to get wrecked this hard. The power gap is just too massive. I need to hurry up and put building the foundation on the schedule immediately. Zhang Wang began to meditate. His mind entered the Tongtian Palace. This is a distinct mental realm, where every cultivator only needs to focus their intent to be able to step inside. This place holds the three most important things: the origin hall, the foundation formation map, and the Dao vein true spirit. A Tongtian worm nearby suddenly stirred and woke up. The Zhaotian starry array is definitely much stronger than the Guiyuan array. But what makes me hesitate and keep me from building my foundation until now is the issue of time. He continued to calculate. The Guiyuan array, common in Zhuang State, has a total of 81 array points, while the Zhaotian starry array map derived from it has up to 365 array points. Not to mention the layout difficulty is several times more complex, even if I could perform every step flawlessly, perfectly replicating the foundation formation map. It would still take at least half a year to reach the 9th grade because he was so lost in thought, he didn't notice the Tongtian worm crawling closer. Moreover, moving from 9th to 8th grade requires building 3 Dao whirlpools. From 8th to 7th grade requires 9 Dao whirlpools. Being one step behind means every following step will be late. By calculation, it would just take way too long. But then Zhang Wang's eyes lit up with resolve. However, after tonight's battle, I've had an epiphany. A short ladder is easy to climb, but it can never reach the clouds. The stairway to heaven is hard to tread, but only that path can lead one to the Lingxiao heights. The essence of the path of cultivation is struggle. At a certain tavern, the atmosphere was loud and bustling. Everyone was happily raising their glasses in toasts. Cheers. Ru Cheng spoke up first, generously announcing, "In the capital, books teach that cultivation isn't just about being a shut-in, but also about perfecting one's life experience. So hitting the club is also a form of cultivation, right? Today I'm booking the most luxurious VIP room and calling for the hottest ladies. This young Master Zhao is paying for everything." Li Jianqiu chimed in, smiling gleefully as he looked at the beautiful woman beside him. "Ah, that's right. The boss is being so generous with this round. Wow, she's got such fair skin." Heh. Though Ru Cheng was already tipsy, he still noticed someone was missing. "Wait, where's Big Bro? Didn't we 4 brothers agree to celebrate together, slaying the vengeful ghost? Why is only this guy here?" Zhang Wang heard this and immediately replied, "Big Bro went to pick up an Anne from school for me." Ru Cheng nodded. "Ah, I see." Suddenly, Zhang Wang's tone turned serious. Before opening the gates of heaven and earth to reach the 6th grade, maintaining the primordial yang body is crucial for a cultivator. It's time for some real talk. Ladies, please excuse us for a moment. The beautiful girls got the hint, bowing one by one before stepping out. Li Jianqiu was now wasted, staring after the girls with a face full of regret. "If I stop at the 7th grade like the vice principal, won't I still be a virgin at 80? Then I'd rather—" "Wait, sweet sisters, don't leave." Zhu snatched the wine cup from his hand and held him down firmly. "If you've had too much, just go to sleep. You can have anything you want in your dreams." Seeing that things had settled down and the room had become quiet, Zhang Wang began to reveal his plan. "Here's the deal. I currently have 40 Dao Source Stones. I want to give them to everyone to use first. Whoever accumulates enough Dao Source can immediately exchange them for a pulse-opening pill." But as soon as Zhao Rusheng heard this, he shook his head vigorously in refusal. "Forget it, I'm out. Just thinking about that kind of hardship makes me shudder. After successfully opening your pulses, you have to circulate qi to clear them every day. It's freaking exhausting and painful. I can't deal with that." Seeing this, Du Jiahu made a bold suggestion. "Then just give your share to Big Bro. Take mine too, I'm giving it all to him. I'm leaving soon anyway." Zhang Wang was startled and asked in surprise, "Leaving? Where are you going, second bro?" Jiahu didn't hide anything. He bluntly replied, "I want to switch to the path of the legalist military." As soon as he finished, he downed a full cup of wine. Ru Cheng felt this decision was way too risky, so he hurriedly tried to talk him out of it. "We worked so hard to get from the outer court into the inner court. Brother Hu, you really need to think this through. This isn't a joke. I've already thought about it until my head hurts. Actually, after that day, General Wei Ran told me privately that the Black Armor Army in Jiujiang has a few openings. The general asked if I wanted to transfer to the military. I've been tossing and turning for days, and now I've made up my mind. I'm heading out tomorrow." He laughed heartily. "Wei Ran said I'm built for the path of the military, rather than the path of the Dao, and I think he's right." Ru Cheng was still skeptical. "That's true, old Hu. Your vitality is immense and you're naturally strong. You're definitely a natural for the military. But don't forget, the entire Zhuang state prioritizes Taoist cultivation. The Taoist sect is thriving. There aren't many truly powerful military experts out there." Zhang Wang also nodded in agreement. He poured more wine for Jiahu while adding his advice. "Exactly. In Zhuang state, even the one hailed as the supreme military commander. General Huangfu Duanming is actually a powerful Taoist cultivator. Even Wei Ran himself practices Taoist arts. Second, bro, if you choose the military path, it means that for a very long time, you won't have a complete cultivation system, and you'll be seriously short on resources. However, Jiahu appeared extremely resolute. I've spent many nights wrestling with this too, but the more I think about it, not having a pre-made path to follow, doesn't that also mean not being shackled by rigid frameworks and dogmas? Right? That's even better for someone like me, Dujahu, to go wild and grow freely in my own way. He declared emphatically, so I've made a final decision. I won't even use the pulse opening pill. I want to use the most ancient tradition of the military to open my pulses. Ru Cheng's eyes nearly popped out in shock. The military tradition? What Jiahu meant was the blood key pulse opening. This so-called military tradition is actually when a cultivator rejects the assistance of medicinal pills, relying solely on their own strength, willpower, and surging blood ki to forcibly break through the Tao pulses. This method is called ancient for a reason, because on this path, those who succeed are few and far between. The best-case scenario for those who fail is usually severed meridians, becoming a total cripple, while in most cases their bodies simply explode on the spot. Keep in mind that for a normal cultivator, circulating qi twice a day to refine, blood ki into Tao source is already the absolute limit of their endurance, so forcibly gathering blood ki, surging like a wave of fire, to directly assault the Tongqin Palace and force the Tao pulses to manifest, is an unimaginably dangerous move. Ignoring his brother's concerns, Jiahu didn't hesitate and cheerfully raised a jar of wine. It's settled then. Forget the tiny cups. That's not satisfying enough. Let's down the whole jar to my success. Zhang Wang suddenly remembered something and asked, but what about the cultivation manual? The military must have given you one already, right? Yahoo pushed an old book toward Zhang Wang. Here, Wei Ran gave this to me. It's called The White Tiger Body Tempering Art. He said it's a standard manual in the military, but it seems to be an incomplete version. Jiang Wang was curious. Let me borrow it for a quick look. But as soon as he picked up the manual, Jiang Wang suddenly clutched his stomach, grimacing and acting it out big time. Ouch, my gut suddenly feels super weird, Ru Cheng asked worriedly. Whoa, you okay, third bro? Jiang Wang quickly grabbed the book, stood up, and headed out. I'm fine. Just gotta take care of business. Be right back. Leaving the room, Jiang Wang stealthily slipped into an empty room nearby and locked the door from the inside. He placed the white tiger body tempering art on the table and immediately connected his mind to the Taihu illusionary realm. A mystical Bagua formation appeared in midair. The deduction altar activated as he placed his hand on the book. Countless pages were lifted by an invisible force, rising into the air, hovering and spinning. The system notifications started ringing incessantly. Inside his head, deduction beginning. Remaining merits, 3,190, in progress. Remaining merits, 2,180. Breakthrough stage. Remaining merits, 1-247. Complete. Remaining merits, 1-90. Finally, the system updated. Deduction completed. Obtained. 4 spirits. Body tempering art. Zheng Wang held the new manual in his hands, muttering, 4 spirits body tempering art. Deducting this technique cost a whopping 3,400 merit points. That's almost double the cost of the purple chi from the East Sword art. He nodded thoughtfully. It makes sense, though. After all, this is a legitimate cultivation technique of the military. It's a truly extraordinary discipline. Compared to that sword manual Jack Nathan bought at a street stall, back then, naturally, its ceiling and potential are much higher. After a moment of deliberation, he decided, I'll head back tonight and transcribe the 4 spirits technique. This complete body tampering art, I'll give it to Jiahu tomorrow when we see him off. Consider it a parting gift. Zhang Wang opened the door and stepped into the hallway, intending to return to the banquet room, but talk about a small world. He bumped right into Miao Yu walking toward him. She looked pretty shocked to see him at a brothel like this, and Zhang Wang was just as stunned by this unexpected encounter. Everything went quiet for a moment. As the air turned incredibly awkward, after a while Miao Yu finally broke the silence, her voice a bit hesitant. Oh, it's you, however. Zhang Wang wasn't in the mood for small talk. He gave a cold, brief reply and turned to leave. Immediately, muttering a quick, excuse me. He was fuming inside, beating himself up for being so careless. Drinking really messes things up. That was such a rookie mistake. How could I have the guts to dive into the Taihu illusionary realm? Right here in this building? In this sketchy place full of vice and chaos, the Sanfen Fragrance Pavilion is definitely not safe. I almost forgot to watch my back. Behind him, Miao Yu watched his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes flashing with deep thought. Zhang once returned to the banquet room in no time, tossing the book back to Jiahu, acting completely normal as if nothing had happened. I'm back, second bro. Here's your book. Jiahu was still in high spirits, his face flushed red from the wine as he raised a cup and shouted, come on, let's keep drinking till we drop. Ru Cheng chimed in from the side, slapping Jiahu hard on the shoulder. How much more can you drink? Knock back 3 penalty cups, you've been talking too much. Just then, Mama Li, the manager of the Sanfen Fragrance Pavilion, sashayed over, asking flirtatiously, well, if it isn't our young master Zhao, how do you keep getting more handsome every day? Seeing the courtesans around them scattering, she feigned surprise. What's going on here? Why did all those ladies just up and leave? Was there something about them that didn't please you, sir? Ru Cheng quickly waved his hands, his face full of resistance. Don't come any closer. That perfume is so thick it's making me dizzy. He started acting like a spoiled rich kid again, heaving a long sigh. You know, Mama Li, with this kind of basic, low-rent makeup, how could any of them catch my eye? How much cash have I already dropped in this place? Yet you still won't let me meet Lady Miao Yu even once. What gives? Suddenly, a voice as clear as jade rang out from the doorway. Is it possible? Zhang Wang was startled and immediately paid attention. Ru Cheng was dazed, unable to believe his eyes. Am I not drunk after all? A woman as beautiful as a flower, with an elegant aura, walked in, smiling as she replied, It's not that Mama Li was blocking you. It's that I simply didn't want to see you. The moment he saw the beauty, Ru Cheng's eyes lit up, his infatuation plain as day. Wow, the money I spent today was totally worth it. Of course, there's no way that's true. The woman who would refuse to see me hasn't even been born yet. Miao Yu skillfully countered with sharp words. Indeed, young Master Zhao's looks and background are top tier, not to mention how generous you are. What woman in this place could bear to turn you down? It's just a shame. She shot him a meaningful look. You don't like me enough. In the corner of the table, Ajan was wasted, completely oblivious to the world, just sitting there giggling like an idiot. He. Ru Cheng dropped his playful act, his voice becoming sincere. I have never pursued any woman as persistently as I have you ever since meeting you, my lady. The time I've spent camping out at this Sanfen Fragrance Pavilion is actually more than the time I've spent at the Tao Institute. How can you say I don't like you enough? He stepped closer to Miao Yu, his eyes as deep and soulful as the ocean. My love for you is so intense that it has already overflowed from my heart right here. Miao Yu giggled shyly, covering her mouth. Young Master Zhao, you truly have a heart as clear as crystal, and a mouth that's just way too smooth. But a second later, she didn't hesitate to call him out. But I can see right through you. You're just incredibly bored. You're looking for a thrill, not a soulmate. Ru Cheng's gaze suddenly turned cold, becoming unusually sharp. He turned away, pouting like a child. Well, now I actually don't like you anymore. I hate women who are too smart and try to read people's minds. Zhang Wang saw things getting tense, and since he didn't want to linger, he made an excuse. All right, let's go. Time to go home. I still have to cook dinner for An. Ru Cheng instantly shifted gears and asked naively, Third bro, can we just doggy bag these leftovers and take them back? Please don't cook for us. Uh-oh. Seeing the chef getting triggered, the whole group got scared and scrambled to leave without delay. Going, we're leaving right now. As they walked, Jiang Wang tried to save face and confidently declared, My pursuit of the culinary arts is just like my path in martial arts. I will never back down. But while they weren't paying attention, Miao Yu discreetly flicked her finger. A tiny, invisible object immediately latched onto Zhang Wang. It was the bone-leading insect. As it clung to him, it constantly emitted a tracking signal. Miao Yu smirked as she watched their backs fade away, thinking to herself, I'll observe you a bit longer. If you really are the prophesied Tao seed, then the bone-leading insect will quickly take root and sprout. But if you're not, then you're just out of luck, and you'll only end up as fertilizer. It serves the great cause of our white bone path. On the outskirts of Fenglin, the air is crisp today. Under a vast blue sky, a loud crash echoes through the air. Countless wine cups are smashed to pieces on the ground. As a solemn vow before their parting, Yahoo speaks up with a bold and heroic voice. Enough with the fake sappy goodbyes. In short, we'll cross paths again in the future. Let's promise to meet at the top. Zhang Wang reached into his robe and pulled out an old book. Second bro, this is for you. It was a manual for body tempering. Yahoo took it, flipped through a few pages, and his eyes lit up. Third bro, this is the good stuff. Ru Cheng peeked in curiously. Let me see. Let me take a look. Whoa, body tempering? Nah, don't drag me into this self-torture. Yahoo turned and glared at him. What do you know? A technique this good. Take one more look and you won't be able to tear your eyes away. He turned to Ling He. Eldest bro, you want to try it too? Ling He waved his hand in refusal. Right now, I'm focusing all my energy on opening my meridians and stabilizing the heavenly palace. I don't want to get distracted by other techniques. Jiahu turned back to Zhang Wang, a hint of worry in his eyes. So you're giving it all to me? What about you, third bro? Zhang Wang gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I've already made several copies for myself. The next time we meet, let's see whose training has gone further. Hearing this, Jiahu finally felt at ease and tucked the book into his shirt, smiling confidently. Fair enough. When it comes to swordsmanship talent, I can't beat you. But as for this hardcore body tempering path, you guys just wait and see. The four of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Jiahu once again put his hand out in the center of the circle. The other three caught his drift and stacked their hands on top of his. See you guys in Shinan, they said with full determination. I hope you all make it to Shinan City soon. The capital of Zhuang State is also home to the National Tao Institute. As for me, Jiahu, if I want to enter Shinan City, I must at least reach the rank of a general with real power in the Zhujiang jurisdiction to be qualified for the martial arts showcase in the capital. Suddenly, Jiahu glanced toward little An, who was standing next to Zhang Wang. The little girl pouted and raised her tiny hand. Me too! Count me in too! Jiahu burst out laughing and swept An up into his arms. She reached out her hand and suggested, let's do it again. All right. The whole group stacked their hands together again, joined by An's small hand. Let's meet again in Shinan. Their unified shout echoed through the sky. A moment later, Jiahu was on his horse. He turned back one last time, before galloping away at full speed, but he didn't forget to wave goodbye. The wind lashed against his face, but it couldn't hide the young man's eyes, which were brimming with tears. I'm off, everyone! The next day, while Zhang Wang was practicing, he silently recited the formulas in his head. The four spirits' body tempering art. The white tiger uses metal chi to forge the bones. The vermilion bird uses fire chi to temper the body. The black tortoise uses water chi to nourish the flesh and blood. And the azure dragon uses wood ki to strengthen the vital energy. He could clearly feel the changes within his body. Every time I finish a session, I feel the Tao source in my heavenly palace, becoming more fluid and vibrant. This is extremely helpful for arranging the formation points, bringing me one step closer to the foundation completion stage. While Zhang Wang was deeply focused, Rucheng sat slouched in a chair lazily, stretching as he spoke up. Hey, third bro. Train if you want, but why do you have to be shirtless like that? Zhang Wang was startled and let out a shout, quickly grabbing his shirt to put it back on. He shouted while fixing his clothes. My whole body burns like fire during body tempering. Of course, I have to take my clothes off to cool down. Wait a sec, when the hell did you sneak into my room? Damn it. Rucheng teased him with a smirk. About an hour ago, I guess. Seeing you so locked in with your training, third bro, I didn't have the heart to disturb you. Zhang Wang snapped back irritably. As if you even know the meaning of disturb. I shared the cultivation method with both you and eldest bro. Eldest bro is busy, prepping and accumulating before opening his meridians. So that's why he doesn't have time to practice. But what about you? You just fool around and wander everywhere all day, completely wasting your God-given talent. Rucheng calmly picked a grape and popped it into his mouth. The philosophers say life is short. I think not knowing how to enjoy yourself at the right time is actually the biggest waste of a human life. Suddenly he sat up straight, his voice becoming a bit more serious. But I'm here today to practice swordsmanship with you, third bro. That counts as real business, doesn't it? If you don't want me bothering you anymore, then take it easy on me in a bit, and let me use my purple chi from the east, sword style, to beat you just once, okay? By now, Zhang Wang had sat down at his desk. He took out paper and brush and replied with a scoff, in your dreams. If I let you win, I'm afraid you'd get too lazy to even pick up a sword. Let me finish writing my cultivation schedule first, and then I'll give you a lesson you won't forget. Zhang Wang carefully checked off the completed tasks on the paper, thinking to himself, eldest bro is almost done collecting enough Tao merits for the meridian opening pill. Second bro is tempering his body day and night in the military camp. Very soon, he'll use his vital energy to break through the Tao meridians. If I don't speed up, they'll catch up to me soon. He looked at the formation diagram, the B-rank formation points of the Zhou Tian star map. I've mapped out nearly 100 Tao source points, but there are still over 200 points missing. I absolutely cannot slack off in the coming days. Days passed by. Zhang Wang and Rucheng practiced their swordsmanship every day, after which they would head to class for lectures. Upon returning home in the evening, he never forgot to light his lamp and study late into the night. On a day in late autumn, all students of the Tao Institute were summoned. Rucheng waved cheerfully and called out. Eldest bro Ling He turned back and smiled. Third bro, fifth bro, Zhang Wang asked with a bit of curiosity. Today the Tao Institute has summoned us all to the city lord's manor. I wonder if something major is happening. Linghe replied softly, "It's for the Three-City Forum on Dao. This year, the competition will be held right here in Fenglin City. He further explained what the Three-City Forum on Dao meant. Just as the name suggests, it's a joint competition between the three Dao institutes of the neighboring cities, Wangjiang City, Fenglin City, and Sanshan City. The goal is to exchange skills and sharpen each other, while also serving as vital preparation for the exams at the Prefectural Dao Institute every November. For instance, Dashan Prefecture hosts the Northwind and Snowflame event, centered around Qinglin City and Beilu City. That event has become a famous festival across the prefecture, attracting countless tourists. In essence, it's just 5 neighboring cities teaming up to hold a Dao exhibition. Compared to that scale, our Three-City Forum on Dao is much more humble and much more low-key. At the City Lord's Manor Square, a group of craftsmen were working diligently. In just a short while, 2 large martial arts arenas were fully constructed. Zhang Wang stood watching, unable to hide his surprise. I didn't expect both Master Dong and the City Lord to show up together. Looks like this year's Three-City Forum is no joke. Linghua nodded in agreement. After all, this is the first time the Dean has organized the competition. Since taking office in Fenglin City, of course he has to make it grand to flex his authority. Up on the high platform, Dong, the Dean loudly announced the rules. Following the old protocol, the Dao Institute will select disciples from the 3 levels. First year, third year, and 5th year. Each group will send 2 participants. In this forum, winning a match in the first-year group earns 10 Dao merit points, the third-year group gets 20, and the 5th-year group gets 50. City. Lord Wei Kuji, standing nearby also coldly, chimed in. "I'll give it to you straight. You win or you're out. If you lose, don't blame me. This way will make your lives a living hell later on." Hearing this, Zhang Wang silently calculated. Winning 1 match gets me 10 Dao merit points, plus the chance to duel with elite fellow Daoists from other cities. It truly is a rare opportunity. Quite a steal right now. Huang Ajan suddenly interrupted with a condescending voice. They say first year, but in reality, it refers to those who have trained at the Dao Institute for about a year. Most are actually picked from previous batches of students. Zhang Wang asked back curiously. Then I wonder, Senior Brother Huang, have you ever participated in the Three-City Forum before? Huang Ajan tilted his chin up confidently. Of course I have. When this big shot first entered the inner court, I was just as famous as Li Jiangqiu and Wang Changxiang. All 3 of us were top tier, you know. People called me the fire-type prodigy. I bet you can't even tell, can you? Ru Cheng curled his lip in disdain. Fire-type prodigy, my foot. Then how did you end up in such a hot mess? Zhang Wang followed suit, shaking his head. Yeah, I really can't see it either, Azan explained dejectedly. Well, it's because I was too into girls, slacked off on my training. That's why they left me in the dust. Linghe spoke sternly. 3rd bro, 5th bro, you must take this as a lesson and stay away from that. While they were chatting away, someone walking past suddenly bumped hard into Ajan. Hey, are you blind or what? Seeing that, Lin Chuan quickly gestured for silence, then chuckled and scratched his head. He lowered his voice and said, So it's Senior Brother Zhang. You're a final-year student, the one the Dean values most. You should be standing at the very front. Why are you hiding back here with us? Zhang Linchuan took out a cloth to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He whispered back, Keep it down. I'm hanging back here on purpose to avoid the Dean's radar. It'll be a total drag if I get picked. But before he could finish his sentence, Dong A's majestic voice rang out, cutting through the conversation. The Institute has decided that for this Three-City Forum, Zhang Linchuan will lead the team. Linchuan could only clutch his head and groan, looking utterly miserable. Man, that's going to be a huge amount of pressure. Dong A seemed to overhear the complaining. His sharp gaze swept down. You say the pressures is too much? If you're unhappy with the Institute's decision, then just say it to my face. Zhang Linchuan immediately flipped the script, straightening his back in a flash. He cupped his hands and said, No, there's pressure, sure, but I'm super confident. Linchuan will definitely give it 100% to get the job done. Li Jiangqiu and Ajan stood by, grinning and hyping him up. Senior Brother Zhang really lives up to his name. Even the Dean acknowledges that you're the goat of our Dao Institute. Linchuan waved them off, looking unenthusiastic. Strongest my foot. If Ju Sui and Wei Ran could participate, then I wouldn't have to carry this whole team alone. Zhang Wang was a bit puzzled. He understood that Wei Ran couldn't join because of his military post, so he couldn't make it. But then he asked about Senior Brother Zhu. Linchuan explained. He's currently on a mission, hunting down one of the 9 great human devils. The heart-devouring human devil. Everyone was stunned and horrified to hear that. The 9 great human devils. That name alone was a nightmare for the cultivation world. They include the self-forgotten human devil, the face-meeting human devil, the fortune-telling human devil, the head-chopping human devil, the sparrow-slicing human devil, the all-evil human devil, the bloodthirsty human devil, the soul-eating human devil, and the heart-devouring human devil, Xiongwen. Zhang Wan's recalled the name Zhu Suiwo and couldn't help but shiver. Just how brutal were these 9 great human devils? They ran rampant across nations, leaving a trail of blood. Calling them world-class war criminals wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even if Xiongwen was the weakest among them, he was still a powerhouse. A 6th rank who had opened the gate of heaven and earth, fully qualified to be called a soaring dragon cultivator. Yet here was Zhu Suiwo, just a student, from a small-town Dao Institute actually hunting him down? Dean Dong continued his announcement. This year, for the first-year lineup in the forum, I've decided to save one spot for the most outstanding new disciple to show that every generation produces its own legends. Right then, Fang Healing, standing below, clenched his fists tight. His heart was pounding with anticipation. Could it be that news of my second Dao Vortex, about to condense, has already reached the Dean's ears? Wow, Senior Brother Fang, with your insane talent. Who else could this spot be for but you? Dong-Ah pointed his finger toward the crowd. It's settled, you! Healing took a deep breath, preparing to step up. But the Dean's finger was pointing directly at Jiang Wang. Fang Healing stood there frozen, as if he'd just been struck by lightning. Instantly, he marched onto the stage in a blind rage, shouting to stop it. Hold up, Dean, I don't accept this. Dong-Ah frowned, his voice ice-cold. Since when do you get a say in my decisions? What? Healing was crushed by the Dean's sheer aura, trembling and stammering, unable to form words. At this moment, City Lord Wei Kuji spoke up to break the tension. Haha, Dean Dong, don't be so quick to anger. Who would have thought your own disciple would dare to talk back to you like that right to your face? Let this City Lord handle this for you. He turned to Fang Healing, offering a simple yet effective proposal. You're not convinced, right? Easy. Both of you get in the ring and settle it. Whoever wins gets the spot. Dean Dong nodded. Agreeing to call Jiang Wang up, Jiang Wang stepped onto the stage. Suddenly, he cupped his hands and asked about the rules. Master, am I allowed to actually injure my opponent? Hearing that, Healing flashed a disdainful smile. Are you out of your mind? A nobody who hasn't even built a foundation thinks he can actually land a hit on me? Dong-Ah slowly restated the rules. No crippling, no killing. Everything else goes. Wei Kuji shouted, Begin! In a flash, Fang Healing lunged forward to attack, taunting him arrogantly. Don't worry, we're fellow disciples after all. I won't leave you crippled. He unleashed his flame blade. Jiang Wang also quickly drew his sword. In a split second, a figure was sent flying backward, slamming head first onto the arena floor. It was none other than Fang Healing. Ling He, watching from below, wasn't surprised at all, saying, Third bro's strength has leveled up again. Ru Chung also nodded in agreement. Looks like his physical conditioning is really paying off big time. Fang Healing took a brutal hit and was knocked out cold for a moment. The other disciples cheered, Nice one! Good job, Jiang Wang. The loud cheering woke Fang Healing up. He scrambled up immediately, his face red with rage as he screamed a challenge. I haven't lost yet. Jiang Wang, bring it on! Hearing this, Ling He shook his head in mockery. What a shameless prick. In that short time, you were out. Third bro could have killed you 10 times over. Li Jiankyu and Ajan also called him out loudly. Look at this guy. He's totally trying to cheat his way out of a loss. Ru Cheng shouted out in support. It's all good. Third bro, floor him one more time. The crowd below also protested fiercely. Get off the stage, Fang Healing. Fang Healing, get down here now! Stop embarrassing yourself. Fang Healing panicked and tried to clear his name. No, that's not it. Everyone listen to me. Just now, I'm sure that Jiang Wang guy used his Dao source to trigger a spell. Using Dao source before you're ready is a huge waste. Yet just to beat me, he didn't hesitate to screw up his own cultivation progress. What a cheap, shameless tactic. He'll do anything! Dean Dong angrily flicked his sleeve. Get lost! You're a total disgrace! Fang Healing left, his heart full of resentment and indignation. He muttered venomously under his breath. You all just wait and see. Jiang Wang will never be able to build his foundation, or succeed in his cultivation for the rest of his life. Scene shifts to the meditation room. Dong-Ah gently tapped Jiang Wang's spine to check his meridians, his eyebrows furrowed. Preposterous, he barked. It turned out he had discovered the secret. The formation you used for your foundation? It wasn't the Guiyuan formation, was it? Jiang Wang knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He bowed his head and confessed. Yes, I guess I couldn't keep it from the Dean. Dean Dong slammed his hand on the table in anger. The thud made the teapot jump. He scolded him sternly. In this world, there are indeed many foundation formations that are superior to the Guiyuan formation. But our Jade Capital mountain lineage has used the Guiyuan diagram for generations because it is the most stable, safe, and effective method. A major decision that affects your entire cultivation path, like building your foundation. And you dared to decide on your own? Without even consulting your master? Zhang Wang could only bow his head and apologize. This disciple was wrong. Ding Dong sighed. His voice softened a bit, yet it was still laced with regret. With your natural-born talent, if you had just played it safe and used the Guiyuan diagram to build your foundation, you might have already finished it by now, completing the lesser celestial cycle and reaching the 8th rank meridian flowing realm. Zhang Wang knelt down, his voice firm. I'm sorry, Dean. It was my own reckless call, and I'll take whatever punishment comes my way, even if I have to destroy my entire cultivation base and start over from scratch. Seeing his sincere attitude, the dean couldn't bring himself to press further. He waved his hand. Fine, that's enough. Things have already gone this far, and time has passed. Talking more is useless. Perhaps everyone has their own destiny to follow. Suddenly, Ding Dong took out an ancient jade pendant and handed it to Zhang Wang. Inscribed in this jade is a secret art, called the Source Control Art. It can help you control your Tao source with more precision, and assist you in completing your foundation soon. Take it. Zhang Wang quickly waved his hands to refuse. This is way too valuable, and it's your personal favorite, Master. How could I possibly take it for myself? Dong Ah looked at the jade, a hint of sadness in his eyes. This was a gift from an old friend, who has long since turned to dust. Chit. Keeping it with me doesn't mean anything anymore. He firmly pressed the jade into Zhang Wang's hand, his eyes filled with high expectations. Just take it. You kids are the future of Zhuang State. The moment his fingers touched the jade, Zhang Wang instantly felt the profound essence of the secret art. The source control art was flowing into his mind. Moved, he knelt down once more and bowed deeply. This disciple thanks you for your grace, Master. Ding Dong waved him off calmly and turned his back. Dismissed. Later that afternoon, Ling He had just picked up Zhang Anan from school. Seeing Zhang Wang, he waved him over and handed him a gold-foiled invitation. Third bro, the Fang family sent someone over with this invite for you. Zhang Wang frowned the moment he saw the Fang family's seal. He opened the letter, skimmed through it, and let out a cold snort. It's Fang Zehu. He's inviting me to a feast at Wangyu Tower, Ling He asked in surprise. Fang Hailing's father? Wait, are you actually planning to go? Zhang Wang nodded decisively. Of course, why wouldn't I? I want to see what that old fox is up to. He turned to Zhang Anan with a gentle smile. Anan? Do you want your big brother to take you to a delicious feast? The little girl cheered joyfully. Yes, I do. Seeing this, Ling He pulled out a dagger hidden in his sleeve and suggested with concern, Third bro, this Hongmen banquet looks like a setup. I'm coming with you. Zhang Wang waved him off with a reassuring smile. No need, big bro, don't worry about it. The Fang family isn't stupid enough to openly attack an inner courtyard disciple in broad daylight. A short while later, Zhang Wang led Anan by the hand into Wangyu Tower. The waiter quickly rushed out to greet them warmly. Right this way, esteemed guests. Master Fang is waiting in the VIP private room inside. As he stepped into the room, Zhang Wang suddenly frowned. He spotted a familiar face, drinking with Fang Zehu. It was Hu Zi, a well-known local thug. Seeing Zhang Wang arrive, Fang Zehu stood up with a fake oily smile. Ah, my dear nephew, you're here. Come in, come in. He turned to Anan with a friendly facade. This little lady must be your sister. So adorable. Come, sit down. Zhang Wang didn't want to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I wonder why Master Fang invited me here today? Fang Zeho kept his polite mask on and waved his hand. No rush, no rush. Let's eat first. I'm sure you both are starving. In little Annan's eyes, this Fang Zehu with his thick beard looked even more fierce and scary than Hubro. Fang Zeho clapped his hands, and a servant brought out a silk-lined box. This is a solid gold abacus that I specially ordered, forged by a master craftsman. It's meant to wish your sister a sharp mind, and the ability to calculate every move brilliantly. Just a small token of my sincerity. Please don't refuse it, dear nephew. No. Zhang Wang pushed the gift back, refusing coldly. I don't need expensive gifts. Master Fang, just be real and tell me the true purpose of this dinner. The smile on Fang Zeho's face slowly faded. He let out a sigh, his voice dropping an octave as he acted remorseful. My nephew, when all is said and done regarding the matter of Bangju, our Fang family owes you an apology. But the past is the past and he is gone. There's no need to bring it up again. Fang Zehu shifted the topic to Fang Hailing. Since you're such a straightforward guy, I'll give it to you straight. After Bangju passed away, among the younger generation of the Fang family, healing is our only hope left. But ever since that crushing defeat, at your hands last time, he has lost all confidence and willpower. He's spiraling, drowning his sorrows in booze every single day. I'm worried he'll completely lose it and ruin his future, Zhang Wang asked indifferently. And what does that have to do with me? But Fang Zeho's gaze turned cold. He made his demand. That's why I hope you can go to healing and publicly apologize to him. Admit that you used underhanded tricks, like hidden weapons or dark arts, to win that duel. Help him regain his confidence and honor. Zhang Wang slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Right is right and wrong is wrong. You want me to spit on my conscience and my honor as a swordsman, just to own up to some dirty lies I never did? Sorry, Zhang Wang isn't built that way. Fang Zeho didn't flinch. He took out another box and opened the lid to reveal a shimmering, glowing stone. Of course, I'm not asking you to do this for free. What's a little bow of the head worth anyway? If you do as I say, this is yours. A Dao Source stone. Fang Zeho smiled triumphantly and continued to bait him. You certainly have an eye for quality. This Dao Source stone weighs exactly 10 pounds. It's packed with spiritual energy, equivalent to exactly 100 pills of Dao Source elixir. Just think about it. If you absorb this entire stone, with your talent, you could definitely complete your foundation in an instant. That's a total level up, wouldn't you say? Zhang Wang stared intensely at the stone. You're right. Perhaps it's just as you said. A single bow of my head, Zhang Wang's head, is truly worth nothing at all. Fang Zeho burst out in a smug laughter. I knew it, you're a smart guy. Someone who sees the big picture. But then, out of nowhere, Zhang Wang shoved it back toward him, his voice as cold as ice. But Fang Hailing, he's not worth it. Fang Zeho was speechless. The smile died on his lips. As soon as the words were out, Zhang Wang grabbed Anan's hand and pulled her away. Anan, stop eating, we're going home. The little girl, who was still busy gnawing on a chicken drumstick, cried out in bewilderment and regret. Ah, my chicken leg! As she was dragged off, Fang Zeho's face darkened like the bottom of a charred pot. He growled a threat. Jiang Wang, I tried to play nice and settle this peacefully. But don't think for a second that my Fang family can't touch you. Zhang Wang stopped in his tracks but didn't look back. I wouldn't dream of it. The Fang family is one of the 3 great clans of Fanglan City, while I am nothing more than an ordinary inner courtyard disciple. Fang Zeho snorted coldly and pointed at the burly man standing beside him. Do you really think that being an inner courtyard disciple is a get-out-of-jail-free card? Do you have any idea who this man standing next to me is? Before Zhang Wang could guess, he introduced him smugly. This is my cousin, Fang Zeyong, the current commander of the city guard, and the right-hand man of City Lord Wei Kutai. In this Fanglan city, below 1 but above 10,000. Even if Dong A showed up, I'm afraid he'd have to show some serious respect. Zhang Wang glanced at the man with the mutton chops. He recognized him from Xiaolin Town. He was the one who accompanied Wei Chutai. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Commander of the city guard. That status is even higher than Wei Ran's. He hadn't expected the Fang family to have such a big shot in their corner. Talk about an unexpected flex. The commander slammed his hand onto the table in a rage. The solid wooden table snapped in half instantly. Ignorant and brainless! Anand jumped, quickly hugging her chicken leg to her chest. Ah, my chicken leg! The bearded man glared and bellowed, You have no damn sense! Fang Zeho stood there with a sinister smirk, thinking his cousin was flexing his power to back him up. But out of nowhere, the bearded man whipped around to face him. He roared like a clap of thunder. Fang Zehu, you absolute scumbag! The roar made Fang Zeho flinch violently. He turned pale as a sheet. You told me this was about the very survival of the Fang family legacy. That's the only reason I bothered to waste my time coming here. His gaze shifted toward Jiang Wang. His voice was dripping with contempt, but it was aimed right at Fang Zehu. Turns out you just wanted to use my clout to pressure a kid! I may have the Fang name, but I'm self-made. I haven't taken a single resource from this family. The position I hold today is all thanks to my own strength and the city lord's promotion. That's why I stopped using the name Fang Zeyong a long time ago. Now I'm just Fang Daoxum. The city lord himself gave me that name. He pointed straight at Fang Zehu's face. If it wasn't for the tiny bit of blood connection left between us, I would have dealt with you a long time ago. From now on, unless it's for cleaning family graves, don't you dare show your face and bother me again. Having let out his frustration, Fang Daoxum turned to look at Anan. He saw the little girl trembling, hiding behind her brother. He suddenly became awkward. He tried to act cute, but failed miserably. My bad, did I scare you, kiddo? Anan found his grinning face even more terrifying than when he was angry, and she burst into tears. Wow, brother, save me, a monster! Fang Doxum stood there looking totally clueless, not understanding where he went wrong. Inside a private room at Wang Yu Tower, Fang Ziho stood before the smashed table. He shouted toward the inner room. Get out here! The butler obeyed and helped Fang Healing walk out. The boy now looked pale and haggard, without a shred of his former spirit. Father. Fang Ziho pointed at his son's face and said harshly, Did you hear that clearly? Whether it's threats or bribes, nothing works. Zhang Wang beat you with pure raw strength. Even if I gave you a Dao Source Stone to rush your foundation, you still wouldn't beat him. That is the gap in talent. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, raising his hand as if to strike. For your sake, I withheld resources from my own brother. For your sake, I sacrificed so many interests just to fight for a spot in the inner courtyard. I even burned my most important connections. And what about you? He screamed. Not only have you become the laughingstock of Fenglin City, but now you're self-destructing like a total loser. You've trashed the Fang family's reputation, making everyone look down on us. Finally, Fang Helling couldn't take it anymore. He screamed back, letting out all his suppressed resentment. I didn't want this either. I was almost at the second stage of the Dao Wheel, yet I was beaten by someone who hasn't even established a foundation. All in a single move. My talent is average, I admit it. But what am I supposed to do? I tried my best. What more do you want from me? You tell me, father. Fang Ziho's raised hand suddenly trembled and dropped. He looked at his son, who was drowning in despair. Then prove it to everyone once again. He leaned close to Healing's ear, whispering like a dark incantation. As long as you are willing to try, no matter the price, even if it costs my old life, I will definitely help you. But my son, you must have the will to fight. Meanwhile, at a wooden cabin deep within the ancient forest, a giant stone wheel was rolling heavily. Pulling it was a man panting for breath, sobbing and crying at the same time. Xiaonam! The girl sitting inside the house threw a rock, hitting him square in the head. Quit mumbling and keep pulling! Xiaonam calculated the route as he pulled the wheel. Almost there. In the distance, that was the human stronghold. At the same time, atop the Fenglin city gates, City Lord Wei Kutai stood gazing into the distance, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's. That's the plan. With this bait out there, I'm not worried about them not biting. The moment those cultists show their faces, we'll take them all down in one fell swoop. Standing beside him was Dong A, the dean of the Dao Academy. Wei Kutai turned and spoke, though you belong to the faction of Prime Minister Du Ruhai. And I am a former subordinate of General Huangfu Duanming. Our two sides are like oil and water. But for the big picture of Zhuang State, I hope you can set aside our beef and work with me to uproot the White Bone Way. I didn't expect you to have gathered so much intel in secret. The plan is solid, too. However, I don't know much about the White Bone Way. How exactly do you want me to cooperate? But more importantly, a major event like the Three Cities Dao discussion is about to take place in Fenglin. With security being this tight, is that thing really so important that they'd risk coming out into the open? Wei Kutai brought up the past again. We only have this one shot. Remember to avenge the innocent people who died tragically in the Shaolin Town incident. Both you and I share this responsibility. Donga still wasn't completely sold on the idea. But how sure are you about this? Even if the White Bone Way actually shows up, are you really going to gamble with the lives of everyone in Fenglin City for this play? Dean Dong spoke up, expressing the nagging anxiety in his heart. No matter how stupid someone is, they wouldn't dare to sacrifice Shaolin Town right under my nose. And yours. I'm just afraid this luring the tiger from the mountain ploy won't work, and instead innocent people will die for nothing. But Wei Kutai remained firm in his commitment to the set plan. You don't need to doubt it anymore. Fenglin City is my turf. My mind is made up. Dong Ah frowned, slammed his hand on the table, and barked, Ridiculous! Fenglin City belongs to Zhuang State. Not to you personally. Wei Kutai didn't flinch. His eyes looked toward the distance, his voice dropping with bitterness. Dong A, think about it yourself. A whole town sacrificed. Tens of thousands of people and their souls, who should have been at peace, were desecrated. What kind of nation allows such a tragedy to even happen? If the Qingjiang underwater mansion so much as flinches, the entire army of Qinghe County is mobilized for defense. If a single heart-devouring demon appears, the whole punishment bureau of Qinghe County immediately swarms in like a disturbed hornet's nest. He turned to look at Dong-ah with cold, sharp eyes. I have repeatedly petitioned the State House to allocate resources, but every time they just brush it off and pass the buck. The Imperial Court doesn't give a damn about whether Fenglin City lives or dies. You say I'm overstepping my authority, but if I don't take charge, who will? Now we have to take the initiative. Otherwise, if we lose a town today, who knows if tomorrow disaster will strike the people again? Where else will such tragedies occur? Do you really want to witness that all over again? Faced with the powerful logic and heartfelt concern Wei Kutai had for the people, Ding Dong finally had no choice but to agree. He sighed. Fine, we'll go with your plan. Karma will find its way eventually. I will cooperate fully. Let's call this my small act of redemption, Wei Kutai stated confidently. I've already leaked the news. The White Bone Wei people won't be able to resist the allure of the bright bamboo. After all, it came directly from that place. And what about Zhu Weia? Is he not coming back to compete for the National Dao Academy spot? Ding Dong looked up at the sky, his eyes full of hope. His battlefield isn't here. He's destined to shine. At the National Dao Academy, fighting for this tiny spot would just be a waste of time for him. This time for the direct entry spot. I hope Zhuang Lingxuan can win it. Wei Kutai nodded in approval. Your arrangement is indeed perfect. Everyone is in position. We're just waiting for the curtain to rise on this play. At the same time, at the city gates, the carriage from the Bashan City delegation had arrived. Whoa, that's a huge carriage. It's the Bashan Savages. The crowd of citizens and students buzzed with excitement, their eyes wide with shock. Look at him. That guy is bigger than a bear. A monster. He's a total monster. He looks terrifying. Cheng hid behind Jiang Wang, pointing. Big brother. Look! That giant is bound with massive iron chains. Did Bashan City actually send some brutal, hardcore, dangerous criminal to compete? Jiang Wang nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's definitely possible. After all, the prize for the winner of the first-year exam this year is a direct entry spot into the National Dao Academy. Who wouldn't want to go all out? Hearing that, Ling He sternly warned the two of them. You guys better watch your mouths. If anyone overhears, there'll be hell to pay. The giant and his entourage came to a halt. Ling He stepped forward as a representative to greet them. Fellow Taoists from Bashan City, welcome to Fenglin Dao Academy. I, Ling He, have been waiting for you. Please follow me. First, we'll head to the academy to rest up. Later, I'll show you around. To the venue for our debate. The giant, bound by heavy iron chains, trudged along under the watchful eyes of his captors. On the second floor of a nearby tavern, two figures were casually sipping, and watching the scene unfold below. Lin Zhengli looked down with a smug grin. Brother, those hillbillies from Bashan City have finally arrived. Their eldest senior brother, Su Ping, was killed by the heart-devouring demon. Their team's strength has taken a massive hit. And Zhu Weia of Fenglin City isn't even participating. Every single obstacle that could threaten you, brother, has just vanished on its own. It's like the gods are favoring Wangjiang City. The direct entry spot for the National Dao Academy is definitely yours for the taking. Sitting across from him was Lin Zhengren, the elite representative of Wangjiang City. He calmly took a sip of tea and gently reminded him, don't get ahead of yourself. Zhengli, until the final moment. We must never underestimate our opponents or get sloppy. Meanwhile, at the Academy's living quarters, Ling He and his brothers were showing the guests to their rooms. This is the private courtyard prepared for you all. Please, step inside. Suddenly, Huang Ajan came rushing up in a panic. He shouted as he ran, Jiang Wang! Jiang Wang, something's wrong with your sister! Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately flashed back to the disaster at Shaolin Town. Is Anan in trouble? He bolted straight to his sister's school. As soon as he arrived, a stack of homework was hurled right at him. The tutor, red-faced with fury, roared at him, cheating and playing hooky! And she refuses to listen to a word of advice. You'd better take a long, hard look at your sister's handiwork. He pointed at the stack of homework in Jiang Wang's hands, continuing his heated lecture. During the quiz, Jiang Anan was doing someone else's work, and I caught her red-handed. So I punished her by making her copy the 1,000-character classic 1,000 times. And now look at what she actually turned in! There are at least 7 or 8 different types of handwriting in here. After checking into it, I found out the truth. She used Tanghulu to bribe her classmates to write it for her. Jiang Wang glanced down. Anan was hiding behind the teacher, secretly sticking her tongue out to tease him. The teacher still hadn't cooled off, threatening that she needed a proper lesson at home. If this happens one more time, she's expelled. Don't even think about stepping foot in my school ever again. Jiang Wang could only give a wry smile, bowing repeatedly in apology.
I'm so sorry, Master, I promise you.
From now on, I will be very strict with her. Jiang Wang took Annan by the hand to head home, when a little girl suddenly blocked their path. "Stop right there," she shouted. It was Qingji. She sat regally on her palanquin, glaring at Jiang Wang with an annoyed frown. "Are you the one who won't let Annan play with me?" Jiang Wang explained gently. "Listen, kid, I only told Annan not to cheat with you. I never said she couldn't hang out with you." Little Qingji immediately fired back with a self-righteous attitude. "What do you mean, cheating? That's called sharing the good stuff. It's just like me giving Annan a pearl bracelet. What's so wrong with that?" Qingji rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward aggressively, her voice full of threats. "You forced Annan to give that bracelet back to me. You ruined the proof of our friendship." "Want to see if I'll have you beaten up right now?" But Jiang Wang didn't let it bother him. He shrugged and replied, "Kid, if you keep this up, I'm gonna have a word with your parents." The little girl widened her eyes and made a roaring dragon face. "Don't you dare!" Just then, Annan unexpectedly spoke up to defend Qingji. "If you dare hit my big brother, I'm not playing with you anymore." Hearing that, Qingji quickly softened her tone, her face falling. "Hey, don't, I won't hit him again, okay? We're still besties, right?" Little Annan finally gave a happy, firm nod. "Of course." Qingji started beaming again. "See you later, then." Annan waved back. "Bye-bye." Watching the parent, who had just come to pick up Qingji, Jiang Wang sighed inwardly. Another parent to deal with. "Master KuBI, I'm afraid you won't even make it to your daughter's graduation day." Turning to his little sister, Jiang Wang urged, "What are you still staring at? Wait until I finish my exam tomorrow. Then I'll deal with you properly." That night, in a secluded little courtyard, massive chains were coiled neatly on the ground. A young woman took out a bottle of lightning strike elixir and handed it to the giant in front of her. "I'm telling you now, if you help Sanshan City win this time," Xiaonan smiled, "I'll let you go and give you your freedom." Then she continued, "But before the match, don't you dare leave my side for a second. Tonight, just roll out your mat and sleep on the floor in my room." The giant threw a fit and started roaring upon hearing this. "No way!" Xiaonan immediately landed a tough love punch, sending the giant flying quite a distance. She coldly concluded, "My way or the highway." That giant was Sun Xiaonan's younger brother, Sun Xiaoyan. The boy cried piteously, throwing a tantrum on the ground. "I don't want to stay with you. I want to go home to Mommy." Xiaonan shook her head in disappointment and reminded Sun Xiaoyan, "You're already 13. You're a grown boy, yet all you do is cry for Mommy. Don't you feel embarrassed? We came here to win this competition and help Mom out with the burden. I don't care. I want my Mommy. I don't want to be with a meathead woman like you." "Wow, Mommy, sis is bullying me." Xiaonan narrowed her eyes, her voice turning icy. "Sun Xiaoyan, what did you just call me?" Only then did the boy realize he had slipped up and touched a nerve. Xiaonan clenched her fists in a rage. "So I'm a muscle woman, huh?" Xiaoyan was pummeled relentlessly. He cried and scrambled to apologize. "I messed up, sis. Spare me. I know I was wrong." The servants outside heard the loud commotion and whispered to each other in concern. "If this keeps up, will the young master even be able to fight tomorrow?" "Don't worry, the young master has a unique constitution. He'll probably be just fine." Inside the room, after venting her anger, Xiaonan began to comfort him softly. There. I'll put some more ointment on you. But you've got to stop being such a brat, okay?" Scene changes to the tournament day. Before a massive crowd of spectators, Zhou Rusheng stood on a high platform, holding a megaphone to announce the grand opening. "The moment everyone's been waiting for! Under this clear sky and radiant energy, friends, family, and fellow cultivators from all over, listen up! The Three-City Dao discussion tournament is officially open." He thumped his chest with confidence. "The host for this event is the sponsor, which is me. Zhou Rusheng, I'll be your commentator and guide. For everyone today," he pointed down at the stands, hyping up the atmosphere with excitement. "Let the mountains hear our thunderous energy. Let the rivers feel the rhythm of our Dao. Let the forests witness our sky-high ambition. Now let me hear you make some noise." The crowd below erupted in response, cheering and shouting with pure hype. Seeing the audience's passionate reaction, Rucheng nodded with satisfaction and began announcing the rules. "Good, very good. I can definitely feel the heat. But as per tradition, before the battles begin, I need to give you a quick rundown of the rules. The first round consists of 3 matches. The match order will be decided by a random draw, ensuring total fairness and transparency. The winner of each match will advance to the next round. Would you like me to translate more chapters of this tournament? Round 2. The 3 remaining winners will compete in a round-robin format, A versus B. B versus C and C versus A. A win earns 3 points, a draw earns 1, and a loss earns 0. The person with the highest total score will be the champion. And now, the first person to take the stage is a freshman contestant. Please step forward. From the wings, Zhang Wang calmly stepped onto the arena floor. Rusheng immediately shouted into the megaphone, "Representing Fenglin City, Zhang Wang." This was the VIP treatment he had specially prepared for his senior brother. Rusheng bellowed, "Time for a shout-out from our sponsor!" Immediately, a squad of Jack cheerleaders appeared, chanting their slogan in unison. "Fenglin is built different. Kicking Wang Jiang to the curb, who dares challenge us? Crushing Sanshan to pieces, no rival in sight. Jiang Wang for the win. Jiang Wang for the win." Down in the audience, Anan and Lang He also shouted along with pure hype. "Big brother for the win, Jiang Wang for the win." Lima, standing nearby, blurted out in surprise, "Wait, is this tournament actually this lit?" In another corner, Zheng Li rolled his eyes in disdain, sneering mockingly. What a bunch of cringeworthy show-offs. On the stage, seeing Rusheng's over-the-top promotion, Zhang Wang put his hand to his forehead, completely exhausted. Did this kid become the sponsor of the whole tournament? Just to pull a stunt like this? Rusheng continued, gesturing toward the other side of the ring, to introduce the opponent. And the unlucky guy, who has to face Zhang Wang, is Yang Xinyong. From Sanshan City, Yang Xinyong stepped onto the arena. "Greetings. I look forward to learning from you." Rusheng stood in the center of the ring, announcing the rules loud and clear. The match rules are as follows. If a side forfeits, loses the ability to fight, or is knocked out of the ring, they will be declared the loser. The winner must be clearly determined. He waved his hand, shouting with pure hype, 3, 2, 1! 6 players have taken their positions. The match begins. As soon as the signal ended, Hung Dung, Huang Vong's opponent, immediately started forming hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. But Huang Vong's speed was even faster. His figure blurred, moving like a bolt of lightning. The sharp blade pointed straight at the throat. A single strike kill move. However, just as the sword tip was about to hit the mark, a purple light suddenly flared up from beneath his feet, forcing Huang Vong to freeze mid-motion. From the arena floor, a series of sharp stone pillars erupted unexpectedly, bristling like bamboo spikes. Huang Vong reacted in a split second, twisting his body to dodge by a hair's breadth. Hung Dung shouted, "Earth Spike Art!" The spectators below were completely shook as they witnessed the entire arena transform into a forest of stone spikes. After landing safely, Huang Vong silently analyzed the situation. Just now I could have definitely killed him with one strike, but in exchange my legs would have surely been shredded by these stone spikes. There are still more rounds ahead to compete, trading severe injuries for a victory. In this round is a rookie move. This guy definitely saw that coming. What's more impressive is that even when my blade was at his forehead, his hand seal, movements didn't falter in the slightest. A will as solid as rock, this guy won't be easy to handle. Not giving Huang Vong a moment to catch his breath, Hung Dung stomped his foot hard, gaining momentum to leap across the stone pillars. He roared, "My turn now." He swung his arm, controlling sharp stone shards that fired toward Huang Vong like a rain of arrows. However, Huang Vong's agile footwork allowed him to weave and dodge with ease. He thought to himself, cultivators from Tamsun City are indeed experts in earth element, arts and body tempering techniques. Their raw power is insane. Solid defense but lacks flexibility. As long as I keep my speed advantage, he won't be able to touch me. But right at that moment, Zhang Wang's pupils contracted in total shock. Hung Dung suddenly encased his fists in thick layers of rock, charging forward with unbelievable speed. Stone fist! Zhang Wang hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! A terrifying force sent him flying back. His mind was racing with doubt. So fast. Why would an earth element user have such insane explosive speed? Without giving Zhang Wang a second to think, Hung Dung lunged forward again. Unleashing a relentless combo of punches and kicks, Zhang Wang struggled to parry with his sword, defending while carefully observing. So that's how it is. He uses earth spike art to create propulsion from under his feet, to launch himself forward, to make up for his lack of movement speed. A clever play indeed. But for a foundation-building cultivator, chi is limited. He can't maintain such high-consumption spells for very long. If I just stall for time, the tide will definitely turn in my favor. Suddenly, Zhang Wang felt his sword become heavy. Hung Dung had used his boulder-like hands to lock his blade tight. He glared at Zhang Wang with a piercing gaze and growled, "Once I break your sword, let's see what advantage you have left." Hung Dong exerted his internal force, shattering the sword, and Zhang Wang's hand into scrap metal, while simultaneously landing a kick that sent Zhang Wang flying. "Brother!" little Annan cried out in worry. In the stands, Zhao Rucheng also jumped up from his seat in surprise. But as the dust settled, Zhang Wang was still standing firm. He held a solid stance, surging blood aura billowing around his body. Four Spirits Body Refining Art, Xuanwu Transformation. The stands erupted in excited cheers. "That's sick!" Even with his sword destroyed, Zhang Wang still tanked a full-power hit from the Tam Sun City fellow cultivator without a scratch. It seems besides his elite swordsmanship, Zhang Wang is also a hidden body refining genius. This match just got interesting. Zhang Wang lunged forward to counterattack. Hung Dong immediately swung his stone fists to meet the challenge, but suddenly Zhang Wang pulled back, retreating for a beat. Creating a feint, Hung Dong punched the air, lost his momentum, and stumbled. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I've been played!" Seizing the moment his opponent was off balance, Zhang Wang moved like a flash, grabbing Hung Dong's stone arm tightly. Using a taste of his own medicine, he slammed his opponent onto the floor. Hakim Tu stood below the stands, picking his nose while explaining to the younger disciples, "The stone-clad fist increases attack and defense, but it's like carrying two massive boulders on your arms. The center of gravity shifts. One small mistake, and it's easy to lose balance and leave an opening." Suddenly, the arm Zhang Wang was holding began to glow brightly and heat up intensely. Zhang Wang felt a sense of dread. He looked down, but it was already too late. Boom! The stone arm exploded. The blast created a massive shockwave, sending Zhang Wang flying back. Stone shards pierced his skin with a stinging pain. Hung Dong was also badly hurt, but he didn't give Zhang Wang any room to breathe. Immediately charging with his remaining stone fist, he threw a finishing blow, while triggering the self-destruct mechanism again. But this time, Zhang Wang moved as fast as a ghost. White tiger footwork. He slipped past the punch by an inch, appearing right behind Hung Dong's back. Hung Dong's punch hit the arena floor, exploding a huge crater into thin air. Zhang Wang unleashed a full power strike into the center of his opponent's back, sending Hung Dong flying, tumbling several times across the floor. Good lord, he actually detonated the stone-clad fist? That move is a double-edged sword, hurting himself almost as much as the enemy. That's some reckless, crazy stuff. No wonder they're called mountain savages, those hillbilly brutes. Zhang Wang looked at Hung Dong's mangled arms. Frowning with concern, he asked his fellow cultivator, "Your arms are already messed up this badly. You still want to keep going?" Hung Dong clenched his fists despite the agony, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Of course, as long as I haven't completely collapsed. A man of Tamsan City never gives up easily." Hearing that, Zhang Wang didn't hesitate to reply, "Fine, then I'll go all out to defeat you, leaving you with no regrets." Suddenly, Zhang Wang's heart began to race, abnormally fast. He took a deep breath, circulating his chi to steady himself. His whole body suddenly glowed a fiery red like burning embers. Hung Dong didn't hesitate to throw, an iron-like fist piercing through the red aura, lunging like a wild beast, watching from afar. Xiaonan couldn't hide his amazement. Another sudden burst of speed! And it's even faster than before. Is he burning his own life essence? No, that's not it. He's simply pushing his blood aura to its absolute limit, almost igniting into a forest of wind. To think he's hiding such a powerful body-refining technique. The tide of the match turned in a heartbeat. Hung Dong took hit after hit from Zhang Wang, while every single one of his own attacks was effortlessly countered by Zhang Wang. Zhang Wang shouted, posing like a phoenix spreading its wings, "Vermilion bird, fall before me!" Taking the full force of the vermilion bird strike, Hung Dong was blown away like a dry leaf in a hurricane. His body was covered in wounds, yet he still clawed at the arena floor with both hands. To slow his momentum, determined not to be knocked out of the ring, Zhang Wang gave his opponent no room to recover, continuing the pressure. White Tiger, below the stands, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Zhang Wang, the GOAT! The judge saw that Hung Dong's condition was critical, and raised the flag to stop the match. But Hung Dong stopped him with a raspy voice. "Wait, hold on." Despite his broken body, Hung Dong still forced himself up. His legs were shaking, yet he forced himself to stand firm. "But I can still fight." He bit his lip until it bled, his eyes burning with a flame of determination that nothing could extinguish. "For the people of my homeland, I can keep going. I will definitely make it. As long as I'm breathing, I won't quit." The audience began to whisper and gossip at the sight. Typical mountain savages, having zero regard for their own lives. Always looking for the way to get themselves killed. Seeing his opponent staggering on the verge of collapse, Zhang Wang rushed over like a flash, reaching out his hand to support him. Under the brilliant sunlight, Zhang Wang gently lowered Hung Dung to the floor, his voice full of respect. You are no savage. You are an honorable warrior. May I ask for your esteemed name? Hung Dung panted heavily. Tam Sun City, Hung Dung. The match ended. Yu Tang shouted into the loudspeaker, his voice full of excitement. Both character and martial virtue are impeccable. Zhang Wang is truly incredible. The list of those entering the second round was officially revealed. Fanglam City, Zhang Wang. Tam Son City, Zhao Tiehe. Wangjiang City, Lin Zhengli. Lin Zhengli glanced at Zhang Wang with a look of disdain, sneering sarcastically. Just a couple of amateurs scrapping. Such low-level skills, yet they dragged it out forever. Yu Tang continued the announcement. Would the 3 contestants please come to the judges' table to draw lots? To determine the order for the second round. In this round, luck is key. The one who draws the bye will get to sit out and rest. All 3 stepped up to the table. After drawing, Zhang Wang calmly held up his lot. I drew the bye. Lin Zhengli looked at the lot, in his hand with disgust, frowning in annoyance. Looks like you get to live through one more match. Zhang Wang glared back with a sharp retort. Then let's hope your luck is just as good. There, so you can keep your limbs intact long enough to face me later. He let out a mocking laugh. Just you wait. I love teaching loudmouths like you a lesson. I'll make sure you end up 10 times worse than that scrub earlier. Zhao Tihe stepped forward, blocking Lin Zhengli and speaking sternly. Fellow cultivator from Wangjiang City, please respect your opponent. Lin Zhengli brushed his hand away with a look of pure contempt. Fine, fine. You mountain savages need to stop acting like you can lecture me. So annoying. Tihe clenched his fists in anger, but held himself back for the moment. The arena was heavily damaged after the recent battle and required time for repairs. During the wait, Nu Than commentated with excitement. With the match being this epic, let's not lose the hype. The matchup for the next round is out. As the saying goes, good character naturally leads to good luck. The luckiest person is Zhang Wang, who gets a bye to rest and recover. But Lin Zhengli maintained his arrogant attitude. Let them hype him up all they want. It'll be more satisfying to drag him through the mud later. Now that's real entertainment. Witnessing the extraordinary effort of his fellow townsman, Yang Shangyong, Zhao Tihe became even more resolute. Rest easy, Shangyong. For the honor of our home, Sanshan City, I will definitely win this for you. The loudspeaker blared. Will the 2 contestants please enter? Zhao Tiehe from Sanshan City and Lin Zhengli from Wangjiang City. Zhang Wang walked down to the audience section, looking quite messy in his torn clothes, but his expression was still glowing. He waved and called out loudly. Sister Anan, Lang he asked anxiously. Third brother, why did you come down here? Why aren't you taking a moment to recover? Zhang Wang flexed his solid biceps and smiled to reassure her. It's okay, big brother, my body is totally fine. Suddenly, from a distance, the shrill voice of Than Chi echoed. Anan! Anan! I just saw your brother on the stage. I knew for sure you'd be here. Hearing a familiar voice, Anan turned around and cheered, Sister Than Chi! The little girl hopped down from Lang Ha's shoulders and rushed over to greet Than Chi with pure joy. At that moment, Zhang Wang noticed the person accompanying Than Chi and quickly bowed in a deeply respectful salute. Your student Zhang Wang pays respects to Elder Song. I don't deserve such formalities. This old man's surname is KuBI. I'm just the butler, responsible for looking after young lady Than Chi. Everyone can just call me Old KuBI. Huang Ah-cham stared fixedly at the old man's head and asked a dangerously curious question. Old KuBI, has anyone ever told you that the shape of your head looks exactly like... Well, you know? On the other side, the referee shouted the command that echoed through the arena. Begin! Standing nearby, Lang Ha sternly reminded his third brother to stay focused on the match and carefully analyze the opponent. Zhang Wang obediently replied, Yes, big brother. The moment the starting signal sounded, Zhao Tihe immediately formed hand seals, charging fiercely straight at Lin Zhengli. Opposite him, Zhengli kept his smug, cocky expression. What's the rush? I'll kick you off this stage right now. Tihe stomped his foot hard onto the floor, instantly causing the arena surface to shatter. He unleashed a stone spike technique, sharp stone pillars erupting from the ground and lunging rapidly toward Zhengli. This powerful opening to round 2 left the audience in absolute shock. With jaws dropped, Lin Zhengli manipulated massive waves to dodge the attacks. His tone was full of mockery. Child's play. Hearing this, Tihe flicked his wrist, sending the stone spikes piercing through the water curtain to keep hunting down his opponent. Zhengli gracefully rode the water current, evading effortlessly. He didn't miss a beat to drop more sarcasm. I saw that coming a mile away. How boring. Seeing that long-range attacks weren't working, Tihe suddenly lunged forward for close-quarters combat. Zhengli barked in annoyance. Do you even speak English or what? He condensed the water into a giant fist and delivered a devastating punch to Teehee. Teehee's body shattered instantly, but it turned out to be just rock rubble, a substitution technique. The real Teehee suddenly appeared right behind his back. Zhengli shouted out, "You're surrounded!" But Zhengli remained calm to the point of arrogance. "Thinking you're all that, huh?" Taihei kicked the surrounding sharp stone pillars, sending them flying to attack Zhengli from every direction. Zhengli unleashed his Raging Waves technique. The surging waves effortlessly swept away all the stone pillars. He gave a faint smirk. "Hiding your real self inside the stone spike technique. Just for a sneak attack? Did you really think I wouldn't notice? I was just playing along with you. From the very start, every move you made was exactly as I predicted." He looked at Teehee, who was suspended in midair. "Now it's time for you to fall into a real trap." Teehee suddenly felt the surrounding air grow thick and heavy. He glanced around and was horrified to realize he had been encircled by a massive wall of water. Zhengli yelled, "Surging Waves Entrapment!" Instantly, waves crashed in from all sides, submerging Teehee. Down in the stands, a cham commented while picking his nose, "In terms of Earth-style techniques, Zhao Teehee's third-stage variation has pushed the stone spike technique to the absolute limit of high-tier ding rank. Magic, that's top-shelf stuff. Not bad." Langha noticed something else and warned them, "This Lin Zhengli guy is also very skilled at using taunts to mess with his opponent's head. Third brother, you must be careful. Don't fall for his bait." Zhang Wang nodded. "Got it, big brother." On the stage, Teehee used the stone armor technique to encase his body in stone, minimizing the damage. Seeing that his opponent was still being stubborn, Zhengli gave a dismissive smirk. "You can still take it? Then have a taste of this, water whip." He lashed out violently with a whip made of water. Teehee quickly reached out and caught the tip of the whip, intending to shut down the attack. Little did he know, Zhengli had a dirty trick up his sleeve, hiding a binding cord inside the casing of the water whip. He grinned smugly. "Psych, gotcha." Zhengli activated the binding technique. The cord immediately tightened around Teehee's body. It was only then that he realized with a shock, spotting the hidden binding seal within the water whip. "Why can't I move?" Teehee fell with a thud onto the arena floor. Seeing that his prey was caught in the net, Zhengli said condescendingly, "Smart move. I hope you can hold out just a little longer. Don't you go surrendering before I've had my fill, okay?" Teehee looked up with eyes burning with rage. He barked, "Shut up, you elitist prick!" A warrior of Sanshan City. "We'll absolutely never back down!" Zhengli's face twisted into a vicious expression. He brandished his whip and yelled, "Still talking smack, huh? What a coincidence. My whip is specifically meant for treating stubborn cases like yours." Boom! A massive explosion rang out. Thick black smoke completely enveloped the stage. The crowd below started whispering in shock. A match between first-year students, and it's already this intense? How can the power of a water whip be that strong? Wait, something seems sus. As the dust and smoke began to settle, Zhengli squinted his eyes, looking into the haze. He clicked his tongue in frustration. That mountain savage, Zhao Teehee, had managed to break free from the binding technique. But the price was high. His body was covered in wounds from the self-detonation of his own stone armor. However, his eyes were now blazing like a predator's. He roared out wildly, "Come get some, Lin!" Zhengren sat watching the match from a distance. He noted that the maneuver was exactly like his teammates before. The only difference was that this time he used stone armor to cover his entire body and then detonated it to escape. The level of self-inflicted harm was far more severe. Seeing Teehee so heavily injured, Zhengren turned to ask the representative of Sanshan City. "He's already pushed himself to this point. Miss Xiaoman, are you sure you want him to keep going? This isn't even the major district academy exam in November. It has absolutely nothing to do with his future career. There's no need to risk his life like that." Xiaoman's expression remained unchanged. She calmly replied, "To save his life or to save his honor? At this moment, I still cannot make that decision for him." On the stage, Teehee's body was covered in wounds, yet he still stubbornly charged forward. Zhengli lashed out with his water whip again, hurling cruel insults. "How stupid. What good is your temporary courage going to do you? Without the protection of your stone armor, you're just going to lose even more pathetically." Zhengli swung the water whip, striking Zhao Teehee hard across the face. He seized the opportunity, quickly grabbing the tip of the whip and wrapping it tightly around his wrist. Then, with all his might, he yanked Zhengli toward him. He yelled, "Stone-clad fist!" Seeing the tables turn, Zhengli was forced to let go of the whip and jump back. He blurted out in shock and mockery, "Fine, have it your way. You absolute psycho. You'd actually risk getting trashed." Just to land one hit on me before you lose? But this young master has no time to play eye for an eye with you. Zheng Li immediately switched tactics. He used surging waves to glide away, dodging Tihi's stone punch, and landing right behind his opponent. He warned, just give it up. My battle predictions are at least 3 steps ahead of you. It's not going to go your way. Suddenly, Tihi became uncannily calm. He turned his head and replied in a low voice, No, I'm the one who's a step ahead of you. As Zheng Li landed on the floor, he immediately formed hand seals. A Bagua water circle opened, floating behind his back. Hundreds of sharp water arrows appeared, aimed straight at Tihi. He spoke with utter disgust. I, Lin Zheng Li, have finally witnessed the sheer stubbornness of you. Savages from Sanshan City. With a look full of contempt, he delivered his final blow. But a big mouth doesn't mean a long life. This time you're not getting out alive. Mid-tier Taoist art, 100 rain arrows. Just as Zheng Li was about to unleash his move, suddenly, a pitch-black vortex abruptly appeared beneath his feet. A powerful suction force dragged Zheng Li's entire body down. He was completely shell-shocked, having no clue what the hell was going on. In the stands, Lin Zhenggren frowned in annoyance, realizing that he and his brother had been played from the start. On the other side, Xiaoman flashed a triumphant smile. The battle had taken a spectacular plot twist. Rucheng grabbed the megaphone and shouted with excitement, Fellow cultivator Lin Zheng Li has suddenly fallen into a low-tier, D-rank pitfall art. It turns out that fellow cultivator Zhao Taihei had a secret move prepared from the beginning. As it happens, when the match first started, Tihi's hand seals were not to cast the stone thorn art, but to secretly set up the pitfall trap. As for the stone thorn art, it was a technique he could trigger instantly. He used a fake synchronization trick to deceive his opponent. Zheng Li struggled furiously in the muddy vortex, roaring in the mud. Damn it! At that moment, Taihei stepped to the edge of the pit and said coldly, You've been yapping nonstop. I've been tolerating your crap for way too long. He reached down and grabbed Zheng Li by the throat. Next time you face someone from Sanshan City, remember to keep your mouth clean. With that, he landed a devastating punch, knocking several teeth flying. Then, a barrage of punches and kicks rained down on Zheng Li's face, without mercy. The scene was too brutal for someone an An's age, so Lang He quickly covered her eyes. He spoke up in praise. That truly was a brilliant trap. Khương Vong cũng gật đầu đồng tình. Zhang Wang also nodded in agreement. That's right. The people of Sanshan City might look like crude, brawny guys, but in reality their tactical combat mindset is incredibly sophisticated. Seeing Taihei fighting as fiercely as an out-of-control demon, Lin Zhenggren feared it would turn into a homicide, so he quickly jumped up and shouted their surrender. Hearing that, the referee immediately raised the signal flag, signaling Wangjiang City to stop the match. Only then did Tihi finally back off. Lin Zheng Li's face was completely mangled, so swollen and bruised that he was unrecognizable. The audience below erupted in wild, thunderous cheers. Zhao Taihei! Zhao Taihei! John gave a devious grin and turned to Zhang Wang. They beat each other to a bloody pulp like that. So you just won without even lifting a finger, kid? You're so lucky. You've definitely got to treat me to a feast. Straight to the Sanfen Shangqi Pavilion. Zhang Wang glared at Ajahn and snapped quietly. There's a kid here, stop talking nonsense. On the stage, seeing Tihi was severely injured, the referee asked the cultivator. From Sanshan City, can you still continue with the next match? Tihi panted heavily, trying to answer. I can still... But suddenly, from the stands, Xiaoman's sharp voice rang out. No! Sanshan City forfeits. Get down from there. Taihei turned around in shock and asked, My lady, why? I've still got some fight left in me. I can go all out. Xiaoman explained with a stern face and a voice that brooked no argument. I allowed you to risk your life before, because you still had a chance to win. Now I won't allow it because that chance is gone. Sanshan City has invested a lot of resources in you. Your life can't just be thrown away here. Compared to this #1 title, Sanshan City has far more important places that need you. A referee raised his hand to signal. Rucheng announced from above, All right. After the refereeing committee consulted with the captains, the Taoist Academy has decided on the final results. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, The 3 cities debate. Huang Wang cupped his hands, taking the top spot among first-year students. Fenglin City's Huang Wang. Everyone cheered in unison. Huang Wang is the GOAT! Ajahn beamed and called out, Treat us! Dinner's on you! Huang Wang was bewildered. I only fought 1 match, Lang He happily told his brother. Why do you even care? You totally deserve it. The bald man spread his arms. Young Master Zhao, please. He asked in confusion, Rucheng, why did you come down here? Rucheng pushed the bald man aside and replied, No biggie, I just need someone to sub as the announcer. He proposed an idea. If anyone's down, this young master will treat them to the celebration dinner tonight. Ajan immediately jumped at it. Me, I'll do it. He was dripping with sweat. The celebration party is definitely going back to Sanfen Shang. No doubt about it this time. I'll finally see those thick and fair ladies again. Ajan hugged the pillar tightly as clouds drifted past. He shouted into the megaphone, "Sup, everyone! The third-year competition is about to start. Now it's my turn, the great Ajan, to be your host and break things down for you." The old woman turned away in disappointment. The handsome announcer got replaced by this creep. "Buzzkill, I'm done watching. Going home to cook dinner." Ajan waved his hands and grumbled about the drama. "Don't think I can't hear you." Jiankyo kicked off the battle. The first match of the third-year students, Jiankyo wins. Changxiang blew his opponent away. Wang Changxiang wins. Ajan continued the announcements. Arenas 1 and 2 decided their winners lightning fast. Fenglin City's contestants cruised into the second round. Let's look over at Arena 3. The mystery contestant from Sanshan City hasn't moved an inch since entering the ring. Could they be charging up for a big ultimate? Scarface taunted, "Man, you sure are cautious. If you're not gonna swing, then I'll start the party. Water Spear." He decisively unleashed his move. Scarface switched tactics. Wind Blade! The mysterious figure dodged the blow. Scarface gritted his teeth and thought, he actually tanked 2 of my Dao arts. That cloak he's wearing? This must be some kind of badass magic treasure. But it looks like he's hitting his limit. He summoned Earth Spikes. Check this out. The mystery guy took the hit full on and leaped into the air. Scarface broke into a cold sweat. Xiaoyan struggled to shout, "I can't hold it in anymore." Scarface was completely crushed. Xiaoyan clutched his butt and ran off. "The John! Where's the John?" Xiaoman face-palmed. "So embarrassing." His clothes were in tatters. Ru Cheng rubbed his chin. He tanked those Dao arts head-on, yet his exposed skin is perfectly fine. Not a single scratch. Lang He was in awe. To think he's just a kid. I thought he was some ruthless veteran. Zhang Wang was stunned and wondered, "You're right. He didn't show any signs of using stone skin techniques either. How is his defense so insane?" Elder Guy stroked his beard. "This is the Yanbi Gu, a type of Dao art that is permanently fixed." Zhengli woke up in a daze. He pushed himself up with his hands. "Why did you surrender for us, you bastard?" Zhengli clutched his face in pain. "If I hadn't messed up, that wild guy wouldn't have stood a chance. And don't even get me started on that guy from Fenglin City," Zhengrin asked coldly. "And then what?" He remarked indifferently. "Even if we beat him on points, he'd still be at the top of the first-year students." Zhengrin turned his head and continued, "Besides, what if you lost again? Remember, if you're not 100% sure, never give your enemy an opening to win," he added somberly. "Right now, he hasn't actually beaten any of you, so his top-ranking status will forever be incomplete." Ajan made a grand announcement for the third-year competition. The contestants advancing to round 2 are as follows. Jian Kyo and Wang Changsheng from Fenglin City, and Sun Xiaoyan from Sanshan City. The referees' draw results are also about to be announced. In this round, who will be the child of destiny to draw the lucky lot? The drawing results are quickly revealed. Changsheng happily greeted the fellow cultivator from Sanshan City. "Please guide me." Xiaoyan stepped up while clutching his stomach. "All good now," Ajan remarked with excitement. "It's a clash of the big boys. This match is definitely worth watching." But Xiaoman seemed a bit tense. Without further ado, round 2. The first match officially begins. Huang Wang waited somberly for the start. Changsheng cast a mist magic spell. The crowd below started shouting, "What the heck, mist again? Seriously, I can't see a damn thing. Why are the Wangs always like this?" Xiaoyan charged forward. "I have to take this fight seriously. If I win, I can go back to the city to see my mom." He scrambled around looking for his opponent. "Where are you? Where'd you go?" Xiaoyan turned and zipped over this way. He waved his hands and looked around. "Not here either." "Yo, where you at, man?" Changsheng put his hand to his mouth. "Dragon Breath Fist!" A dragon lunged toward Xiaoyan. He raised his arms to block. Xiaoyan struggled to keep his footing. "That roar is way too loud!" He slammed hard onto the floor. Xiaoyan pushed forward with effort. Ajan, holding the pillar, analyzed another familiar move. First, he uses the mist to obscure vision, then buys time to cast. The Wang family's top-tier secret art, Dragon Breath Fist. For a third-year student to master a top-tier Dao art. In the whole country, I'm afraid. Wang Changsheng is the only one who could pull it off. But Sun Xiaoyan from Sanshan City is no pushover either. He's actually resisting the Dragon Breath Fist, advancing step by step toward Wang Changxiang. It remains to be seen if Wang Changxiang's stamina lasts longer, or if Sun Xiaoyan can hold out until the end. Chang Shang continued his wind attack. Xiaoyan frowned and thought to himself, if this keeps up, I'm going to be gassed. Must block the wind first. He created a stone wall, Lang He commented. Using the stone wall to weaken the power of the restless dragon fist is a very wise move, Zhang Wang said gloomily. Indeed, but if the opponent is Wang Changxiang, then it is a different story. Nui Tung wondered, why say that? Xiao Ma gritted his teeth and cursed, stupid! The wall was quickly crushed to pieces. Chang Shang's eyes narrowed as he went all out on the attack. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in shock. He was launched high into the air. Xiao Yan went flying way up high. Everyone was in a panic, buzzing with shock. Even a fat dude like that got blown away. Luckily, there is a protective array. The Wang family still got skills. The referee raised the red flag. Xiao Yan crashed hard onto the ground. A Cham shouted excitedly, way to go! Turns out the restless dragon fist has a dragon raises its head move. Just like that. The winner is Wang Changxiang, Zhang Wang silently assessed. The defense of the four spirits' body tempering is clearly no match for the Kun leather hulls. The purple chi from the East sword art is sharp, but most of it still cannot break the defense. He watched as Changxiang clasped his hands. If I had a top-tier weapon, maybe there would be a chance. But for now, I can't take him down. This fat guy, as for senior brother Wang, there is even less of a way to deal with him. Once he unleashes the restless dragon fist, I basically have no way to handle it. It seems like my power still has a huge gap. Compared to the third-year students, Zhang Wang quietly praised, truly impressive. In this entire Fenglin City Academy, including all the instructors, I'm afraid there are very few who can use this grade A Dao art, Elder Kui explained. It's because of the added attributes of the Dao Meridian True Spirit. Zhang Wang turned and asked, can the Dao Meridian True Spirit actually influence Dao arts? He wondered to himself, then what kind of attribute does my earthworm have? Elder Kui explained that the impact is massive. Dao Meridian True Spirits aren't just ranked high or low, but because of their different attributes, they have different affinities. I guess his Dao Meridian True Spirit must be a natural wind finch, which is closely attuned to wind origin force. That's why he can use grade A Dao arts above his level. Chang Shang took out some medicine pills. Jinkyo clasped his hands and spoke up, using pills to restore Dao origin. It seems Chang Xiang is dead set on winning, the top spot among the third-year students. No biggie. He popped the pill into his mouth. It's whatever. Jinkyo, I'm making a fool of myself in front of you. Zhang Wang watched from a distance, lost in thought. Senior brother Li is steady and experienced. I wonder how he'll counter the restless dragon fist. Jinkyo frowned slightly and asked, but the audience has already started whispering. Can we not use cheap Dao arts, like the restless dragon fist? Chang Shang happily agreed. Sure, and I hope Jian Q will also go easy on me. A Cham held up 2 fingers. Those 2 on the field were once 2 of the 3 elite rookies who were famous alongside me. Who will come out on top? Round 2, start. Chang Shang created a mist, a layer of mist. The spectators were annoyed. Why this move again? Can the Wang family have some dignity? The audience had a terrible experience. Jinkyo performed a wind summoning move. The mist was blown away by the wind. Chang Shang struggled to maintain his footing. Wind-type Dao arts? You weren't interested in that before. Jian Q used a charging move. No choice. I learned it specifically for you. He was flustered. Aren't you going to give me time to charge up? That's so underhanded. Chang Shang smirked. Luckily, I kept a trick up my sleeve, too. Jian Qio's eyes widened in surprise. Something's wrong. How did he do it in such a short time? Chang Shang launched the restless dragon fist. Jian Qio landed on the ground. He listened in a daze. Contestant Li Jianqiu has fallen out of bounds. The winner is clear. The winner is Wang Chang Shang from Fenglin City. Jianqiu asked in shock. You can already fire off your restless dragon fist. That fast? He secretly realized that this also meant, in the previous fight, he didn't actually need that much time to prep. The mist was just a smokescreen to block his opponent's view, Chang Xiang said cheerfully. Since the opponent is Jian Qiu, if I were any slower, I'd feel like something bad was gonna happen. Thanks for going easy on me. A Cham excitedly praised, what a slick move. You're good. Wang Changsheng won both matches. The top spot for the third-year students will be decided here. Jianqiu clasped his hands in congratulation. I lost fair and square. Congrats, brother Changxiang. Chang Sheng waved it off. Jianqiu, you're being too modest. Good luck with your next match. A Cham announced loudly. Well then, next up is the final match of the third-year student competition. Contestants to your positions. Zhang Wang speculated. It seems senior brother Li hasn't gone all out yet. Nui Tang, what do you think? Nui Tang replied immediately. He didn't even put in the effort to fight for the top spot among the third-year students. I bet senior brother Li did that for only one reason. The two opponents faced each other. Xiaoyan declared firmly. I have to win this time, he thought worriedly. If I lose again, big sister definitely won't let me off the hook. Xiaoyan got into his starting stance. He clenched his fists tight. Jinkyu charged. Xiaoyan's technique flared up. He shouted sternly, Kun leather hulls! The flames were about to hit Xiaoyan. Jinkyo's face grew tense. Xiaoyan stepped forward. Xiaoman was surprised. Dispersing his own technique? Jiankyu was suddenly sent flying. Then he landed on the ground. Jiankyu waited to hear the news. Contestant Li Genkyu has fallen out of bounds once again. The winner is clear. The winner is Sun Xiaoyan from Sanshan City. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Genkyo closed his eyes and clasped his hands. I lost. He scratched his head, baffled. I don't think I even touched him yet, did I? A Cham announced, the referee confirms there were no errors. Sun Xiaoyan wins and takes second place. Li Genkyo loses and takes third place. The third-year student competition is over. This second round for the third-year students was so sketchy, Xiaoyan waved his hand happily. Genkyo pouted emotionally. It's exactly the same. Zhang Wang signaled, calling out, Senior brother Li. Genkyo walked over to congratulate him. Congrats, junior brother Zhang Wang, on taking first place. I had a whole speech prepared, but I guess I won't get the chance to show off. He brought up his concern in that match against Sanshan City just now. Why didn't you even try, senior brother? Anyone with eyes could see it. Genkyo explained calmly. First of all, I'm not sure I could have broken that defensive Dao art of his. Secondly, second place or third place doesn't really matter anymore. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. Zhang Wang was confused. But the fifth-year student competition is about to start. He left in a hurry. I'm not watching. You guys enjoy yourselves. Zhang Wang was a bit suspicious. From beginning to end, the long sword at his hip was never drawn from its sheath. Senior brother Li is also hiding something. But what could be more important than fighting? For the top spot of the third-year students? A Cham laughed and said, after the previous 2 rounds of competition, this year's 3-city Dao discussion is about to enter its most intense phase. The 5th-year student competition, which everyone is looking forward to the most, and is the most fierce, is about to begin, QG said gloomily. The board is set. Just waiting for the VIPs to take their seats. Lin Chuan put his hand to his face. Why are those two back? It's high pressure being targeted like that. Ajan shouted aggressively. First, the 5th-year students basically represent the highest combat power of the City Dao Institute. Second, the top 5th-year student can get a direct pass into the National Dao Institute. No need to take next month's exam. No need to go to the prefectural mansion. But head straight to the capital of Zhuang country. Who will this precious spot ultimately belong to? Enough talk. 5th-year contestants, please take the stage. Zhengren stepped up silently. He stared coldly at Zhang Wang and Lin Chuan. Zhengren. Xiaoman leaped onto the stage from below. The girl landed on their platform. Xiaoman cracked her wrist. Sanshan City, Sun Xiaoman. Zhang Wang was stunned. That girl is actually a 5th-year contestant? Yu Tang lowered his glasses. Is she even 10 years old yet? Xiaoyan pointed at his face. I've already lost 3 teeth. As for my big sister, she's lost 7 teeth already. He stared in disbelief. How did you get beaten up that badly? Xiaoyan tried to explain. That little sister got first place. My sister won that fair and square? Zhang Wang was deep in thought. 17 years old. I'm also 17, but she's already representing the 5th year. Students in the competition. The gap is too big. Jiang Wang, you need to step up your game. The crowd below cheered. Go, little sis, go, little sis. Zhengren smirked. He reminisced and said, eldest senior brother. Your Su Ping died at the hands of Xiong Wen. I feel sorry for him. Xiaoman replied coldly. Life and death are fated. Xiaoyan's group hung their heads. Zhengren raised his hand. Last year he lost to me by a single move. I wonder if you can take victory back for him this year? Xiaoman charged at him. Only one way to find out? Zhengren pulled out a snake whip. The girl jumped to dodge the strike. Donga rested his hand on the chin of the Baishi snake. This whip was crafted from a high-level boa when it was alive. It's the heirloom of the Lin family in Wangjiang City. Zhengren cast the Raging Waves spell. A Cham commentated that it was also the Raging Waves move, but the power unleashed by Lin Zhengren is on a whole different level compared to others. He truly lives up to his reputation. As the top-ranked student on the Dao Merit Board of Wangjiang City, he keeps launching long-range attacks, clearly intending to give Sun Xiaoman zero chance to get close. Xiaoman keeps dodging the blows. The girl glanced at the snake as a surprise attack burst from the ground, raging waves in front and the Baishi snake behind. Sun Xiaoman is now trapped, with nowhere left to run. Sun Xiaoman climbed the waves as a Cham marveled. Unbelievable, Sun. Xiaoman is actually stepping on those crashing, raging waves, walking as if she's literally treading on water. Keep in mind that these waves aren't just normal water, but are infused with Taoist power that can lethally injure an ordinary person. Even a mere touch would cause immediate injury. Everyone cheered at once. Nice one, girl! Killing it, girl! Zhang Wang speculated in surprise. Could it be that she also has permanent hardened skin? Yui Tang recalled and said, No, that's not it. The texture of her skin doesn't look like that. I bet she's using her raw physical strength to tank the damage and resist getting hurt. If that's the case, then her physical cultivation level is likely the highest among everyone present here. Zhengren looked at Xiaoman and said, Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I truly respect you. He swung his hand, casting the serpent coil wall. Xiaoman faced the snake wall. God, this is so annoying. You got the guts to face me head on? Zhengren launched a massive strike. I don't. The snake's maw closed in on Xiaoman. Contestant Lin Zhengren launched another wave of attacks, surrounding her from both front and back. The difference is that this time, Sun Xiaoman is suspended in midair. With no footing, she has no way to dodge. Her bracelets began to glow. Wielding her ring blades, Xiaoman attacked the snake. Xiaoman summoned a mountain. She slammed it down hard onto the snakes. The snakes took the full force of the blow. One was sent flying toward Zhang Wang's group. Zhang Wang covered his face. QG asked gloomily. The guardian treasure of Sanshan City. The mountain suppressor hammer actually passed to this little girl? A liquid began to spill onto the floor. Zhengren mocked her. Isn't this just a three-city Dao debate? Why is Lady Sun acting exactly like a meathead, who only knows how to use brute force? He turned back to taunt her. Just like your dead father. Xiaoman's hands trembled. She threw her weapon away. Zhengren dodged. That was close. Xiaoman lowered her head and growled, Zhengren, if you say one more word of crap, I'll make sure one of us doesn't leave here alive today, Yutang said in frustration. He loves playing those mind games on his opponents. These two brothers are seriously low down. Dong-Ah coldly reminded them that while Zhuang country follows the Dao, they do not disrespect other sects on the stage. Fight based on your own skills. Zhengren bowed in obedience. Director Dong is right. I take back what I just said. Lightning struck down from the sky. Lin Chuan attacked his opponent. Ajan announced loudly. A winner has been decided on Arena 1. Truong Lin Chuan wins easily. Xiaoman stomped her foot hard. Sun Xiaoman recalled her weapon and charged forward. Sun Xiaoman used a stone spike technique to propel her weapon and continued her assault. Despite swinging a giant hammer nearly her size, she was as graceful and nimble as a dancer. Zhengren dodged with ease. Facing Sun Xiaoman's fierce onslaught, Lin Zhengren used turbulent waves. Triple ripples was cast instantly to dodge, but dodging is only half the battle. If Sun Xiaoman lands even a single hit, the consequences will be unthinkable. Is Lin Zhengren hiding some secret ace? Lang He commented, fierce raging waves and fearless triple ripples. Lin Zhengren's Taoist arts have absolutely no wasted movement, Zhang Wang added. But his two instant-cast Taoist arts, remote jade strike and triple ripple waves, have all been exposed. Xiaoman roared and struck. Zhengren glided away with a sneer. You're fierce, I'll give you that, but you have no sense of restraint. Xiaoman's weapon flared. Explosive flame, you fell for it! Zhengren landed right on the ring blade. He nonchalantly exposed her. That whole barrage of attacks was just a smokescreen. You waited for me to drop my guard, to use the B-rank Taoist art, etched on your weapon, explosive flame, to trigger a reverse acceleration and land a killing blow. A nice little flex, I guess NDT0, but at the end of the day, it's still just a cheap trick. But Xiaoman was panicking. Impossible, did he just reverse my momentum? Wait, this crushing weight? Zhengren smirked and said, heavy, isn't it? Of course it is. Because what you're holding up right now is an entire... He raised one hand. Zhengren then raised his other hand. A beam of light shone down from the heavens. Zhengren manifested a gateway. The heaven and earth gate. Lin Chuan was stunned, ascending from 7th to 6th rank, and at this exact moment, light flooded the entire arena. Lang He stammered in shock. He's opening the heaven and earth gate, breaking through from 7th to 6th rank. Zhang Wang suddenly understood. No wonder he didn't give a damn about his instant-cast Taoist arts being revealed. Yu Tang watched intently. This guy definitely has the goods, so he was actually low-key a beast this whole time. Zhengren stood on his tiptoes and scoffed. He stomped down hard on the ring blade. Xiaoman's entire body was jerked forward. The girl looked at Jengren, still seeing a chance. Xiaoman's hands gradually lost their strength. She recoiled backward from the counter shock. Jengren conjured a spell, and Xiaoman took the full force of the blow. Grade A lower rank. Taoist art. Water dragon wave. The ring blade crushed down on Xiaoman. Xiaoyan cried out loudly, "Big sister!" Tihei shouted anxiously, "My lady!" Zhang Wang wondered to himself. Is the power gap between the 7th and 6th rank really that massive? Xiaoman touched the ring blade. Then she tossed it away. "It's not over yet!" Xiaoman struggled to her feet. "I told you! It's a fight to the death!" Xiaoyan wailed. "Stop fighting, big sister! Let's just go back to Sanshan City. Mother won't blame us." Jengren reached his hand back. If Miss Sun is going to be this stubborn. He manifested a whip. Jengren turned toward Xiaoman. Then this Lin must see it through to the end. Xiaoyan screamed in terror. "No, stop!" Xiaoman was tightly constricted by a serpent. Grade A lower rank. Taoist art. Azure snake coil. Her bones sounded like they were being crushed. Jengren raised his hand high. "I've used all my strength and still couldn't crush you. You really are built different, aren't you? However, it's time to wrap this up." Xiaoman gradually lost consciousness. Flowering branches pierced through the serpent. Xiaoman fell from above. Jengren caught the whip as Dong Ah declared, "You win." He bowed and cupped his hands. "Director Dong, thank you for your hard work." Zhang Wang spoke in his grim tone, clearly. He held a massive advantage from the start, yet he still chose to play mind games first, even after critically wounding his opponent. He still refused to get close easily. This Lin Jengren is incredibly cautious. The kind of cautious that uses every dirty trick in the book, Lang He hesitated. It's a good thing the director stepped in to stop it. Otherwise, Miss Sun would have definitely been a goner. Xiaoman braced her hands against the floor. Gutat felt puzzled by this. Zhenshan has already recognized its master. This girl's future is definitely not going to be mid. Why not just let Lin Jengren take her out for good? Donga replied, "Her husband hasn't even been dead for a few years. If she loses her daughter, too, that woman in Sanshan City will absolutely lose her mind." He turned his head and asked, "So what? That tigress might be fierce, but her beef would be with Wangjiang City. What does that have to do with my Fenglin City? If this girl survives, no one in her generation will be her match. She'll only end up gatekeeping the disciples of my Fenglin City later on," Donga replied calmly. "Whether they are disciples of Sanshan City, disciples of Fenglin City, or disciples of Wangjiang City, they are all disciples of our Zhuang State." Hutat gave a sarcastic laugh. "Heh, Donga, do you really believe that?" Spells surrounded the armory of the northern city. Chengguan asked coldly, "Today is the three-city discourse. Why are you guys here guarding the armory?" The man in red replied, "I wanted to join the fun too. But the director assigned me here, so what choice do I have?" Inside a heavily guarded manor, Chengguan pushed the door open forcefully. "Vice General Chengguan has arrived. Everyone fall back!" The man in red requested, "Lord Vice General, please hold it right there. Please present the mobilization orders from both the city lord and the director," Chengguan said gloomily. "I've passed through countless formations to get here. Do you really think I'm capping?" The man in red explained, "It's not that, Lord Vice General. These are the rules, set by the director and the city lord themselves. We must see both mobilization orders at the same time before we can stand down. How could we ever dare to ignore their words?" He spoke up grimly, "I hope you understand. You're right. I'll give you the mobilization order right now." Chengguan suddenly attacked. "Take this!" He used his hair to impale the man in red. The monster twisted its head back. Namthat landed on a pillar. He fixed his gaze on the monster. Namthat picked his ear and grumbled, "Honestly, I thought guarding the armory would be a total bore. I just wanted to low-key slack off for a bit." Inner Court's fifth-year student, Shen Namthat. Chengguan lunged forward. "Go get the Mingzhu now. I'll deal with this guy." Namthat entered his combat stance. "What are you standing there for?" "Go report this!" The soldier scrambled. "Yes, sir, on it!" Chengguan unleashed the Void Corpse art. He conjured the Golden Light Arrow spell. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, spamming D-rank high-tier Taoist arts like that? This Taoist's cultivation must be at least 7th rank. To stay safe, it looks like I have to use the secret art the two elders gave me. Chengguan's hair was sliced off. Namthat looked around thoughtfully. So this guy showed up too? Which means the director specifically sent me here to guard the armory for a reason. This is definitely more than meets the eye. Wei Yim held his sword and declared Chengguan a traitor. "He has been executed by my hand." Namthat gestured urgently. "Quit trying to look cool. Another one already broke into the armory." He turned and bolted. "Don't just stand there like a statue. Follow me now." Wei Nyim recoiled at the sight of the snake's head. He swung his sword to strike it. The monster leaped high. "The Mingju is already mine!" Wei Nyim tightened his grip on his sword. "Maybe. But none of you are making it out of here alive today." He pointed his sword at the monster. He caught the blade and laughed. "So what if I don't survive? In the netherworld, I'll still meet the venerable god. My mission is already accomplished." Wei Nyim's eyes widened. He shouted frantically, "Stop him!" Namthat used a move to block him. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Wei Nyim slashed at the monster. "The city gates are locked anyway. No one is getting away." He quickly rushed outside. "And then there's the blood snake banquet. Why didn't you stop it? The Mingju must be inside." Namthat clenched his fists in anger. "How the hell should I know what the Mingju is? If you city guards had a plan all along, why didn't you give us a heads up? Because you kept everything on the down low. You caused my fellow junior disciple to lose his life." Wei Nyim fired back gloomily. "A while back, your Taoist academy was just overrun by monsters. There's a high chance the White Bone Path has already infiltrated your ranks. If our city guards hadn't kept it a secret, they wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Speaking of casualties, more of our city guard brothers have died. But for the sake of Fenglin City, we are all prepared for this. Making sacrifices when necessary is simply unavoidable." Namthat let out a cold snort. "In reality, it's your city guards who are the ones being infiltrated. You always make choices like that. Don't their lives matter too?" He stated coldly, "I don't have time to argue with you. Luckily, the city gates are closed. We've already set up an inescapable dragnet outside. You keep guarding this place. I'm going to report to the military." A monster was wreaking havoc everywhere. Sector 1 detected and neutralized. People are panicking. There are so many city guards. Has something big gone down? A monster was tied up tightly. Sector 8, 2 monsters detected and neutralized. The soldier bowed and reported, "Adjutant Trio, Lord Wei Nyim has sent orders. He wants you to head north immediately to take over all of Chenguan's 5th squad." Lord Trio Lang responded, "Understood, I'm on it." He was sweating buckets. Even the vice general. "The city guards have been infiltrated by the White Bone Path." "This deep?" One manor after another exploded. Elder Kui suggested, "My lady, let's head back to the manor first." Then she replied regretfully, "But I still want to play with An. An asked, "Big brother, why are they lighting fireworks over there?" Zhang Wang hugged the girl to comfort her. "It's okay, I'm right here." The soldiers marched off one by one. The crowd began to stir. "Why are there fireworks going off? Maybe the Wang family has already started celebrating." The city guards seem to be making a move. "Should we head home and check on things first?" "But the 5th-year student matches. The most hype part hasn't even started yet." Hutat waved his hand, calling for everyone to stay calm. "The competition will continue." Donga closed his eyes and remarked, "The teachings of the White Bone Path were wiped out 200 years ago. Back then, the High Ancestor spent 9 years purging them, and finished them off long ago. I never expected there would still be remnants left today." He rolled his eyes and smirked. "Did you really not expect it, or are you just capping?" Donga stroked his beard. "What do you mean by that?" Kutat tilted his head back. "Nothing! Just thinking about how today we can finally end the White Bone Path for good. As the city lord, it feels incredibly satisfying. Don't even dream of causing any trouble here in my Fenglin City." Sunlight shone down upon the manor. Luchu bowed and pleaded, "Lady Saint, please help us. Otherwise, all our followers will perish." Diongok leisurely held a powder puff. "I told you guys not to be greedy. The moment you heard about the Mingju, it's like you lost your souls. What's the use of begging me for help now? The Phantom of the Hellgate has already been sent to Yungguo. What do I have left to fight Nui Kutat with?" he said tremblingly. But the 2 elders and the White Bone envoy also agreed. Diongok applied powder to her face. "Then you can go ask them to step in." Lu Chu knelt and begged. "The 2 elders are in seclusion refining the formation. And as for the White Bone envoy, it's all my fault. I messed up big time. Please, Lady Saint, take action." She calmly stated, "If I show myself, Ngui Kutat definitely won't hesitate to strike. Not to mention that guy Donga is there too. Just hide your identities. Laying low is all you need to do." Lu Chu gritted his teeth. "The personal disciple of the chief elder? Lu Chu, it's useless. Ngui Kutat has been planning this for a long time. He has already crafted a Dharma treasure. They can distinguish our Baigu Dao lineage. I can hide, but believers below the 6th rank have absolutely nowhere to run. In order to obtain the Mingju, everyone has already entered Fenglin City. The city gates are closed now. Our Baigu Dao has built up our strength. It wasn't easy to gather this many believers. Is the Saintess just going to stand by and watch them get slaughtered?" Miao Yu narrowed her eyes. Fine.
Stop making such a racket in my presence. Go back and tell the two elders. I have already set Plan B in motion, judging by the time. The Mingzhu should be in our hands by now. As for those believers, if they die, they die. She snapped the powder compact shut. The water carrier shouted, "Make way! Coming through!" Amidst the chaotic soldiers, the compass reacted. But why is the needle spinning like crazy? The man broke into a wide grin. He uttered a verse, strolling leisurely through the maple woods, green robes fluttering as the wind sweeps the road, moss soaked in heavy drops of dew, smiling at travelers rushing from east to west. Suddenly, Weiran swung his sword and struck. He looked at the compass, channeling a bit of origin source. Can enhance the detection range of the artifact. Continue the search. Weiran waved his hand to give the order. You four follow me over there. The rest stay here and clear the scene. The water carrier touched the wooden beam. He ducked into the alleyway. The water carrier hurried away. With the silk pouch the Saintess gave me, Weiran won't be able to detect my presence. Once the gates open tomorrow, I'll walk right out. But before the water carrier could get far, a hand pierced right through his body. He still had the nerve to say, "What the hell?" A voice boomed over the loudspeaker. Following the defeat of candidate Sun Xiaoman, in the battle for the top spot among the fifth-year students, Sanshan City has been completely eliminated. Next, we move to the second round of the draw. The referee produced the drawing box. Zhang Wang turned to Ling He. With their strength, getting into the National Tao Institute later wouldn't be impossible. Is it really worth it? To risk their lives now just to fight for a slot? He calmly replied. Vice Dean once said in class that although the slot is important, it's the resource allocation tied to it that is truly key. Ling He visualized the mechanism. He held up a finger. The resources that Zhuang State allocates to each City Tao Institute is decided by the number of cultivators that the institute manages to cultivate. For every student who enters the National Tao Institute, the resources that City Tao Institute receives that year will increase by 10%, and those extra resources can be used to train the institute's cultivators. Cultivators will grow faster, and the institute's resources will increase even further, creating a virtuous cycle. Conversely, if the elite talent pool is severed, the institute's resource conditions will decline, making cultivation conditions difficult for disciples. This is exactly the cycle at play. The city lord and the dean of that City Tao Institute will also be reprimanded. The group around Xiaoyan sat with gloomy expressions. Lin Chuan excitedly exclaimed, "Looks like my luck is cracked. Tagzro!" Jan gave a thumbs up. That is incredibly lucky. Congrats, senior brother Zhuang. Zheng Ren watched gloomily. He proposed a plan. Just forfeit immediately. In a bit, I'll seriously injure Zhuang Lin Chuan. Then you can defeat him and take second place. Lin Chuan grumbled unhappily. Hey, don't act like I'm not even here. Zheng Ren replied arrogantly. Fair point. Or you could just withdraw now, to save yourself some physical pain, since the result is the same for you anyway. This is the smartest move. Bao Song flatly refused. No way. Zheng Ren sneered in annoyance. You okay? What's that supposed to mean? He firmly declared, I will not forfeit no matter who the opponent is. Even if my opponent is an AI, I'll still give it my all. This is the true essence of debating the Tao. Zheng Ren frowned. Fine. Then give it your best shot. Zhengel shouted from afar. Fu Bao Song! Have you lost your damn mind? Don't you know who you're up against? Azan raised his hand and yelled, even though Lin Zhengren is at the 6th rank. If Fu Bao Song can land a hit and injure him before losing, then the hope for our senior brother Zhuang Lin Chuan to take the championship will be way higher. Elders and citizens of Fenglin City, let's cheer it up for Fu Bao Song. Everyone cheered in unison. Fu Bao Song is the GOAT. Pure integrity and unyielding grit, the true style of a cultivator. Exactly, why the hell should he just give up? You're the champ, Fu Bao Song, let's go, Zhengren said gloomily. If it weren't for the dean, I never would have let you on the team. The atmosphere in the arena became intense. Bao Song didn't flinch and replied, that's why I can't let down the dean's expectations of me. Zhengren launched an attack. Begin! He summoned a barrier of trees, vines spreading wall. Yu Cheng was stunned. The same type of Taoist art, though not as aggressive as Lin Zhengren's. It's incredibly solid. Looks like Fu Bao Song actually has some game. Zhang Wang replied. After all, he beat senior brother Yao last time with pure skill, ranking 4th in our institute's leaderboard. A mass of vines shredded the arena floor. Zhengren clenched his fist. Bind. The vine snake constricted tightly. A ripple appeared and a hand thrust out from inside. It grabbed the grade B armor-piercing snake. The hand drained the spiritual energy, causing the snake to wither instantly. Zhang Wang's eyes widened in shock. This move is a total hard counter to wood-type arts.
Bao Song leaped high into the air. His face was dripping with sweat. Zhengren noted calmly. I knew you'd use that trick. But it's just some puny grade B technique. It won't change a single thing anyway. He recalled with resentment. Zhengren, although your talent is extraordinary, your compatibility isn't high enough. It's just not a good fit. I've decided to pass my secret technique to Xiaosong. Zhengren's eyes widened in defiance. Why? How is my compatibility not enough? Is it because of that stone in the pit? Psh, as if a low-life brat like him could ever be compatible. It doesn't matter anymore. I don't give a damn about that now, because I've already surpassed it. Bao Song watched the magic closing in. He held up 3 fingers. 3 waves, 3 rounds. Bao Song conjured a wave beneath his feet. Zhengren immediately swung his hand. No way! He was pushed off balance. Bao Song frowned intensely. He couldn't dodge in time. He was crushed by the tightening waves. Bao Song slammed hard onto the floor. Zhengren approached him. He raised his foot. Zhengren stepped on Bao Song's head. What makes you think you could ever beat me? He grit his teeth in defiance. I never thought I could beat you. But I'll be damned if I go down without a fight, Zhengren said coldly. You haven't changed one bit. Still as stubborn as a mule. Now I won't even let you have second place. He tossed Bao Song aside. Get lost! Ahan clenched his fist and announced the winner. The match is decided. Next contestants, please get ready. The crowd shouted in outrage. How could you be so cruel to your own peer? Lin Zhengren, you're a monster! You're a disgrace to Wangjiang City. Winning like this is shameful. Lingxuan waved his hand and questioned. Brother Zhengren, aren't you afraid of leaving a bad impression on the people? Zhengren replied confidently. It's fine. In the end, they only respect and worship those who have real power. He coughed violently. Fine then. Might as well clean this place up first. Let's get this fight started. Gross. Wood dust and water everywhere. It's so filthy. Donga glared intensely. Zhuang Linchuan! If you say one more unnecessary word, I'll throw you into a cesspool for 3 days. Linchuan immediately suggested, Referee, we can start now. Azan announced loudly, Fu Baosong is severely injured and unconscious. He cannot continue the match. This means that this upcoming match is the grand finale for the 5th-year students. Xiaoman and the others watched in silence. At the 3-city Dao debate, Zhengel grit his teeth. Dong Ah and Ku Ji also waited for the final showdown. Zhang Wang focused his gaze on the arena. The crowd cheered with excitement. Begin! Lin Chuan folded 3 fingers. Zhengren watched the lightning strike down. Zhang Wang was stunned. In just an instant, he unleashed 3 thunderclap arts. Senior brother Zhuang's lightning element arts are indeed incredibly powerful. Moreover, electricity can conduct through water, effectively sealing Lin Zhengren's triple wave art. Lin Zhengren is in trouble. This elemental counter might bridge the gap between their cultivation realms, Yu Keng added. Exactly. A peak 7th rank against a 6th rank. You can't say there's no chance at all. But don't forget that Lin Zhengren is also an expert in wood element arts. Parts of the arena floor were already destroyed. Zhengren enjoyed playing dirty with a sneak attack. He kept his hands behind his back. A flower sprouted from the arena floor. Lin Chuan used a move to strike it. He instantly took down the flower. Zhengren praised arrogantly. Interesting. Got anything else up your sleeve? Show me everything you've got, I'll play along, Lin Chuan declared grimly. No need, I'll finish this in one shot. Zhengren replied calmly. Fine, you've got guts. Then let me shatter your Dao heart completely. Azhan looked at the sky in confusion. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Lightning flashed incessantly. Lin Chuan commanded the lightning to strike. Zhengren dodged the bolts. He pointed towards Lin Chuan. Go! He glided to the side as the water column shot straight into the sky. The crowd looked up in awe. A single move had cleared the dark clouds from the sky. If senior brother Zhuang hadn't dodged in time, he would have been smashed to smithereens. Lin Chuan hovered in midair. He was utterly shocked. Zhengren closed in, saying with disdain, Trying to ambush me with an A-rank mid-tier lightning art? Too bad that at your current level, you still need to borrow the power of nature to even pull it off. Am I right? He reached out to touch Lin Chuan. Since I opened the gate of heaven and earth, I can see right through the flow of the world's primordial energy. And naturally, I can spot the flaws in your Dao arts. Lin Chuan replied calmly, Well, what can I say? You've got me all figured out. Zhengren growled. Now that the clouds have cleared, and there's no more lightning to call, are you really going to keep running your mouth? Zhuang Lin Chuan! Lin Chuan countered. Hold on. I said you were right about one thing. But who said that without clouds? I can't strike again? An array enveloped them both. Zhengel stared in utter amazement. Xiaoman squinted slightly. It's the polar lightning sigil. Kuji chuckled with interest. This disciple of yours is truly daring. I love a move that's been calculated this well.
during the first lightning summon. All that electrical energy was used by the lightning rings, which Zhuang Linchuan used to destroy the soul-eating flowers, channeling and storing it deep underground. Waiting for the moment to unleash the magic, the lightning art struck right at Zhengren. After the clouds were dispersed, Lin Zhengren thought he had forced Zhuang Linchuan to play all his trump cards, so he let his guard down and moved in close to taunt him. Little did he know, Zhuang Linchuan didn't hesitate for a second, to trigger the engraved Dao art inside the Tongtian Palace. Anyone marked by the polar lightning sigil will immediately become the target of the Dao art's attack. In an instant, the lightning power buried underground exploded, striking directly at Zhuang Linchuan, and at the same time, blasting Lin Zhengren, who was right next to him. Because he predicted that Lin Zhengren wouldn't see through this Dao art. Because he predicted that, since he lacked the raw power of Sun Xiaoman, Lin Zhengren would likely close in on him. Every single link in his plan clicked perfectly into place. However, no matter how you look at it, this was an incredibly risky move. One might even call it insane. Regarding the mastery of both Dao arts and the tactical mind games in this battle, I, Zhang Wang, still have a very long way to go. Zhang Wang exclaimed in awe. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Zhengren and Linchuan screamed out loud as the lightning explosions continued. Linchuan collapsed to the floor. Zhengren also went down. Linchuan grabbed onto the wooden beam, coughing violently as he forced himself up. Good thing I've practiced lightning arts for so long I'm used to being shocked. Zhengren had lost consciousness. Linchuan pointed his hand toward him. Luckily, you just reached the 6th rank and haven't mastered everything yet. That's why I had the chance to take you down. Gross. Now that I'm done with you, I need to get back ASAP and take a proper bath. Lightning flickered around his hand. Linchuan stared in confusion. Huh? Where's the Dao essence in my Tongtian Palace? He couldn't cast any magic. Linchuan looked around frantically. Did I miscalculate? No, that's impossible. Summoning lightning shouldn't have drained me this much. 2 sprouts grew from the floor, essence-draining grass. Linchuan looked around the area. Essence-draining grass? So you did leave yourself a backup plan, didn't you? But essence-draining grass doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. It makes every Dao art in the vicinity cost significantly more energy. You cast so many A-rank Dao arts, you're the one who ends up losing out more. Zhengren stood up abruptly. So what? Linchuan mouthed as he forfeited. Zhengren immediately stopped his hand. He spoke coldly. To think you forced a winner like me who just broke through into such a pathetic state. Zhuang Linchuan, I'll see you again at the National Dao Institute. As the referee raised the green flag, Ozhan took the megaphone and announced the result. The top student in the exam, the 3-city Dao debate for 5th-year students, is Lin Zhengren from Wangjiang City. The crowd buzzed while looking at the arena. Zhengren clasped his hands. Zhengel excitedly shouted, Bro! Bro? KuBI rolled his eyes and commented, Though we lost. The first place for 5th-year students, securing 2 runner-up spots, means Fenglin City still managed to keep its street cred. Xiaoman's group was salty. Linchuan dusted off his robe and sighed. That was exhausting. Zhang Wang spoke up, confused. Since both were hit by the essence-draining grass, why did Lin Zhengren's Dao essence recover so much faster? He clearly cast way more A-rank Dao arts. Elder Gi immediately explained, from rank 6 onwards, absorbing Dao essence is no longer just limited to the Dao vortexes inside the Tongtian Palace. One can also draw primordial energy from the outside world to replenish. This means that, after hitting rank 6, cultivators have fewer Dao essence restrictions, and their Dao art comprehension takes a quantum leap. The elder stroked his beard and added, but that kid who used the lightning art didn't have 0 chance. If he had dared to shatter a Dao vortex, he could have temporarily gained a massive surge of Dao essence. Only if he did that. Even if he won the match, he would have regressed back to rank 8 cultivation. Moreover, his journey would end right there for the rest of his life. Zhang Wang had a silent realization. Thank you, Elder Guy, for clearing that up, he thought to himself. Elder Gi was incredibly knowledgeable. He was definitely no ordinary butler. By comparison, Qing'un's background was likely far from simple, more than just a child of a wealthy family. Ajan announced loudly, This 3-city Dao debate has come to a successful close. Spectators, please exit the arena in an orderly fashion following the instructions. Participants, please move to the center of the grandstand. The Lord of Fenglin City, Wei Qiji, and the Dean of the Dao Institute, Dong A, will present the awards and pose for a commemorative painting. The moon rose high, illuminating the night sky. Qiji and Dong A entered the manor to report to the city lord. Today, we took out a total of 43 members of the White Bone sect. Among them were 12 at the rank 8 Zhutian realm.
4 at the rank 7 Tongqian realm, and 1 at the rank 6 Shenglong realm. He evaluated gloomily, trading 1 useless pawn. For such heavy losses to the White Bone Sect's forces, this was a very profitable trade. KuBI made a suggestion. We've pretty much settled the score today. Ding dong, why don't we gather the Institute's disciples to chant the Supreme Sutra of Salvation a few times, to help the souls from Shaolin Town pass on? Dong-Ah lowered his head. Their souls were scattered long ago. What good will a salvation ritual do now? Don't just fixate on the White Bone Sect right in front of you. Other dangers have already arrived. Wei Ran and Nanqi were stunned. Other dangers? KuBI turned back and asked, Are you talking about the heart-devouring demon? He thought irritably. We just finished cooperating, and he hasn't shown a shred of joy with a personality like that. No wonder he got kicked out of Zhuangting. Dong-Ah replied immediately. Exactly. According to the intel Zhu Weiwu sent back, the heart-devouring demon is likely hiding right here in Fenglin City. Outside the manor, a servant reminded, The air is dry and the weather is parched. Watch out for fires! The sky lit up the entire area. Everyone gathered in front of the city gates. Ling Chung raised an eyebrow and asked, The 3 of you? Look, Wangjiang City's 5th team is huge. Since it's a business trip paid by the city, it's not like they're paying out of pocket, right? Zhang Wan's reminded them in a stern voice, Mind your own business. Xiaoman turned around and said, Walking us here is enough. Thank you all for the hospitality over the last few days. Ling He said goodbye. Well then, I wish you all a smooth journey. Hope to see you again soon. Xiang Yong clasped his hands and replied, Taoist brother Zhang, until we meet again. Losing to you, brother Zhang, I, Xiang Yong, am truly humbled. Jiang Wang praised him. Taoist brother Xiang, the hustle and spirit of everyone from Sanshan City has taught me a great deal. Xiaoman spoke gloomily. The hustle, huh? That's because for us it's do or die. Sanshan City is truly struggling. He hesitated and asked, How bad is it? My apologies. If it's not my place to ask, just forget I said anything. Xiaoman looked down, reminiscing. It's not exactly a secret. Sanshan City is full of mountains and wild beasts. Wild animals are fine. They're just food. There aren't many spirit beasts. But dire beasts are a real headache. We've been fighting dire beasts for years. The disasters caused by dire beasts in Sanshan City are becoming more frequent by the day. They destroy Taoist temples, raid villages and towns to prey on people, yet they're completely worthless as loot. To keep these beast-driven disasters at bay, generations in Sanshan City have sacrificed themselves one after another, draining a massive amount of resources, just to barely keep things stable. All strong cultivators need resources to be nurtured, but for Sanshan City, the cost is always higher than the harvest. Even scarier, it's like there's an endless supply of dire beasts. They just keep appearing. Maintaining and repairing temples is a local matter for Sanshan City. If we want to request experts from the Imperial Court for a cleanup, we have to pay with the corresponding resources. But Sanshan City fundamentally has no spare resources left at all. Zhang Yong added, tears welling up in his eyes. What's more, the Sanshan City Dao Institute recently suffered massive casualties at the hands of the heart-devouring demon. We are severely short-staffed, don't you see? Every time we win a match, at least 10 more people in Sanshan City get to live. Zhang Wang turned around and requested, Everyone, please wait a moment, brothers. Let's talk business for a second. The guys whispered among themselves. Zhang Wang discussed with them, Big brother, third brother, the 2 of you. How many merit points are you short to exchange for pulse-opening pills? I can lend mine to you both first. Ling He tried to reassure him gently. Saving a life is a big deal, better than building a 7-story pagoda. Right now, leaving the merit points for Sanshan City would be much more impactful. As for the pulse-opening pill, Big brother wants to earn it on his own. Don't you worry about us. Zhang Wang turned to Ruocheng. What about you, third brother? He replied instantly, What are you looking at me for? I don't give a damn about pulse-opening pills. Ruocheng tucked his fan behind him and said, But still, I've got to respect your kind heart. When I get back, I'll have Uncle Deng arrange it to donate some resources to Sanshan City. Zhang Wang slapped a hand on Xiang Yong's shoulder. He spoke warmly. Winning first place in this 3-city Dao debate feels like I just lucked into it, and I'd feel guilty keeping it. The 50 merit point reward, once I'm back at the Dao Institute, I'll go to the merit hall and transfer it to you, Taoist brother Xiang. Zhang Yong was stunned and stammered. How can this be? I can't take this. Xiaoman pumped her fist into her palm. Her eyes lit up. You're a real one. We're definitely friends now. Xiaoman gave a thumbs up. If you ever need a hand in the future, just say the word. Zhang Wang happily agreed. Got it, see you later. The group waved goodbye. 3 bells tinkled softly. Zhang Wang and his group stepped out of the manor. A John, perched up high, shouted, Brother Zhang! Brother Rucheng! Brother Ling Hei, give a brother a hand! He was tied to a tree branch. Get me down so I can celebrate with you guys! Zhang Wang won the championship, Ling He explained calmly. Last night he wore a blindfold and went to prank Xiao Tidian by banging on his door. And he got caught red-handed, Zhang Wang added nonchalantly. Of all people to mess with, you chose Xiao Tidian. A Jan shouted in frustration. Who told him to say my vibe was off, and then kick me out of the greeting team? I'm clearly a handsome, suave guy. He's obviously targeting me. Isn't it just because I didn't listen to him? And refused to practice the fire element? He grumbled, Hey, don't leave. Get me down first. Get me down! Xiao Tidian's almost back. Ru Cheng walked away. We have more important things to do tonight. Catch you later, bye! Ling He turned to Zhang Wang. I'm going to prepare a gift for An. See you tonight. He agreed. All right, but don't go overboard, big brother. I'm going to check on tonight's dinner, too. The shopkeeper waved. Rest assured, sir. The cakes will be delivered to your manor right on time tonight. The man in the hat tipped his cap. Farewell, take care on your way. Zhang Wang smiled slightly. He thought about how the day after the 3-city Dao debate was also An's birthday. It's perfect to celebrate together and have a blast. I'll let myself relax for one night, too. He walked through this market. Everything was ready. Now I just have to wait for An to finish school. Let's go, time to pick up An. Zhang Wang's body suddenly spasmed. His bones began to ache intensely. Zhang Wang winced and clutched his back. The pain in the Celestial Palace area is back. Is it because I've been overdoing the 4 spirits? Body refining art? He was bumped into by Xiong Wen. Zhang Wang's eyes widened in surprise. Xiong Wen apologized calmly. So sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. He clenched his fist and replied, No problem. Xiong Wen reached out his hand and Zhang Wang began to stumble. He was held back by Xiong Wen. What's the rush? He leaned in close to Zhang Wang's ear. Looks like you're that guy's junior brother, huh? Help me out a bit. Let me stay at your place for a few days, okay? Xiong Wen gripped his shoulder tightly. With just one hand, he could already block the Dao source within my meridians. This person's strength is at least above rank 6. Zhang Wang replied in confusion, But I'm an inner disciple. I stay in the Dao Institute's dormitory. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. His mind was racing with questions. Who exactly is he? If I resist, he could kill me easily. I can't act recklessly. I need to try and buy some time with him first. Xiong Wen grimly sized up the Inner Institute disciple. He has indeed opened his pulses, but he hasn't established his foundation yet. To be honest, this is a good start. You're a smart guy. I'm sure you can find a way to help me. Zhang Wang raised an eyebrow and suggested, There might be a way. But let me think. You have to give me a little time. Breaking into a sweat, he speculated. He just said he's that guy's junior brother. His cultivation is at least rank 6. Hiding his identity? Who is he trying to dodge? Could he be the heart-devouring demon? Xiong Wen coldly accepted, Fine, but don't take too long, because I don't have that much patience. A flurry of thoughts hit Zhang Wang. Should I take him to the Dao Institute to find the dean? No. The motive for going to the Dao Institute would be too obvious. This bald guy isn't an idiot. How about the city lord's manor? No, even if everything goes smoothly. To catch the heart-devouring demon Wei Kuji definitely won't care about my life or death. Lead him to the investigation division? No, that's too blatant. Leave signs along the way? What if he finds out? If I don't pick up An and she goes home alone, will she be scared? That's right, and An's classmate, Tang Qingzi. There's also a butler by her side. The one named Gui is deep and unpredictable. Why wouldn't that work? It's no different from dragging an An into this mess. Stay calm, stay calm. For An's sake, I have to find a way to restrain this rank 6 archdemon. Currently in Fenglin City, the only remaining forces are... There's no more time. Time's running out. He hesitated before saying, I remember now. I have an old friend whose clan has left behind a courtyard. It's been vacant for a long time, so it's very quiet. No one will disturb us? Zhang Wang pointed the way. It's in this direction. It's not far from here, but his clan is quite powerful. If we're discovered, it might be a bit of a hassle. Xiong Wen wondered, Oh, how powerful. Zhang Wang looked over and replied, His family is the Fang clan, one of the 3 major local families. They might possess some extraordinary power. I'm not too clear on the specifics. He demanded that he lead the way. As the moon rose higher, Zhang Wang frowned and spoke up. There are too many people right now. It's best if we wait until the guard shift changes before we sneak in. That way we won't alert anyone. Xiongwen immediately refused. No need. A person with a hair bun greeted Manager Fang. You're back, sir. Manager Fang replied, yeah. I just went to the herbalist to get some medicine for the master. He continued walking. Manager Fang sighed. Seriously? With the master taking these supplements every single day, can his body really handle it? Zhang Wang was impressed. To move while staying hidden in the shadows. That's one powerful Taoist art. Xiongwen enticed him. Want to learn? Just follow my orders. I can help you. The person in the hat whispered, the master didn't notice, did he? The girl replied warmly, of course they didn't notice. Are we going to the woodshed again this time? Xiongwen's shadow glided away. Zhang Wang pushed the door open. He firmly stated, this is the place. Xiongwen raised his hand. You've worked hard. Zhang Wang pointed upward. Although this place is well hidden, you must pay attention to two things, especially the second one. First, 3 rooms ahead is a large dining hall. You can go there to get food at night. Xiongwen looked serious. And what about the second point? Zhang Wang gestured toward another direction. The second point is the Fang family guards. They patrol and check there every day during the hour of Chen, because within that secret chamber a treasure is kept, one that is enough to shock the world. Zhang Wang pointed and explained, supposedly it was left behind by the great ancestor of Zhuang. He drew his sword and leaped onto the roof. Purple Chi from the East sword technique. The secret of the first form lies in speed. Zhang Wang lunged toward the heart-devouring demon. Today you pay with your life! Xiongwen frowned and barked. Damn it, you brat, you dare mess with me? If I don't rip your heart out, I, Xiongwen, swear to leave my life right here for you! He thought to himself, how can a green Taoist brat possess such a fast sword technique? Zhao Wang pushed the door open and entered. How bold! Who dares to trespass into the Fang family's ancestral hall? The old man shouted his command. State your name at once! Xiongwen put his hand on the old man's head. Are you deaf, old man? That kid already said it just now. I am the heart-devouring demon, Xiongwen. Zhao Wang threw down the lantern. He pointed his finger toward Xiongwen. The Fang family's secret Taoist art, heavenly rain arrows. He smirked. What's this? Xiongwen grabbed Zhao Wang's clothes, heart-snatching hand. He took Zhao Wang's heart. The old man collapsed to the ground. Zhao Wang spoke with great difficulty. Our Fang family. He wrote words on the ground. Zhao Wang slammed his hand down. Is not to be bullied. A crane soared up, tilting its head high. Divine crane formation. Zhang Wang turned and ran away. I hope the Fang family's formation can trap him. Wait for the dean and the city lord to arrive in time. He looked at the light in the sky. Zhang Wang frowned. Did the Tao Institute sense it this quickly? Duiwo stood on his spear and glided along. A large explosion erupted. Zehao ran in. Uncle, what happened? Xiongwen grabbed the crane's neck. Old man! Still playing tricks on me right before you kicked the bucket. So as a return gift, I'll wipe out your entire family. Zehao was stunned. The heart-devouring demon Xiongwen. Pangju stammered. Father, what do we do? Xiongwen's eyes widened as he jumped into the pit. Pangju shouted, Guards, where is everyone? Search, quick! Go search now, Zihao urgently said. Search for what? Go notify the Tao Institute and the Investigation Division immediately. Healing, come with me to pack our bags. A streak of light from the sky shone down. Pangju was amazed. So bright, a shooting star? A surge of spiritual power struck down hard. The beam of light shone on Zehao. The light gradually faded. Pangju shielded his eyes and called out, Father! A powerful force slammed into the ground. Duiwo appeared instantly. This game of cat and mouse is finally over. He chuckled in amusement and called out, Xiongwen! Pangju turned his head in confusion. Huh? Over here! Since when? Xiongwen growled. You damn mad dog, you're like a leech that won't let go. Xiongwen unleashed his technique. Soul-eating blood flame, crying cuckoo. Duiwo gripped his spear and mocked him. That sounds terrible. My ears are bleeding. The Blood River sect's secret art is so impressive. But the way you use it, it sounds like a dying chicken. He swung a strike, river flip. Xiongwen blocked it. He began his counterattack. Like a leech, you planning on sticking to me for good? Right? Duiwo's spear was enveloped in magic. He let out a wicked laugh. You're right. I do want to stick to you and slowly clean you out. Xiongwen grit his teeth. He thought, this guy's power is spiking way too fast. It's like he levels up after every single fight. You really think I'm just some whetstone for you to sharpen your skills on? He opened his mouth and unleashed a blast. Weiwa slashed sideways to parry the attack. Other than these boring moves, got anything new? He charged straight at Weiwo. If it weren't for the Jinjin spear, who the hell do you think you are to flex on me? He kicked Xiongwen in the back. If the Blood River sect hadn't taught you those few tricks, you would have died by my hand a dozen times over, he countered. Back off, stop talking about the Blood River sect. I've had zero connection to that damn place for a long time now. Weiwo covered his face. He raised his spear high. Earth-shattering stance! Weiwo slammed it violently onto the ground. The Ho stumbled, stammering, The ancestral hall! Our ancestral hall! Pang Ju held him and ordered, Forget the ancestral hall! We need to run, father! Move! The ancestral hall quickly exploded. Debris and rocks flew everywhere, crashing into the walls. Xiongwen dug his heels into the ground, making such a scene. Are you trying to call for backup? Weiwo pointed his spear back. Don't sweat it. I'll make sure no one else interferes with this. That includes the city lord and the dean. Xiongwen raised his hand. You think I'm stupid? Even if the Tao Institute and the city guard don't move, someone from the investigation division will be here soon, but it doesn't even matter anymore. Within 10 moves, I'll take your life. Finishing you off before I leave won't take long. Weiwo leveled his spear. Got a hidden ace? Bring it on! Xiongwen lunged and grabbed it. Then he bent the spear with his bare hands. Xiongwen sidestepped. He held the spear shaft tightly. Weiwo shoved Xiongwen away, sending him flying backward. Xiongwen caught the spear shaft again. He laughed triumphantly. Now that you've lost the Jin spear, let's see how you act all high and mighty now. Suddenly, Xiongwen's hands began to swell up. He quickly let go. Damn it, it's burning me! Weiwo lunged forward. My spear! He snatched the spear. Weiwo looked down on that moron. You think any random loser can wield the Jin spear? A guy like you is basically not worthy of touching it. Xiongyan grit his teeth in rage. Even after burning 35 years of his life for power, he no longer had any advantage left. Better take advantage of this soul-burning state to get the hell out of here. Don't linger any longer. He cursed and quit the fight. Fine, I can't kill you right now, but if I want to leave, you can't do a damn thing to stop me. Wait until I gather all the Renma and return. I will slaughter everyone in Fenglin City. Weiwo kept smiling. Xiongyan glared in fury. You're still laughing? Are you still looking down on me? His eyes flashed. Xiongyan suddenly realized something. Wait, someone's helping him. Zhang Wang stabbed right into him. The sword of the Eastern Purple Qi. The fifth form. The secret lies within the intent. Weiwo spoke with a sigh of relief. In the end, even the heart-devouring Renma fell to a kid who hasn't even built his cultivation foundation yet. How pathetic, Pang Jui blurted out in shock. It's him? Xiongyan grit his teeth and turned around. How is this possible? He has no foundation. He has no Taoist arts. That's exactly why I didn't bother to guard against him. It's you! Xiongyan growled in rage. He realized that since the moment the boy escaped his hands, he didn't run away but stayed hidden right here, waiting for a chance to strike back. Zhang Wang felt a sharp pain inside. His eyes widened as Xiongyan's own eyes glowed. Zhang Wang was stunned, wondering, what is that? A demonic beast appeared in his mind. Zhang Wang squeezed his eyes shut. Weiwo asked anxiously, Hey, junior brother, are you okay? Xiongyan collapsed to the ground. Zhang Wang was panting heavily. No, I'm fine, he thought in a panic just now. Did something from Xiongyan's body crawl into me? Zhang Wang turned and left. It was I who took it upon myself to interfere in Zhu's battle. Senior brother, please forgive me. This junior brother will leave at once. Weiwo called out, Wait, your spoils of war! Zhang Wang lowered his head and cupped his hands. It was all thanks to senior brother's hard work. How would this junior brother dare to claim it? Everything was orchestrated by senior brother Zhu. This junior brother will take his leave now. Pang Ju grumbled in annoyance. Zhang Wang managed to snag another huge win for nothing. Weiwo rested the spear on his shoulder. Hey, mind taking the intact body back to the academy? And clean this place up while you're at it, okay? Will do, Jaiho and Pang Jui replied in unison. Of course, no problem. Zhang Wang hurried away. He picked up the bag. Ru Cheng prepared this for me. Zhang Wang pushed the door open. Ru Cheng was teasing Anan. Anan, look at brother Ru Cheng. Ling He was flustered. Anan, don't cry. Zhang Wang will be back soon. The little girl cried loudly. I want my big brother! I want my brother. Why isn't he back yet? Everyone froze. I'm back. Zhang Wang was moved. It felt so good to be alive. Anan looked behind her. She ran toward Zhang Wang. Brother! He smiled and hugged Anan. It's okay now. Big brother is home, she said piteously, and Ann thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhang Wang took out a rabbit treat. How could that be? I went to buy this for you. You're 5 years old today. Happy birthday! And then, Zhan protested. You've got it wrong, girl. I only rushed over here. Out of respect for Xiao Tidian, Anan cheered, It's Tanghulu. The rabbit is so cute. Zhang Wang held up 3 fingers. Rucheng grinned. Regarding tonight, Uncle Dang, you've worked hard. Uncle Dang spoke calmly. It was no trouble at all. Every era has its talents. That Ai-Jin spear is quite good. As for Xiong Yan, he's nothing to worry about. I just didn't expect that in the end, young master, you'd actually make me go all out, just to go buy a stick of Tanghulu for that little girl. Zhang Wang lifted an arm up high. The young man smiled. Thanks, Uncle Dang. But look at this beautiful scene before us, Uncle. Doesn't it make everything feel worth it? Uncle Dong half closed his eyes. Worth it, very much so. Deep, beautiful, and warm affection. I only hope they won't be dragged into this. Anan touched the flower on her head. Rucheng glanced over at Uncle Dang. Uncle Dang, what exactly do you mean by that? He replied, it's nothing. Uncle Dang continued, I just wanted to add one thing. Once a person has a weakness, it's like handing over your vulnerability to others on a silver platter. I hope the young master will be cautious in all things. Rucheng's lips twitched. I get it. Way to kill the vibe. The hanging lanterns gradually dimmed. Zhang Wang said goodbye to Rucheng's group. He led Anan to the bedroom for sleep. Zhang Wang pulled the blanket over the little girl. A sharp pain throbbed inside him. Zhang Wang put his hand behind his back. It was that same spasm coming from the Tongtian Palace again, but it didn't seem to hurt anymore. I should enter meditation and check it out. He climbed the steps of the Tongtian Palace one by one. Zhang Wang gasped. So much source energy. After killing Xiong Yan despite the level gap, the 2Q True Spirit kept spewing out source energy continuously, without stopping. The golden grains were being swallowed deep inside. Zhang Wang looked at an object in the distance. Over there, before Xiong Yan died, that thing from his body crawled into me. It was hovering above the lotus flower. Zhang Wang leaned in closer to the black beetle. And this white lotus? Yeah, when exactly was it planted? Inside my Tongtian Palace? Was it Master Dong's doing? He asked himself gloomily. What on earth is all of this? Is this foreign object in my body a blessing or a curse? The full moon's glow shone down over Newtow Mountain. A terrified voice rang out, Your subordinate is incompetent! Your subordinate deserves to die! Miao Yu asked mockingly. You were played like a fiddle by Wei Kuji the entire time? 7 failures. This is truly a heavy blow to our sect. Don't you agree? The white-bone envoy tightened his grip on his handkerchief. Luju looked up. Yang Li placed his hand on the armrest. Luju slammed his head against the floor. Your subordinate is incompetent. Your subordinate deserves to die. Yang Li asked gloomily, with so many followers dead? Who can tell me where that nether candle has gone? Luju replied tremblingly. Originally, we had planted followers as moles within the city defense force. I thought victory was a lock. But who knew that old fox Wei Kuji had been plotting against us all along? Your subordinate deserves to die. I only wanted to reclaim the nether candle for the White Bones sect. That is why I acted so rashly. I beg you, please see my loyalty, Elder. And for the sake of the 2 elders, save. Yang Li swung his hand and Lu Ju's body exploded. Yang Li said, The White Bones sect's legacy has struggled to survive until now. It has been a difficult path. Most of our cultivation methods are incomplete. Ming Jin is a treasure of our sect. It contains the secrets of our inheritance. It can help me reconstruct our lost techniques. Yet you lot are so useless, letting such an opportunity slip away. This is the fate of those who think they're smarter than they are. The Whitebone envoy turned his head. I recall the Saintess had already prepared an exit strategy. Miao Yu fired back. It was exactly because of the envoy's move that the enemy was able to deliver a counterstrike. Yang Li interrupted. Stop bickering. Wei Kuji using Ming Jin as bait. Proves he knows the Whitebone sect is operating behind the scenes. But he still doesn't realize just how significant Ming Jin is to us. He has already killed many of our people, so he likely won't pay much more attention to Ming Jin. He commanded, You must find out whose hands Ming Jin has fallen into. Besides, lately, I will have a major operation in the Yunshangqi kingdom. Bone Messenger, come and lend me a hand. Yang Li suddenly collapsed. The bone soldiers gradually vanished. The Whitebone envoy burst out laughing. It's Yun Kingdom again. The 3 elders sacrificed their bodies, just to manifest the phantom of the Ghost Gate. Could it be that he's coming? To use the Yun Kingdom for his personal vendetta? Miao Yu replied, Who says he isn't? The great elder now doesn't seem to care about finding the Tao seed anymore. The Whitebone envoy wondered, since the Tao seed isn't here, he is temporarily acting with the Sacred Lord's authority. If the Tao seed ever appears, he'll truly just be a regular great elder. Tell me, which path will he choose? Miao Yu felt a sharp pang inside. Her eyes widened.
My white bone seed has vanished. The white bone envoy questioned, "The white bone seed? Who did you give it to?" Miao Yu said coldly, "Mind your own business and stay out of mine." The white bone envoy chuckled. "I was just showing some concern. Before the Tao seed emerges, everyone in the white bone sect has their own shady agenda." He turned into a shadow and glided away. "Only this envoy has goals and interests that align with yours. At least for now, that's the case." Miao Yu pondered to herself. "Could it be that man, Zhang Wang? Is he really the Tao seed? No, I can't be sure yet. I must be careful, even more careful than before." At the Tianmian Prefecture Teaching Hall, in the Taoist art system used at the Tao Academy, Taoist arts are divided into 4 ranks and 12 grades. The Ding rank is the foundation of the Taoist art system. Low-grade Ding rank Taoist arts mainly manifest as enhancement states. Taking the 5 elements Taoist arts as an example, they include flame cloak, sharp edge, solid body, clear mind, and vitality. Flame cloak involves using fire attribute source energy to coat an object. As for sharp edge, it uses metal-type source energy to reinforce weapons. Zhang Wang sank into thought. After losing the challenge match in the Blessed Land last night, I dropped from the Sapphire Altar to the Radiant Heaven Altar, ranked 25th. My merit points decreased by another 100. Only 650 points left, adding the 190 remaining points. After practicing the 4 Spirits Body Tempering Art, I currently have a total of 1,840 points. Dong Tianmian continued. Solid Body uses Earth-type source energy to strengthen physical defense. Clear Mind uses water-type source energy to cleanse the mind and brighten the eyes. Vitality uses wood-type source energy to dispel fatigue and awaken life force. In various Tao academies, though there are slight differences in certain spells, they are generally the same. No, Zhang Wang recalled. As for that battle, I didn't even have time to draw my sword before being turned into a human pincushion. The power gap was so massive that I couldn't learn a single thing from it. If every opponent is like that, I'll fall out of the 36 Blessed Lands ranking very soon. He grew somber. I won't even be able to hold my position as the master of a Blessed Land. That means the merit points I can receive in the future will be limited, unless I can quickly break through to secure my status as the Blessed Land Master. A blow landed on Zhang Wang's head. Tianmian chided him sternly. Some people think having a tiny bit of success means they can flex on everyone. He grimaced and reminded him. With your current strength, daring to join the ambush on a 6th-rank Xiong Wen was indeed gutsy and sharp. But the path of cultivation is long. Young man, you need to have a bit more vision. Zhang Wang looked dejected. You are absolutely right, Master, Tianmian instructed. Tomorrow I will lecture on the specific applications of stone arts in combat. Tonight you all should review first. Class dismissed. He immediately replied, Thank you, Master. Zhang Wang and his friends walked out of the classroom. Ajan waved his hands and suggested, Tonight come with me to mess with his windows. So you in or what? Linghe raised an eyebrow and remarked, I basically understand why you're being targeted now. Hanging out with him too much is like when the city gate's on fire. The fish in the moat get cooked too. Zhang Wang understood and replied, Ajan and Taimian's beefs have all been lumped together and pinned on me. Ajan proposed, Let me tell you. This time I have a plan. He responded, You just take your time planning. We already have dinner plans with senior brother Li Jiangqiu. It's almost time. Ajan grabbed Ling He. Let me come along. I know Jiangqiu too. I remember back in the day. A Q was hailed as a fire system genius. Ru Cheng picked his ear. Let me say this first. We're splitting the bill. He grumbled. Seriously, young Master Zhao, you're actually bringing this up with me? Ru Cheng shot back. You're definitely the one with the thick skin, Ajan. Ling He asked curiously. Third brother. Then who's looking after An? Zhang Wang explained. An went to a classmate's house to play tonight. She even told me to pick her up later. As night fell at an inn, the whole group sat around the dining table. Ajan held up his gourd and started the conversation. Let me tell you guys, after Lin Zhengren returned to Wangjiang City, he's been acting like a total peacock. He even bragged publicly at the homecoming banquet, claiming to be the undisputed goat of the three-city forum. Hearing that, Zhang Wang added, Judging by Lin Zhengren's performance at the forum, he doesn't seem like that kind of person, so he probably wouldn't say things like that. Immediately, Ajan, looking tipsy at the table, fired back, Who cares about him? Anyway, once Senior Brother Zhu hears about this, things are going to get spicy. After Senior Brother Zhu heard about this, he grabbed his spear and left immediately. He rowed a boat alone down the Lulyu River, following the Qingjiang River toward Wangjiang City. It seems like the two sides have already clashed. Jiang Qiu raised his teacup and spoke calmly. Senior brother Ju is just looking for an excuse to give him a beatdown. Who cares whether he actually said it or not? Since the word is already out, then we'll just act like he said it. Ru Cheng raised his hand excitedly and replied happily, Exactly. Give that arrogant jerk a lesson he won't forget. Ajan, whose mind was no longer sober, also joined in. Senior brother Ju is such a boss. Jiang Qiu gripped his teacup and turned serious. Back to the main point. The purpose of this dinner is that I want to invite you guys to form a team, to complete a mission. Senior brother Lee wants us to team up? What kind of mission is it? Jiang Qiu laced his fingers together, looked at everyone, and answered in a low voice. Recently, Sanshan City has been severely ravaged by a fierce beast. Yesterday, the city lord posted a reward for experts to help them eliminate those beasts. This is the largest-scale operation that Sanshan City has organized in recent years. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire table suddenly fell into a strange silence. Only then did Ling He speak up, breaking the overarching quietness. The reward money. And this mission from Sanshan City, we've heard about it too. But for some reason, this mission hasn't been posted on the merit board. Furthermore, it was unilaterally announced by Sanshan City. In a sense, it doesn't have the official backing of the imperial court. Jiang Qiu waited for him to finish before explaining in agreement. That's correct. The reward isn't being paid by the imperial court either, but by the city lord himself. Sanshan City is emptying its entire treasury to provide the bounty. The rewards are mainly physical items, not official merit points. For instance, Dharma artifacts, secret techniques, and Dao source stones. Although item rewards aren't as liquid as merit points, it's precisely because they're harder to value that their worth is usually a lot higher than the standard merit rewards in the world. The artifacts are also ranked by grade: high-tier artifacts, cultivation techniques, Dao arts, and Dao source stones. He poured himself a fresh cup of tea before continuing. As everyone knows, Sanshan City is named after the three mountains within its borders, Shubi, Yuheng, and Feilai. These three peaks are majestic, steep, and famous. But at the same time, these three mountains are exactly where the fierce beasts originate, terrorizing the Sanshan City area. Zhang Wang raised his hand to speak up right then. Sorry to interrupt, but Lee Senior brother, why don't you just take your current squad for a mission that requires this kind of teamwork? Especially since the payout is so fat. The tea from the pot continued to drip slowly into the cup below. Jiang Qiu answered him with just one sentence. They are all dead. A wasted Ajan clumsily chimed in. So Jiang Qiu's squad, you're not exactly lucky, are you? After his drunken comment, the atmosphere grew even more eerie. Ling He turned to Jiang Qiu and asked, Lai Senior brother, this mission isn't on the merit board, so there's no official rank assigned. But based on the rewards, the difficulty is definitely at least rank 7. He sipped his tea and replied, to be precise, this mission to clear the beast dens has an overall difficulty around rank 6. As if fearing they wouldn't get it, Jiang Qiu held up 3 fingers and explained further with a grim face. Of these 3 majestic mountains, Shubi Peak was completely purged. 2 years ago. 2 years later, Sanshan City must have built up enough strength. And this time the target is Yueheng Peak. But I don't want everyone to follow me to Yueheng Peak. Instead, we will head to Shubi Peak. Even though Shubi Peak was cleared out before, new fierce beasts have appeared after 2 years. They are only scattered and not in large numbers, but they are our targets. Therefore, the difficulty of the mission will be much easier. His face reflected in the tea as he spoke with calm words. That's the situation. I've said everything that needs to be said. Whether you go or not is up to you. Declining won't affect our friendship at all. Ru Cheng fanned himself with interest, glancing at a pensive Zhang Wang. I've never been to Sanshan City, but I'd love to check it out. If Brother Sange goes, then I'm in too. Zhang Wang pondered silently for a moment. Although they knew Senior Brother Lee, they weren't exactly besties yet. They had a good impression of each other, but their bond wasn't that deep. If he refused this time, it might create some distance between them. But personally speaking, the potential reward this time was huge. He might even score a high-level Dharma sword. This was much better than grinding for merit points on the official board. Moreover, in a few days, his foundation would be ready, making it the perfect time. He needed a mission like this to practice his Dao arts. Ru Cheng watched as Zhang Wang was lost in thought, then finally asked, What do you think, Brother Sange? Didn't you say before that you wanted to help out with the crisis in Sanshan City? Finally, Zhang Wang gave his answer. I'm in, with Brother Lee's strength. Having you lead us is our good fortune.
Jiang remained calm, as always, praising his junior brother's humility, despite him slaying Xiong Wen with a single strike. Then you definitely have the skills. Besides, everyone saw your performance slaying the vengeful ghost at Shaolin Town with their own eyes, after all. Ling He waited for him to finish before deciding. Since he had just opened his meridians not long ago and was still in the stage of accumulating Dao source to progress to the foundation stage, he decided not to join. Staying behind would also allow him to look after An, so Brother Sangye wouldn't have to worry. John, despite being wasted, also insisted on following me. I want in too. Jiang slammed the table and raised his teacup, shouting loudly, "All right, then I, Jiang, will substitute tea for wine, and toast you all." 3 days from now, we set off from the south gate. Teacups clinked together from all sides, echoing everyone's voices. To a smooth journey. The next morning, when the sun was already high, a familiar pair of hands pushed open the wooden door, making a loud creaking sound. Chuang. Sheng spotted the person sitting outside and called out to him. Zhuangge, who was leisurely reading a book, turned to him and asked, "What brings you here? Is the Dao Institute really that chill?" He rushed over to his side, not missing the chance to flex. "Your little brother took the top spot for third-year students at the Three-City Dao discussion. Hurry up and praise me!" Zhuangge gave a flat congratulation. Zhongsheng held out a bottle of pills to him. "That's why, brother. Look, I managed to trade for another bottle of meridian opening pills." Zhuangge's eyes widened slightly as he replied, "Your quota was used up long ago. Last time was already." He picked up his book, pretending to read while rejecting them. "A bottle costs 25 merit points. 2 of them make 3,000 points. Why waste them like this? Just take them back." "I won't take them. I've told you before. Don't waste your efforts on a lost cause like me." Hearing that, Zhuangsheng bit his lip slightly. Then he lunged forward, hugging Zhuangge and pleading, "I'm doing this for your own good. Brother, please try just one more time," he said, acting all cute. He flashed a suck-up smile, offering the pill bottle with both hands. "Take both of them this time. Who knows, it might actually work." Xiao Q was spooked by the noise they made and bolted. Zhuangge's slender hand didn't hesitate to push that chubby face away. He spoke up as a warning. "You're not a kid anymore, so this act is useless." Zhuangge lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Your brother knows his own limits. No matter how many pills I take, it's like dropping them into a bottomless pit. Don't waste the resources anymore." Zhuangsheng countered in a low voice. "My brother would never be a waste." Zhuangge lost his patience and started shooing him away. "My nap time is over. See yourself out." Zhuangsheng asked frantically in succession, "Brother, why won't you try again? Have you forgotten already? When we were kids, we were obsessed with Dao arts. We even said we'd enter the National Dao Institute together." He didn't want to continue the conversation. "Stop the noise. Go now. If you dare leave those meridian opening pills behind, I'll just feed them to Xiaocom." Zhuangsheng called out softly, feeling hurt. "Brother." He turned to leave, speaking with lingering regret. "If the City Dao Institute can't help you open your meridians, then I'll go to the County Dao Institute. If the County Dao Institute has no way, then I'll head to the National Dao Institute. In short, I won't give up." "And you can't give up either, brother." His brows furrowed slightly when he received no response. Zhuangge placed the book over his face, as if he had already fallen asleep. Suddenly, silence filled the space for a moment. Next time I'm back. I will definitely make you change your mind." Outside, the moon had risen high. At Fima Lane, in Zhang Wang's home, Zhang Wang was sitting in his room channeling his energy. Inside the Tongtian Palace, he looked at the object in his hand and muttered curiously to himself, "I've been studying this for a long time. I still don't get this lotus and this black candle. What are they actually for?" Zhang Wang stood in a different dimension, trying to figure these 2 items out. "Forget it. As long as they don't mess with my cultivation, it's all good. Main business first." After killing Xiong Wen last time, he had gained a massive amount of Dao source. "It's finally enough for me to fill up the Zhoutian." Star chart. The glowing lotus floated in the air, along with a snake-like cord. The cord suddenly lunged forward, wrapping around the candle as if curious. Zhang Wang raised both hands to his head, beginning to concentrate deeply. Immediately after, his eyes snapped open as a zone of light appeared. Kong Yuan art! Before him, mysterious specks of light were flitting randomly through the space. Zhang Wang flicked his hand. "Enter!" Instantly, the specks of light dove toward the ground on command. Observing the situation before him, he couldn't help but ponder. The Kong Yuan art that Master Dong gave me honestly doesn't help all that much. The lights fell into various intersecting points. The last one, at the solar star position. Seconds later, a Bagua diagram emerged from that spot. The space was filled with strange patterns, swirling around like stars. Below him, the Bagua diagram acted like an active formation. It began to spin even faster, as if starting up. The speed of the Bagua diagram increased further, becoming a total blur. Jiang Wang panted, exhausted. It's spinning! He stood up, looking up at the Dao vortex that had just been activated, forming the final Dao vortex. The little worm from before reappeared, looking hyped. It hopped around the space, having a blast. The once pitch-black space was now glowing with golden light. It looked absolutely stunning. The Dao vortex shifted, generating Dao source on its own. Jiang Wang was drenched in sweat from his intense cultivation session. He opened his eyes, his face perfectly calm and composed. June 15th. Opened his meridians at the Huanjin Temple. October 16th. Completed his foundation building at the house on Faima Lane. It had been 4 months since that moment. Jiang Wang had officially stepped into the transcendent realm. He was now at the 9th grade moving meridian realm. Scene change. Jiang Wang, fueled by his new power, was training his cultivation techniques like a beast. Nearby, Ru Cheng was struggling hard to fend off Jiang Wang's attacks. Outside, the sun was high and the heat was blinding. Ru Cheng leaned on his sword for support, wiping sweat and panting as he muttered, "Damn it, I can't land a single hit." He plopped down on the floor, venting his frustration. "I'm done. No more training. No matter how much I practice, I can't beat third brother." Jiang Wang sat down beside him to comfort his junior brother. There. Young Master Zhao, thanks for working so hard training with me. Third brother will get you a drink." Hearing that, Ru Cheng got even more worked up. Now that you've finished foundation building, knowing how to use Dao arts is already impressive enough. But you can even imbue your sword with sharpness. How am I supposed to compete with that? Jiang Wang offered him some cultivation advice. You want to beat me? Then why haven't you opened your meridians yet? Eldest brother is already preparing for foundation building. Besides, the monster hunt mission at 3 Mountain City the day after tomorrow won't be a walk in the park. Even though your sword technique, Donglai Ki, is already quite skilled, I think you should open your meridians first to be safe. How many contribution points do you still need to exchange for a meridian opening pill? Ru Cheng immediately turned him down. Forget the pill, but I've got my eye on a magic sword. That costs 500 contribution points. I've saved up a bit on my own. I'm still a little short. Maybe you could chip in for me? Word on the street is, Zhu Weiwo got over 6,000 points from that mission to kill the heart-swallowing village demon. He must have shared a lot with you, third brother. Jiang Wang was drinking water, acting all cool. So, he said, you little brat, you're actually gunning for my contribution points? Senior brother Zhu was indeed very generous. He gave me 500 contribution points. Out with it. How much more do you need? Ru Cheng blurted out with a straight face, 490 points. Hearing that, Jiang Wang spat out the mouthful of water he just drank. You really are just a little short, aren't you? Looking at the reaction, Ru Cheng couldn't help but burst into a loud laugh. Look how worked up you are. I was just trolling you. Jiang Wang wiped his mouth and looked at Ru Cheng, puzzled. It's not that I'm stingy with the points, but I want to use my ranking. Plus 100 points to exchange for a meridian opening pill. For An. I'll give the remaining 300 points to you. Ru Cheng immediately started to explain. Don't do that, I was really just kidding with you. Actually, the elders at my home have already prepared a meridian opening pill for me. I'm going home to get it tonight. But if possible, An doesn't need to use the Institute's meridian opening pill. Eldest brother is getting older, so he can't afford any more delays. There's no other choice. But An is still young. She can afford to wait a bit longer. He didn't quite understand why Ru Cheng was hesitating, so he asked, Isn't opening the meridians better done sooner than later? Is there something wrong with the Institute's pills? Ru Cheng answered him immediately without thinking twice. No, it's not that. It's just that the meridian opening pills at the Institute are all the lowest grade. He sat there and began to explain his reasoning. You should know. The main ingredient for a meridian opening pill is refined from the Dao meridians extracted from the bodies of monsters. Monsters vary in strength and rank, so naturally there are high-quality and low-quality pills. The gap in effectiveness is huge. Many powerful people have also grown up under the worst possible conditions. It's just that their future cultivation becomes a bit more arduous. Similarly, if the initial foundation is set more solidly, the future path will be much smoother. With an ordinary meridian opening pill, the chance to trigger potential is less than 60%. But with a high-grade meridian opening pill, the chance to trigger potential is over 90%. He stated the reason why he didn't want to open his meridians yet. Treating An like my own little sister, I hope she can have a less difficult life in the future. Too bad. I only have one high-grade meridian opening pill for now. After hearing that, Zhang Wang couldn't help but ponder for a moment. In a place like Fenglin City, a meridian opening pill is something people would fight tooth and nail for. Just being able to use one is already a flex. Not to mention, the specific knowledge Ru Cheng has about the world of cultivation isn't something that ordinary people could possibly know. Though Ru Cheng always avoids talking about his origin, as his brothers, we've never pried either. Just like when I practiced and mastered techniques within the Taikshu illusion. They never questioned me about it. He looked at Ru Cheng in front of him, thinking with surprise that only now, looking back, I suddenly feel the secrets Ru Cheng is hiding are even bigger than I thought. Ru Cheng was still over here mumbling to himself. My elders even said that the meridian opening pill you got from Zuo Guang Lai is absolutely top tier. Therefore, your meridian opening is perfect, capable of unlocking 100% of your potential. He seemed to care a lot about this, so he was being very serious about clarifying it. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the meridian opening pill, the more the Tao meridian, True Spirit will provide incredible support to the host. Do you remember that Wang Changshang's Tao meridian True Spirit is Feng Shi? It's exactly that fact, which makes his control over wind element Tao arts far superior to other cultivators of the same rank. The words Ru Cheng shared left Zhang Wang deep in thought. Zhu Guangli was famous for fire element Tao arts, so I guess the meridian opening pill that he carried with him must have been refined from a high-level monster, carrying a fire attribute. Think about it. What does the Tao meridian True Spirit in your Tongtian palace look like? In Zhang Wang's mind, the image of that silly little earthworm appeared. Can an earthworm be considered a high-level True Spirit? Ru Sheng rarely hesitated or stammered, but after hearing Zhang Wang's words, he said, An earthworm? Is it possible Zuo Guangli was in such a rush that day that he grabbed the wrong one? Time flew by, and 2 days later, Zhang Wang's group was traveling together to the pre-arranged location. Li Jianqiu turned back and said excitedly, Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully building your foundation. Zhang Wang waved his hand and replied shyly, There's nothing much to congratulate, really. Senior brother Li, you're teasing me again. Ajan chimed in right at that moment. Then I also congratulate junior brother Zhao on successfully opening your meridians. Does junior brother need senior brother? Ajan here to teach you a few basic moves. This is a secret technique that I've mastered, self-created after years of accumulation. I guarantee that once you finish training, your power will level up big time. Ru Cheng stood there stunned, wondering about this self-created secret technique. He didn't hesitate to explain. That's right, Ajan's self-created ink flying technique balances yin and yang. Remember to invite me to the 3-part fragrance pavilion later. Call out a few famous ladies, and I'll show you exactly how it's done. The more he listened, the more he couldn't take it. So he just kicked him straight on. Go talk to the wall, you vulgar Ajan! Ajan couldn't dodge it and quickly tried to play it cool. Hey, I was just trolling you, chill! The group continued to move forward together. They reached a silent tunnel under a gloomy sky. Li Jianqiu spoke up to guide everyone. Go through the tunnel of this mountain. Just ahead is the territory of Sanshan City. Not long after, they reached a rocky ledge and observed the rolling landscape below. In another place, a loud scream rang out, shattering the silence. Xiao Yan was screaming while running away from someone. The monster strength girl is about to kill me! Xiaoman chased closely behind, roaring in anger. Sun Xiaopan, stop right there! If I don't give you the beatdown today, then I, Sun Xiaoman, will be your little sister. Xiao Yan quickly ran over to snitch to City Lord Du. Mother! Look at that monster strength girl. She looks like she wants to eat me alive. She gently rubbed his face to comfort him. Your face is all rubbed red. It breaks my heart so much. City Lord Do turned to her daughter and asked, Are you bullying your younger brother again? Sun Xiaoman, City Lord of Sanshan, Do Yueni. Xiaoman grabbed her wrist and reasoned with her. Mother! No, City Lord, we're about to go hunt the ferocious beasts. Do you still want to protect this loser? Xiaoyan gestured and talked smack about her. Mother, you have no idea. Sister said she was practicing, but she used the hardest dark steel needles to stab me. City Lord Du immediately condemned her daughter's behavior. What? Xiaoman? How could you treat Xiaongao like that? That is just too cruel. Xiaoman couldn't take it anymore. She scowled and roared at the two of them. You old lady? What are you making such a fuss about? Your son's skin is as tough as steel. Stabbing him with dark steel needles is nothing more than an itch. The needles even got bent, and his body doesn't have a single mark on it. City Lord Du didn't back down and fired back. How dare you talk to me like that, old lady? Your mother is still very much a hottie, okay? The line of men waiting to date me stretches from Sanshan City all the way to Tanan. Xiaoman immediately snapped back at her words. Who even wants to talk about that with you? In a few days, we have to go to Jade Hang Peak to kill beasts. Just look at how much of a wuss your son is. How is he supposed to fight? I said that at first, father. That steel skin plating should have been fixed onto my body instead. City Lord Du, having her buttons pushed, quickly spoke up. Of course, that's not allowed. My daughter, marrying you off is like spilling water out the door. It's gone for good. That steel skin layer must obviously be saved for our little treasure here. Xiaoman put her hands on her hips and spoke with a look of disdain. Are you still being that sexist? I am definitely not getting married. I want to stay and become the city lord of Sanshan later. Hearing that, she felt her blood boil and snapped back. What kind of nonsense are you talking? The city lord position belongs to your younger brother. Don't even dream about it. In just one more year, you're going to travel and learn some things for me. The world out there is huge. Anyway, you'll never go wrong listening to me. Xiaoman coolly gestured for her to be quiet. All right, stop trying to make your favoritism sound so noble like that. I don't even want that city lord position of yours. As long as you let him cooperate well with my training, I'll be satisfied. Just as the atmosphere got tense, someone rushed in with a report. The 5th squad from Fenglan City has arrived. Zhang Wang and his group are with them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Man's face lit up like the morning sun. Zhang Wang is here. We must welcome him properly. Right after that, she immediately gave Zhang Wang a rough greeting with a heavy blow. I knew you'd come. You've got real character. After that, the girl thumbed toward Zhang Wang's group and introduced them. Mother, these are the fellow cultivators from Fenglan City that I admire so much. The top-ranked freshman who transferred merit points to us. That's Zhang Wang. Clutching his stomach, he greeted City Lord Du first. Greetings, ma'am. City Lord Du clasped her hands to welcome them. Thank you for responding to my call for aid. You've had a long journey. Let's not skip the hospitality. She gestured for them to come inside. Please have a seat. Don't be shy. Once everyone was settled in their places, City Lord Du finally began the discussion. For this sweep operation, our main forces have all been deployed to Jade Hang Peak. However, monsters have appeared at Shubafeng once again. If we don't eliminate them first, I'm afraid that while we attack Jade Hang Peak, they will exploit the gap to swarm down and slaughter the civilians, causing a major catastrophe. Fortunately, you all have come to reinforce us. For this kindness, I, Du Yuemi, will keep it engraved in my heart. She was extremely pleased when mentioning the presence of Jian Chu and his group. Jian Qiu this time, having you join the operation in Sanshan City truly makes me very happy. Your aura has become more profound, and your cultivation has become even purer. Hearing this, Jian Qiu quickly replied with humility. City, Lord Du, you flatter me. It's because Sanshan City has its protectors that it has been able to turn danger into safety so many times. On this trip, Jian Qiu is merely doing his best. Right at that moment, Xiaoman glanced at Zhang Wang and asked, Zhang Wang, it seems you've already reached foundation building, haven't you? He didn't hesitate to explain. That's right. Honestly, I also want to use this trip to get used to combat spells. City Lord Du suddenly gave Zhang Wang a warning. Fellow cultivator Zhang, your ability to take the top spot in the first year means your strength is beyond doubt. However, I still need to remind everyone of one thing. The monsters at Shubifeng, though scattered and unorganized, may have birthed a Lord-class monster after all this time. Compared to normal monsters, a Lord-class monster is not only stronger, but also knows how to use spells. If you encounter the yin-yang two-headed eagle, you must retreat immediately. Jianqiu frowned slightly and accepted her goodwill. Please rest assured, City Lord. I, Jianqiu, will proceed with caution, plan everything thoroughly, and ensure everyone returns safely without leaving anyone behind. City Lord Du didn't waste any more words. I believe you all will definitely succeed. The rewards will be plenty. Spiritual artifacts or cultivation methods, you can choose whatever you want. Acham had been calculating something in his head for a while. Just as I thought, tagging along definitely has its perks. It was getting late outside. City Lord Du quickly arranged a place for them to stay. Very well. I will provide the latest updates on the situation at Shubafeng soon. After that, I'll have Hung Dung lead everyone to the inn to rest. She and Zhang Wang's group said their goodbyes before leaving the villa. Only then did Xiao Yan start talking smack behind their backs. Xiao Man. Look, Mother. Sister said before that she wouldn't get married. But she did a total 180 and now she's got hots for Zhang Wang. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Hearing that, the girl wanted to charge forward and give him a beatdown. You damn fatty! Are you looking for trouble? Zhang Wang is my good bro. Xiao Yan was terrified by her intensity. Mother, save me! City Lord Du reached out to stop the brawl. Enough! They haven't even gone far yet. Don't lose your manners in front of others. After thinking for a moment, she felt that Xiao Yan actually had a point. But then again, Zhang Wang really is exceptionally handsome. And he's loyal, too. He'd make a top-tier son-in-law. Xiaoman was speechless and annoyed by this logic. Mother! Her eyes were drifting off into another daydream. But I think that Zhao Kid looks even more dashing. If only I were 20 years younger, that would be amazing. On the other side, Ru Cheng suddenly felt a chill down his spine for some reason. This made Zhang Wang wonder. Fifth brother, what's wrong? He replied with a shiver. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit cold. Back at the villa, City Lord Dao held Xiaoyan's chubby body and said, but a man who is too skinny is useless. You've got to have some muscle, just like my boy here. When he smiles, those chubby cheeks are just so adorable. Xiaoman found this kind of spoiling totally beyond her. Mother, being too soft like this will only hurt him in the long run. One day later, the rooster's crow woke everyone from their slumber. A man leaning on a cane called out, Little Li, have you arrived at Sunshine City? He waved goodbye to Jian Q's group, reminding them, when you're free, remember to stop by my place for a meal. I'll personally cook all the best dishes you love most. Jian Q happily replied, Sure thing, take care, Mr. Truong. Zhang Wang couldn't help but ask Jian Chu, Senior Brother Li, you seem very familiar with this place, don't you? He answered him immediately without hesitation. I used to live here for a while. Mr. Truong once asked me to help find his family. The group continued moving while listening to Jian Chu. But in reality, his son and the whole family were eaten by monsters on the road. Not even a single bone was left on the main highway. Hearing this, Acham asked in shock, What? So, even the main roads in Sanshan City aren't safe? How do the people here even survive? Jiang Wang spoke up seriously. I heard Senior Brother Trong mention it. The formations on the main highway really can't stop the monsters. Jinkyo agreed, then spoke about the purpose of their mission. That's why we're here this time to solve the problem at its root, to wipe out the monsters and bring peace back to the people of Sanshan City. Let's head up the mountain. The scene shifted to another location at Shubifeng. Zhang Wang's group was currently navigating across a steep cliff. Zhang Wang looked around, unable to help but marvel. To defeat the monsters, the cultivators of Sanshan City must have endured so much hardship just to carve out a mountain trail along such a treacherous cliffside. Not far away, majestic bands of white clouds drifted by. But it's also a source of terror for so many. How majestic and miraculous this sight is. But for those living here, who face the threat of monsters every single day, the feeling must be completely different. The flesh of the fallen forms the steps. Their souls protect the living. Those still alive strive to move forward, finally able to climb this mountain and wipe out every last monster. They continued their journey. Zhang Wang seemed to sense something. He reached for his sword hilt. Senior Brother Li, Jiankyu signaled him. Leave it to me. The narrow trail makes it hard to attack all at once, and we also need to keep the path intact. Just then, a giant python lunged out. With its maw wide open and razor-sharp teeth, it aggressively charged at Jiankyu's group. Jiankyu instantly countered with a familiar move, the dual fire blade. The aggressive python was taken down, with a single blow, bursting into flames and falling into the abyss. Zhang Wang, still in a state of high alert, couldn't help but marvel. So powerful. This is the true strength of Senior Brother Li. It must be said that if he had gone all out at the Three Cities debate, he definitely would have taken the championship. Jiankyo withdrew his stance and explained the details to everyone. This beast is called a rock snake. Its external defense is incredibly strong, but if you attack from the mouth into the belly, you can kill it easily. Every beast has a weakness. The more you kill, the more your observation and judgment in actual combat will be sharpened. He turned and took the lead right after saying that. Let's move on. It's about another half-mountain trek to reach the beast's main base. As Jiankyo walked, he continued to lecture his junior brothers about the monsters here. The wind butterfly is a skilled flyer. The ghost-faced spider's weakness is at its neck. Its vulnerability lies in the pattern under its belly. As for the crystal scorpion, the joint at its tail is very easy to sever. The ear's fox is cunning but terrified of loud noises. Finally, he summed it up with one sentence. In short, when you encounter something tough to handle, avoid head-on collisions. We'll support each other to take them down. Jiankyo didn't just teach with rigid, over-the-top technicality. For the rest, just do your thing and improvise. Zhang Wang, still on high alert, replied, Got it. The deeper they went, the more monsters began to appear. Zhang Wang and the others charged forward together, eliminating them one by one. Right then, a monster with a bizarre face appeared right behind Zhang Wang. Ru Cheng lunged almost instantly to take it out, before it could sneak attack him. Third form, speed lies in consistency. Zhang Wang didn't forget to say thanks. Thanks, Ru Cheng. He replied calmly. You saved me back at Shaolin Town, so consider this me paying you back. Ru Cheng turned to look at A Cham and couldn't help but yell out in anger, Hey! Huang Cham! Everyone is fighting for their lives! And you're still over there holding your pee or what? The man suddenly flashed a sly grin. Then he unleashed a technique. Little Zhao, it's natural you don't get it. I don't blame you. Now let me open your eyes. See how powerful a Cham the fire element genius truly is. Mutated flame blade, mutated flame blade. Cham still seemed very proud of himself. Zhang Wang looked at his face, then at that tiny, pathetic spark. It was way too small. He ignored all the chatter, holding a gourd in his hand, chugging wine like water. A mountain needn't be high. It's the immortal that makes it divine. Don't look down on my shortness. The explosive power is insane. Then he spat a mouthful of wine onto the spark, creating a massive pillar of fire. Mid-grade B-rank Taoist art, drunken breath. Both Zhang Wang and Ru Cheng's eyes widened, unable to believe the reality before them. He really is a fire element genius. A Cham, completely wasted, just laughed foolishly, unable to form words. Don't tell me you think, but I'm going to be wasted for the next half hour. I'll have to count on you guys to have my back. After clearing out all the beasts, someone spoke up and asked Senior Brother Li, since the beasts on this side are probably all dead, are we heading deeper into the mountain, sir? Zhenkyu gave a firm nod. But first I want to take everyone to see a certain place. Another person asked curiously, a visit for what? What kind of scenery could there be here at the summit of Kin But? Just when it seemed like everything was over, Zhenkyu suddenly shouted a warning. Heads up! Activate your source shield! Get behind me! A massive explosion suddenly went off, shaking everything to the core. Dust and smoke blanketed the creature that had just emerged, but Zhenkyu recognized it immediately. A lord-level beast, a bizarre monster, revealed itself with round eyes that looked absolutely terrifying. Zhang Wang felt a chill of worry when he saw its full form. A two-headed bird monster? Could this be the yin-yang two-headed eagle that City Lord Dao mentioned? Zhenkyu quickly reassured him and the others. No, even though it's reached the lord level, it's still not the true yin-yang two-headed eagle. Hearing that, Ru Cheng couldn't help but ask, Wait, you mean there are even knockoffs of this yin-yang two-headed eagle? Zhenkyu immediately clarified for everyone. I've seen the real yin-yang two-headed eagle before. That eerie, sinister aura, full of resentment and chilling to the bone, is something you'd never forget in a lifetime. This one is likely in a transitional phase, just before it evolves, but its power is absolutely not to be underestimated. Zhang Wang, catching the key point, asked, Evolution phase? Don't beasts lack intelligence? They don't understand cultivation, so how can they even evolve? Besides, I've always wondered about these newly appearing beasts. Where do they even come from? The monster started to move, exerting a terrifying pressure. Already in an offensive stance, Jian Chu quickly answered him. Those questions remain a mystery even to this day. Watch out, it's about to cast a Taoist art. From its two heads, the beast unleashed two energy sources with different elemental properties. Frosty Blazing Fist! Zhenkyu lunged forward to seize the initiative. During the fray, he executed a series of strikes with expert precision. Seeing that the situation was under control, Zhang Wang felt like he didn't want to be left behind. Nice! Senior Brother has already taken down one head. I can't slack off either. Right after that, he joined the fight against the monster. Blazing Bullet. But the technique he just threw didn't seem to faze the monster at all. He froze for a second, failing to watch his back. His mind still stuck on what just happened. Was my Taoist art absorbed? Zhenkyu lunged forward like lightning and grabbed Zhang Wang, dodging the sneak attack. Careful! The monster began to transform again. Yin-yang conversion, Jin. Zhenkyu finally spoke up, explaining the details to Zhang Wang. This beast is a pain to deal with, all because of its yin-yang conversion ability. The yang head controls fire and can absorb fire element arts. The yin head controls water and can absorb water element arts. What's more, the two heads are linked, circulating the absorbed energy back and forth. It can not only heal its own body, but also amplify the power of its own arts. He listened intently to Jian Q's thorough explanation, then replied, Thanks for the lesson. The monster seized the opportunity and launched a brutal A-rank low-grade Taoist art. Glacial Breath. The two were forced to split up, to dodge the direct hit. Zhenkyu used his firepower to counter the monster's ice element attack. While blocking the blow, while putting all his effort into distracting the beast to find its weak spot, Zhang Wang lunged forward instantly, stabbing one of the beast's heads with total precision. At that moment, the beast utilized its yin-yang conversion again. Genkyo gripped his sword tight, his expression turning grim. Zhang Wang could feel a new surge of power that had just surfaced. Such an intense life force aura. Ru Cheng, who was carrying a cham, also had to look back. The sword was slowly being drawn from its scabbard. Genkyo unleashed a single sword strike, trailing brilliant flower petals in its wake, leaving the beast helpless to do anything but take the hit. He stood tall like a hero amidst the vibrant peach blossoms, with the beast finally fallen. Zhang Wang, however, was focused on something else. "Senior brother Li, why didn't you dodge just now? Is your hand okay?" Genkyo answered him calmly. "It's nothing, don't sweat it. The reason I didn't dodge was..." He looked up at a massive stone tablet, covered in rows of inscriptions, worn by time. "I had to protect the final words of a fallen friend." Ru Cheng scanned the text briefly. 12th year of Vin Tai, 100 bloody battles. Unrivaled with bare hands, leaving these words for posterity to admire. Senior brother Li, who exactly was this fallen friend of yours?" Genkyo finally began to explain. "I mentioned it to you all, didn't I? All my teammates died, and they died here under his leadership." He reread those final words, then said regretfully, he held out until the very last second to leave this message. Too bad he didn't even get to finish the carving before he was swarmed and killed by the beasts. Not even his remains are left. The characters, though weathered by the years, were still preserved, with two names standing out, Wu Shan. Genkyo spoke again, reflecting as if telling an old story. Come to think of it, he was probably from the same era as senior brother Ju, but his actual strength was nowhere near that level. He just loved to flex in front of others, flexing about his achievements whenever he entered the inner court. I even looked down on him a little. He grew more nostalgic as he spoke. But when the beast tide broke out, he was the one who led everyone to hold the line. The beasts charged forward fiercely. Tears welled up in the corners of John Chu's eyes as his voice began to tremble. "I was the only one who ran away." He lunged forward, carving with decisive strokes. Dust swirled around the boulder after each sword strike. Stone fragments fell to the ground like a sudden downpour. A new line of text appeared on the massive stone. Genkyo stood against the light, sword still in hand, whispering to his late senior brother, "Senior brother Wu, the loser lay." Genkyo has brought his junior brothers here to pay their respects. From Genkyo's bandaged arm, it looked as though flowers were blooming from a tree trunk. Over 700 days and nights I never dared to forget. The shared will of everyone. I've always carried it on these shoulders. Today I, Jian, Q, will charge with you all to the peak of Thubut Mountain, to wipe out every last beast. Having heard everything, Zhang Wang spoke up to comfort him. Senior brother Li, please don't be so hard on yourself. By coming back here like this, I'm sure they've already forgiven you. He replied softly, You're right, back then I was the youngest. They all took such special care of me. Across Jian Qiu's face, 2 streams of tears had begun to flow without him noticing. If they were still alive, they'd probably tease me, asking why I'm still caught up over such a tiny thing, and yet I'm still obsessing over it. He began to smile through his tears, looking at his arm that was turning into wood. But no matter what, I just can't bring myself to forgive myself. His heartbroken sobbing left Zhang Wang's group feeling deeply moved. It seemed like crying was the only way Genkyo could finally let everything out. After he had cried his heart out, he was the first to charge forward, shouting with spirit, Let's go! Let's take the summit together! The massive stone tablet was covered in weathered marks, yet fresh lines of text could now be seen upon it. Junior disciple Guanziqian, Cham has reached his peak performance. Junior disciple Zhang Wang comes to admire your heroic spirit. Cham was still wasted, his words totally out of control. Just bring it on, all of you. After moving for a while, Zhang Wang suddenly felt suspicious. Why aren't there any monsters to be seen on this mountain peak? In the distance, a few small rock formations stood out against the flat terrain. On one stone marker, a line of text was engraved. The one buried here at the summit of Thubut is Sun Huang, erected by his wife, Neimi. Genkyo understood the situation and explained, because the person buried in this grave is the former city lord of Sanshan, Sun Huang, even though he has passed away. The residual pressure at this tomb, even now, still terrifies the newly spawned monsters, making them steer clear and never dare to approach. He seemed to have thoroughly researched this place, as he briefed the others. The monster infestation was an issue Sanshan City had to face since its very founding. After taking office as City Lord, Sun Huang poured his heart into development, while actively nurturing new talent. Finally, 2 years ago, he assembled the 5th squad, and launched a purge operation against the monsters, even though they had raided. This campaign at the highest danger level. Before the purge began, no one could have imagined that. This single mountain alone would be crawling with so many beasts. There must have been tens of thousands of them. While the 5th squad only had a few hundred people, it was basically like throwing pebbles into the ocean. I ran away back then and my whole squad was wiped out. But from a distance I could still see City Lord's son fighting all by himself, battling from the foot of the mountain all the way to the peak, right where we're standing right now. He personally slew the yin-yang beast. Finished. The Eaglehead leader spearheaded that monster tide. What happened back then is still etched deep within Jiankyo's heart. When the eagles, screeches that had lasted for a month, suddenly fell silent, everyone knew exactly what had happened. Their confidence surged because of it, and they began a frantic counterattack. Finally, Thubat Mountain was purged clean. Sun Huang also collapsed from utter exhaustion. He was considered a powerhouse of the inner mansion realm, yet at his death, his 5 mansions were drained dry. His entire Tongtian palace had crumbled to pieces. Standing amidst the snow, he sighed with emotion. How truly magnificent. City Lord Sun proved with his own life that cultivation isn't just for oneself, but also for the responsibility toward the nation. It's about the strong looking out for the weak. And so, the entire group bowed together with deep respect. Before those heroes, Zhang Wang summed up a thought. So it was because of City Lord Sun that during the debate at Bathun, senior brother Li didn't want to make a move against Sun Xiaoyan. Jiankyo didn't answer right away, but instead asked him a question back. I'm sure you've heard the rumors about the Kun Bigu on Sun Xiaoyan's body, right? Then he started to share what he knew. This Kun Bigu art is a defensive technique that is permanently fixed. Permanently fixed. The principle is that the caster flays skin from their own body while fully conscious, then applies Taoist sigils and drapes it over the recipient. In reality, this art is quite barbaric, precisely because the conditions for casting it are so brutal. The defensive power of the Kun Bigu is absolutely mind-blowing. City Lord Sun is both a leader and a father. Sacrificed everything he had completely. Zhang Wang's group was stunned by what they heard. Jiankyo turned around to face his junior brothers and spoke up. To defeat Sun Xiaoyan, you must give it your all. The only way is to break the Kun Bigu. But I don't dare to try for that result, nor do I dare to face it. Zhang Wang then replied, You're truly noble, senior brother. Jiankyo also made his intentions clear. I won't lie to you guys. Tomorrow I'm determined to head to Jade Hair Peak. The fighting over there is even more brutal than it is here. You guys can head back to Fenglin City first. Zhang Wang answered instantly without a second thought. I came here with you, senior brother. So of course I'm going where you go. What about you, junior brother Nu Thang? Nu Tang gave a thumbs up. If the big bros are going, then obviously I'm in too. Besides, no matter how sketchy it gets, you guys will have my back. Right? Then both of them turned their gaze toward Acham behind them. Their intense stares pierced right through him, leaving him with no choice but to agree. I've already come this far. If I chicken out now, how could I ever show my face to grab a drink with that old tiger do again? Jiankyo reached out and removed his usual scarf. Amidst the freezing snow, with tears still in his eyes, he raised his hand and let out a powerful shout. Let's share another cup of wine. Traveling from thousands of miles away to settle the scores of old. Let's go to Jade Hair Peak. At Jade Hair Peak, a massive crowd had already gathered. Zhang Wang spoke up. Senior brother Li, the purge of Thubat Peak. Wasn't something I did alone. So why are you giving this spirit sword? The reward for the mission to me, Jiankyo replied calmly. A spirit sword of this grade is worth at least 600 merits. Once we get back, just split 100 merits to each of us and we're good. Acham looked around and reported, Senior brother Tom Nam that has brought his team as well. Zhang Wang followed his gaze, thinking to himself, Senior brother Tom Nam that, is he the one? Who's in the top 10? On the merit leaderboard? Fang Healing was also in his 5th squad. Not far away, Helling was standing around chilling. From where he stood, Zhang Wang looked at the rivals surrounding him. He couldn't help but size up everyone's potential. Moreover, many rogue cultivators from Zhuang State had also answered the call to come and observe their monster-slaying tactics. Perhaps they could gain some new insights. His eyes fell on a girl walking alone nearby. That lady with her face veiled in white silk must be a top-tier sect expert. She was invited by City Lord Du from the Cloud Nation to Ha. She's about the same age, yet she's already a sect powerhouse. While I've only just finished laying my foundation. Zhang Wang, you really need to step up your game.
City Lord Du now spoke to start the journey. Everyone is fully prepared now. We're just waiting for you, Xiaoyan, to lead the way. Go on, don't embarrass your father. Obeying her, Xiaoyan stepped forward. Yes, mother. After a few steps, he turned back and said timidly, but I'm still feeling pretty nervous. Xiaoman had already balled her fist threateningly. Oh my God, I'm losing my patience. Everyone is watching. Listen, fat little son, if you won't go, then watch me. I'll use my mountain shaker. Mace to crush all these annoying rock wasps to death. A hand grabbed the little girl's arm to hold her back. City Lord Du gave a kind smile and comforted Xiaoyan. Good boy, Xiaoyan, it's okay. Mother will help you stop your sister. When you return successfully, I'll make her apologize to you properly. Just relax. You won't die, your father is protecting you. Xiaoman spoke up indignantly. Mother, he's got a boost of courage now, as he heads forward. I have the protection of the KuBI after all. Sun Xiaoyan. We'll definitely not let Sanshan City down. I'm not scared, there's nothing to fear. He dashed forward to build momentum, then thrust his fist forward with great intensity. You damn rock wasps! Come on then, burn me if you have the guts. Two fists slammed into the ground like falling boulders. From within the rocky crevices, hundreds of glowing eyes of the monsters appeared. Jiang Wang gripped his sword hilt, shifting into a serious combat stance. Back at Thubat Peak. We've hunted those rock wasps before. I didn't think they were that big of a deal. Why do we have to be so extra careful here at Jade Hair Peak? Jiankyo slowly explained the reason behind the doubt. That's because the rock wasps at Thubat Peak were scattered, posing no real threat. The most terrifying thing about rock wasps isn't their individual strength, but rather the fact that they swarm together and attack in numbers that literally blot out the sky. The wasps came from every direction, launching a violent opening assault. Xiaoyan trembled all over as he took in the situation. Several killer rock wasps tore at his clothes. Stop it! They even injected something into the chubby kid's body. Immediately he screamed bloody murder. The killer rock wasps gathered in increasing numbers, reaching a massive count. Xiaoyan was buried under the swarm of wasps, crying out for City Lord Du in absolute agony. Oh my God, it hurts so much, Mother! The pain is killing me! Help me! Over here, Xiaoman watched and asked for instructions. Mother, Xiaoyan has drawn the rock wasps to attack him. Let's hurry up and move in to support him. City Lord Du disagreed. That plan won't work. Even though rock wasps have low intelligence, they are extremely sensitive to origin source. If another person interferes now, it will surely cause them to go into a wild frenzy. We must keep waiting. Jankio's group also held their position. Because the veiled lady was quietly observing the situation, shortly after, the killer rock wasps slowly began to drop to the ground. One by one they fell, and Jiang Wang, quite confused, asked, Senior brother? Those killer rock wasps are just dropping dead on their own. Jiankyo didn't answer directly, only saying one thing. This method is working. Those wasps that were so aggressive just now have a rather unique name, the killer rock wasp. The strongest move of a killer rock wasp comes from the stinger at their tail. When facing a powerful enemy they cannot defeat, they will unleash this move, but once they sting, they are guaranteed to die. Therefore, each rock wasp can only use this technique once in its life. When executing this attack, the rock wasp drains its entire life force to inject venom into the target's body and detonate it, overstimulating the target's meridians in a life-for-life trade. Xiaoyan was the one chosen to carry out this plan. Even though Sun Xiaoyan is protected by the KuBI, meaning the rock wasp's attacks won't cause him any fatal injuries, the energy from the venom detonating inside him and stimulating his meridian still causes intense agony that isn't dampened in the slightest. It's safe to say that right now, Sun Xiaoyan is going through a level of suffering comparable to 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. It's really no exaggeration. Mother! Let me come back! I'm begging you, it hurts too much! Help me, please, just help me! City Lord Du immediately grew furious and shouted loudly, fearing the plan would fail. Get back out there! If you dare to retreat, then from now on, you are no longer the son of Dao Yuemi. He was swarmed and stung by the wasps, tears and snot streaming down his face in total misery. But the killer rock wasps just kept swarming him relentlessly, leaving only the echoes of his painful cries in the air. Xiaoyan was completely engulfed by the wasps. In sheer agony, he screamed out in hopelessness. That's it for this video. If you guys enjoyed it, please hit that like button to support Gao. Thanks and bye, everyone.